We're at one of the elite tests for the Magic Academy, and to get a high score, candidates must acquire a gem that is inside these gigantic stone boulders. The bald instructor is fuming because the redhead girl is late, and even worse, she's with him, Setsuna, the trash who shouldn't even dream of trying it. The boy tells the professor that he believes there are new possibilities for close combat mages. But Baldy gets angrier, shouting for him to have more respect for his elders, and then walks away, scoffing at him more. Then they walk towards the test area and see that no one's making much progress. No matter how hard they try, those gigantic boulders are too hard. Their enhanced magic attacks are just ricocheting off like nothing. Even most of those who enhance their whole body with magic fail, leaving behind nothing but small cracks after all their mana is gone. And then Baldy shouts that this test determines your rank in this class, explains about the crystal, and says that if the boy isn't fast enough, he'll be punished for the disrespect. The other students kept trying, but with zero success, everyone just wanted to give up, saying the teacher made an impossible test to fuck them over. Then Baldy says that they have an empty rock, and he's gonna give 10 minutes for the boy to get the gem. But Redhead instantly recognizes it as a big black rock pause, made of an unbreakable material, so it was clearly unfair. Baldy just shows the clock and says that time is passing and punishment is coming for both. But then the boy pushes the girl aside and gets close to the rock. He analyzes it while Baldy keeps saying that he only has 8 minutes until the boy says he needs 10 seconds. The teacher almost explodes in anger while the girl tells him to be careful and not break his hand, but then the boy attacks and summons a mana sword mid-thrust. The hit lands cleanly in the middle, but after 1 second, nothing happens. Baldy is already laughing when all of a sudden the whole big black rock blows away into hundreds of small fragments, and the gem falls into his hands. Baldy is completely confused, and the other students can't believe it. That would make Setsuna stronger than the teacher. Egghead goes on another rant about the boy now cheating when suddenly someone grabs his head and asks who that boy was. And that's when we learned that in his past life, Setsuna was part of the Last Hope, a small group of the strongest mages who had to defeat the evil god. They fought with all they had, but, of course, they lost or we wouldn't have this story. The evil god easily massacred their team, and afterwards, Setsuna woke up to see the last human city in flames. He couldn't believe that they weren't able to damage the evil god in the slightest. But when the creature appeared to tell the guy that every struggle of theirs was useless, he lunged at the monster and delivered a magic punch with all his mana. And for the first time, the evil god bled. It was at that moment that he learned you could break this guy's magic defense with high-level close-range magic. But, unfortunately, it was too late and the god finished him. On the other hand, that activated a time necklace he'd had his whole life. And when everything went black, he found himself back at the Magic Academy. With Leo hitting his head, telling Setsuna to stop spacing out, he was confused for a second. Leo should be dead, but like a good protagonist, Bro easily came back to his senses. He's now in the Magic Academy he went to when he was much younger, and he knows exactly what he needs to train to defeat the evil god. And even more important, today was the day to choose his path. As the teacher calls him, all the students comment that Setsuna is the genius boy, the only one who has an affinity for all magic paths. Unfortunately, you can only master one. So the teacher tells him to choose. Sure that the genius magician will follow the long-range magic of the gods, but then he turns around and chooses a completely different one. The close combat magic? No one can believe it. That was a waste of talent. The teacher shouted, Setsuna, this path is only for body enhancement and close attacks. It's an abandoned magic path. Are you going to throw away your future? But he was the only one who knew that this is the only path to kill the evil god. So to the shock of the whole class, he chooses it. What followed he didn't expect. He went from the Academy's promise to the Academy's underdog. The teacher began shouting at him for being an egotistical brat. Everyone in the Academy who used to talk to him is now completely ignoring him. Dude is avoided like the plague, and they're all saying that it's over for him. When he walks outside, he sees a bunch of randoms bullying this redhead. The trio is just straight up stealing her magic brooch in broad daylight, literally hood behavior. They kept firing, and she kept dodging until a Chad came to the rescue. He farmed some milligrams of aura, but the trio was laughing since they knew he was the trash who chose close-range magic. Blondie began throwing fireballs, saying that he was about to show why no one chooses close range. He would get defeated without even getting close. But Setsuna took that opportunity to learn how to fight better with close magic. He easily dodged Blondie's attacks, using mana on his feet to jump and accelerate, instantly closed the gap, and gave a stomach massage to the idiot. Of course, the scared cucks just gave back the brooches and walked away with their Blondie bitch. With that, the redhead introduced herself as Layla. She thanked our boy and said that she wanted to talk more with him, but she was late for the test, and that's when the rock scene with Baldy happened. We know how everyone was shocked when the trash close-range boy destroyed the big black balls with his bare hands. Awesome. Then Baldy's head was grabbed, asking if he's bullying students again. Lionel scolds Zachary for causing a scene and flatly says Setsuna didn't cheat. He explains that he read the mana flow inside the rock and struck its weakest point. Lionel adds that if Zachary can't even see his students' techniques, there's no point in him being a teacher. Then Lionel decides to teach Zachary a lesson by announcing to everyone that Zachary is about to demonstrate Mana Guard, which leaves Zachary horrified. Before he can argue, Lionel takes his stance and says that if Zachary's really been training, blocking this should be easy. Zachary starts begging and promises he won't do it again, but Lionel shows no mercy and throws the punch. Zachary tries to guard, yet the force still launches him straight into a wall. Setsuna is impressed by Lionel's power and realizes he's no ordinary man. Once he's done with Takari, Lionel walks over to the protagonist laughing like none of that was a big deal. With his cigar in his mouth, Lionel tells MC to do his best in the department. Setsuna takes that as him downplaying what the department can achieve, so he says he plans to become the best there and even beat students from the other departments. Lionel likes that spirit and tells him he'll gladly teach him magic anytime. Then he steps forward to address the students and introduces himself as the head professor of the close combat department. Next, he tells them they're about to choose a representative for the exchange match. It's a major academy event where all 8 magic departments compete to see which one is best. Each department sends one representative into a tournament. In his past life, Setsuna won it for the long-range combat department, and that victory earned him the headmaster's attention. So he quickly realizes he can't miss this chance. Then he notices pieces of the black rock on the ground. That's when Lionel reveals the protagonist wasn't the only one to pass the test. Someone else arrived earlier and already took out the crystal. What makes it crazier is that he did it with his bare fists. Setsuna turns to his left and realizes those fragments flew from incredibly far away. When he gets a better look at the monstrous student who did it, he recognizes Drago Oak Red. Lionel calls Drago forward, and the giant walks over to MC. He asks him why he picked this department when he was clearly better suited for other kinds of magic. Setsuna says he has things he can only do with close combat magic. Drago cuts him off, saying a body that weak can't do anything. He flares his aura and brags that his family has ruled the close combat department for generations. To meet those expectations, he's trained his body for years. Drago releases more of his aura, and the pressure shakes the other students. Setsuna doesn't budge. Drago throws a punch and tells him to fight. He refuses to let someone weak become the department's representative. The protagonist recalls that in his past life, Drago was the one standout student in this department. Still, he just smiles and accepts the challenge. Lionel is pleased they settled it and announces their match will be 1 week from now. As Drago leaves, he warns MC not to run before then. He even says their fight should be to the death if MC really calls himself a close combat mage. The students already picture the result, and none of them thinks that Setsuna can beat Drago. Layla smiles and asks him if he can win. That smile vanishes when he says no. The protagonist knows that right now, he's no match for Drago, but he already has a hidden plan. He heads off and Layla runs after him, asking where he's going. Soon, they reach a huge tree. Setsuna reveals it's a secret training place only he knows. The moment he touches it, green aura pours from his body. Grinning, he tells Layla this place will help him become 3 times stronger. Layla is stunned by the tree's size and realizes it's a sacred tree over 1,000 years old. MC is glad it still resonates with him, just like in his past life. When Layla asks about the green aura, he says it's the sacred tree's blessing. He explains that only people the tree accepts can receive that blessing, and his holy mana lets him restore his mana here. He first found this tree in his past life, so as long as he stays near it, he can keep training without running out of mana. That means he can push himself as hard as he wants without hitting his limit. Layla is happy to hear that. Since Asuna helped her get her brooch back, she decides it's her turn to help him. She pumps her fist in the air while he just stares, confused by what she's doing. Back in the close combat training room, Drago shows off terrifying strength by lifting weights that shouldn't even be possible. Before long, he gets bored of that. He asks Lionel if there are more black rocks in the yard. Lionel worries Drago plans to destroy all of them, but Drago walks off saying he won't break them. He has another idea and it's insane. He starts doing push-ups with one of the rocks on his back. Layla watches him train and feels pure fear. One punch from Drago like this and she thinks anyone would die. Panicked, she rushes to find Setsuna. Meanwhile, the protagonist sits by the tree calmly reading a textbook on martial arts. Layla reaches him and is shocked to find him totally relaxed, like nothing is wrong. She scolds him saying Drago was doing push-ups with 5 black steel rocks on his back. But Setsuna isn't surprised. He already knows how far Drago goes to train. He tells Layla not to worry because this is part of his plan too. A blue aura glows in his eyes as he studies the book. Layla asks what he means, and MC explains that a physical boost is really reinforcement using mana to control the nervous system. So if he wants to boost his legs, he focuses mana there. The same goes for his hands. By that logic, to improve his memory, all he has to do is focus on his head. While Layla was gone, Setsuna had already gone through a pile of books. He finally gets up, saying the techniques are in his head now, so it's time to practice. Stepping into the open, he throws a clean balance kick and then brings out his mana sword. He swings smoothly, then keeps going without pause, leaving Layla amazed. She admits his method is incredible and unlike anything she's heard of, but Setsuna isn't satisfied. He knows he's still far from ready. Soon, the strain of forcing so many techniques into his body at once becomes too much and he collapses. Layla rushes over in worry, but he tells her it's fine. He's just pushing his body to the limit with physical boost. That's why he's also focusing on boosting his healing. The sacred tree's blessing activates, and his worn damaged hands quickly return to normal. Layla begs him to find a safer way to train instead of driving himself this hard, but Setsuna says he has to go further. He can't face Drago with weak methods, especially when Drago has spent years training in close combat magic. He tells Layla he'll repeat this painful process over 1,000 times before the week ends. She's stunned since even one cycle already hurts enough. The protagonist just smiles. He says it still isn't painful enough. He remembers his childhood at the orphanage. Back then, he couldn't use magic, yet he practiced every single day. No matter how many times he failed, he never gave up. He just kept training, and little by little, he improved. So he tells Layla not to worry. If the pain makes him stronger, he'll take it. Then Setsuna starts training again, and Layla joins him. Together, they swing, push their bodies to the edge, recover, and do it all again. Before long, MC is doing push-ups with rocks on his back too. Watching him, Layla realizes he works harder than anyone, no matter what people say about talent carrying him. At last, the big day arrives, and Setsuna and Drago step into the ring. Drago looks disgusted just seeing him, surprised he didn't run away. He only smiles and says he never planned to run. He's the close combat department's representative. Lionel takes his place beside the ring to oversee the match, and once both are set, he begins it. Setsuna moves first, rushing in to seize the advantage. He throws a punch, but Drago blocks it. A kick follows, and Drago guards that too. Even so, the impact shoves Drago backward. The protagonist is shocked none of his attacks got through. Drago used Mana Guard to absorb them all. Now Drago's expression turns fierce, and the second he glares, Setsuna feels his killing intent. Before he can react, Drago is already in front of him, driving a punch straight into MC's body with a huge burst of aura that blasts through everyone lined up behind the attack. Layla panics. Sure, Setsuna is dead. But when the smoke clears, he is still there, crouched low and blocking the blow. The students can't believe 2 newly promoted students are fighting at this level. The protagonist knows one thing for sure. If that hit had landed cleanly, he'd be done. Drago fires another punch, but Setsuna slips around it. It doesn't help much because Drago follows with a right straight at his head. MC blocks again, and Drago gets angrier that all he's done so far is defend. He mocks him for being weak and says this is clearly his limit. From the stands, Layla starts fearing that even after all that brutal training, Setsuna still can't match Drago. But Lionel, with his experience, sees something different. He knows everyone thinks the protagonist is getting pushed around, yet they're missing the truth. MC is perfectly blocking Drago's attacks through precise mana control. Drago keeps pressing forward, all while accusing Setsuna of being one of the elites who look down on close combat magic. He says his family has suffered endless shame just for being born as close combat mages, but he's determined to change that through his own strength. Then Drago gets serious and forms a mana sword. He answers immediately with one of his own. The battle shifts from fists to blades. They trade powerful swings, each strike meant to take the other's head. Setsuna mixes speed into every move and dodges all of Drago's attacks. He flips up into the air, which only makes Drago even madder, and he chases after him. Drago tracks him all the way back to the ground and slams down trying to crush him, but Setsuna slips away in time. Drago's blow smashes the floor instead. Still, he doesn't let up. The protagonist gets driven back, and Drago keeps the pressure on with another strike. At last, Drago pins him down, and in that moment, MC remembers all the things the other students said when they learned he chose close combat magic. Thinking back on that, Setsuna tells Drago he gets why he's so angry. Still, he reminds him that both of them are chasing something bigger. Then he strikes. He drives Drago back and shatters his mana sword with a single swing. Drago is stunned by how much Setsuna's movements have changed. The protagonist nearly splits him in two, but Drago barely slips away. Those words about aiming higher clearly reach Drago, and he stops holding back. Drago suddenly throws a heavy left trying to catch him off guard, but MC reads it and dodges with ease. Setsuna slips past him and quickly gets into Drago's blind spot. Before he can land the blow, Drago turns and raises his arms to block. Even so, the impact clearly wears him down. Lionel notices that the protagonist is forcing Drago to burn through both offense and defense with superior mana control, but he still can't call a winner yet. As the match goes on, Setsuna realizes he'll need a real opening to break Drago's solid defense. Drago leaps back and forms another mana blade. He slashes hard at MC, but the attack misses. He realizes Drago has poured everything into one crushing blow meant to end the fight. Knowing that, he times his movement perfectly and evades it. But now, Setsuna is only one step from falling out of the ring, and a glance back shows just how close he is. Drago likes what he sees. The protagonist is cornered, and his footwork should be gone. With that, Drago prepares a finishing move that makes his mana surge wildly. Layla sees it and freezes, wondering what Drago just unleashed. Drago rushes the trapped Setsuna with a brutal punch, fully intending to end him. But that's where Drago makes his biggest mistake. His punch connects, but only with an afterimage. MC can leave that image behind by keeping mana flowing in place. By the time Drago understands it, Setsuna is already above him. Before Drago can turn, he swings to end the match. Drago tries to move at the last second, but the blade cuts diagonally across his chest. The strike tears through him, and Drago screams from the pain. Lionel finally understands. Setsuna won by waiting for the right counter against Drago's non-stop pressure. Both fought well, but the match is over. He lifts his hand and announces the protagonist as the winner. There is no doubt now. Drago is down and writhing in pain. Layla jumps up in excitement while the rest of the students stare in shock. Even in that condition, Drago still tries to stand. Seeing that, the students can only admit how tough he is. Clutching his chest, Drago realizes Setsu now just did the last strike so it wouldn't kill him. MC reaches out a hand to help him up, but Drago stops to ask one thing. What is he fighting for? The protagonist answers that he fights so he won't lose to anyone. He also fights to make sure nothing is taken from him, and that means becoming stronger than everyone else. That answer catches Drago's attention, and he finally admits Setsu knows the real deal. Drago painfully gets to his feet, accepts defeat, and hears MC praise him for living up to his name. He even thinks Drago could become a key ally against the evil dude. Lionel walks over and raises the protagonist's hand, then announces to everyone that Setsu will represent the close combat department. A few days later, Lionel tells the chosen students it's time to meet for the exchange match preparations. He warns MC to stay out of trouble. MC agrees and pushes the door open. He enters, and every eye turns his way. The moment they realize he's the close combat representative, the mood around him changes. One representative openly mocks him, saying he's just going to add more shame to his department. Setsuna notices the crest on the guy's hand and realizes he's from the enchantment magic department. The guy keeps pushing it, stepping closer and telling him they'll face each other in round one. He laughs that close combat hasn't won a tournament in 100 years and says the department is only good for muscle training on the edge of campus. Before he can finish, Setsuna stomps on his foot, making him flinch in pain. The protagonist coldly says his department must have terrible manners if that's how they greet people. The enchantment rep tries to answer, but MC cuts him off and says he doesn't care about the past. The close combat department will win this year. The other boy snaps back, telling him to quit talking nonsense. Then a voice from behind tells them to save it for the first match. Setsuna realizes things are unfolding just like they did before the regression. The one who spoke is the headmaster. Carol from the summoning department cheerfully greets him and says she can't wait to show what her department can do. He recognizes her right away and sees she's still as friendly as ever. He remembers how hard their fight was before the regression. He won that time, but he knows he'll need to be more careful now. The headmaster begins by congratulating them on becoming their department representatives, pleased that 8 talented students have gathered here. He explains that the tournament will be one-on-one with opponents chosen at random. First, the close combat department will face enchantment magic, the branch that infuses mana into objects. The second match is healing magic, known for miracles and support against long-range magic, which defeats enemies before they get close. The third match puts formation magic, which powers magic arrays against summoning magic, which calls mythical beasts from other worlds. The final match will be special magic, which fits no normal class, versus alchemy magic, which can permanently change substances. The headmaster says the exchange match is basically a hands-on lesson, where each department learns from the others. They have 10 days to prepare and can either study new magic or sharpen what they already know. He says he's eager to see their fighting spirit. Carol excitedly responds to the speech, and as the headmaster turns to leave, the representatives bow to him. Setsuna quickly follows the headmaster into the lobby because this may be his only shot to speak with him alone. The headmaster already knows he's the close combat representative, and the protagonist says he has a request. Without dancing around it, he asks if the headmaster will teach him his magic if he wins the tournament. The headmaster plays dumb and says his summoning magic would be useless to him. Setsuna cuts in. He means the other magic. That makes the headmaster react at once. A terrifying aura bursts out of him and nearly crushes MC. Then he demands to know how he learned about that second magic. Setsuna can tell the headmaster is now deeply suspicious of him, but he also knows that power is vital if they're going to beat the evil dude. So the protagonist refuses to back down. He admits he may not be able to explain why he knows, but says a close combat victory after 100 years has to mean something. He reaches out and asks if the headmaster doesn't want to see that happen. At last, the headmaster figures out that Setsuna may not be hiding some scheme. He tells him this much. If MC wins the championship, he'll teach him that second magic the same day. He bows and thanks him. Still, the headmaster warns that the road ahead won't be easy. Setsuna doesn't mind. He plans to prove his determination in the tournament. Pleased by that answer, the headmaster walks away. Later, the protagonist sits alone eating some bread. Layla had recommended. As he relaxes, he thinks about everything he needs to do before the tournament starts. Suddenly, a golem attacks him. It nearly crushes his head, but he blocks just in time. The golem belongs to the enchantment representative. Setsuna is caught off guard that the guy attacked him here. The enchantment rep says he won't wait for the match. He wants to deal with MC now. He calls him trash for daring to humiliate him. The protagonist mocks him back, saying he's only facing the results of his own behavior. Then Setsuna notices a whole group of golems gathered behind him. Even so, the enchantment rep dismisses them. When he realizes it looked bad if people found out he was picking on someone from close combat, he walks off warning that he'll be ready for the real match. MC is impressed that he can pour mana into so many objects and control them, and admits the guy is pretty talented. He stares at the bread on the floor, more upset about the ruined snack than the attack itself. The next day, Lionel gathers the class and says their job now is to get ready for the exchange match by studying Drago and Setsuna's fight. He asks if they finally see what they're missing, and the students all answer yes. Lionel calls on Drago first and tells him to name his weakness. Drago admits he lost control of both his mana and his emotions, then Lionel turns to the protagonist. The protagonist says his problem is simple. He lacks raw power, and in pure strength he was losing to Drago. Lionel is glad they can both see their flaws, saying that's the first step to getting stronger. Now they need to improve. Layla asks if this match is meant to train them for the exchange battle, and Lionel likes the question. He explains that MC's opponent will be the enchantment rep, Joel, who can use several golems for attack and defense. Since golems fight with physical bodies, Lino says their style is close to combat magic, which shocks Layla. Lino gives them their roles. Drago has to focus on speed and fight like multiple golems attacking from every direction. Setsuna's job is to block those attacks and answer with a counter. Drago gets ready and tells him this spar won't go like their last fight. The protagonist smiles and says he's looking forward to it. Drago rushes in. He fires a left punch right at Setsuna's face. MC avoids it. For a second, he thinks he handled the attack perfectly, then notices another blow coming straight at him. Right away, he realizes his reaction speed is still too slow. Lionel is impressed that Drago can keep both speed and power balanced. Drago's punches come so fast, he almost looks blurry. Setsuna tries reading his movement. He slips up for a moment and nearly takes a huge hit to the head, but still manages to dodge. That impresses Lionel, who quickly tells the protagonist what combo he should use. MC takes the advice at once. He steps back, then tries to fire back with a counter. By the end, Setsuna and Drago both collapse from exhaustion. Drago admits he really pushed him. Lionel praises them both, saying their movement was solid. He tells the protagonist that in a few days, he should be able to deal with 4 or 5 golems. Even so, MC knows he can't relax no matter how much he trains. Lionel likes how quickly he understands his lessons. Drago clearly has strong close combat basics, but his instincts are on another level. Before long, the big day arrives. The arena is packed with students, teachers, and spectators. The headmaster steps up to speak. He announces that out of all 8 representatives, only one will be named the strongest. As expected, people are already taking bets on the matches. Funny enough, the delinquent Setsuna beat before is now betting on him. Some students turn their attention to the calm fighter actor. From the long-range department, he'll face the winner of the protagonist versus Joel, and even standing still, he gives off a dangerous vibe. The tournament stages are chosen at random, and the first match gets a desert field. Joel grins when he sees it. Sure, the setup favors him. His classmates cheer and tell him to crush weak little Setsuna. Layla yells back that they'll see after the match whether MC is still the underdog. She nearly jumps in to fight them herself, but Lionel holds her back. He just smiles, feeling no pressure at all. Once both fighters are set, the referee starts the match. Joel pulls out a chunk of black steel rock and asks Setsuna if he knows what it is. The protagonist clearly does. Please, Joel explains that this fragment is used to make a golem by mixing it with sand. He drops it, pours mana into it, and forms a threatening golem from the sand. Joel boasts that even a blade can't scratch a black steel golem. Then he shows he has several more fragments in his pouch. He scatters them into the sand and makes even more golems, smugly telling Setsuna his chance of winning is basically 1 in 10,000. The number of golems is so huge that even Layla gets scared. Joel makes it worse by saying he can keep making them forever with all the sand around them. According to him, MC has no way to even reach him. Some students already think it's over and shout for him to give up before he gets hurt. Joel acts superior and says he'll listen if Setsuna has any last words. Instead, the protagonist drops a line that shatters Joel's pride. He says he's disappointed that this is Joel at his best. Joel snaps the moment he hears that. He orders every golem to attack MC. They charge in and leap at him all at once, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Joel laughs, saying Setsuna is finally paying for messing with him. From the stands, nobody can see through the dust. What they don't know is that he is slicing through the golems with ease, barely even moving from his spot. When Joel finally gets a look, the golems are nothing but broken pieces, and the protagonist says he's already mastered black steel rock. Joel is stunned because those golems were supposed to be incredibly tough. He quickly starts remaking them, reminding Setsuna he can do this endlessly. MC answers that in close combat, nothing beats close-range magic. No matter how many golems Joel makes, they only know simple moves, and that won't be enough. He jumps at the new golems and cuts them apart in an instant. His sword tears through them like butter. Joel still refuses to quit and reaches for more fragments, but Setsuna closes the distance before he can even blink. The protagonist tells him this was never a fair matchup. Joel can't move before a punch slams into his face. His glasses fly off, and he coughs up blood as he's blasted across the arena. The crowd still has no idea what's happening inside the dust. As it starts to clear, they notice only one student left standing. Before they can tell who it is, the referee declares Setsuna the winner of the first match. Joel is down on the ground. MC smiles, happy to take the first win. Layla lights up the second. She realizes he won. His haters are stunned. The protagonist winning a match is something they haven't seen in years, and most of them can't even figure out how he beat Joel. Some guess Joel lost control of his mana and destroyed himself, so they decide Setsuna just got lucky and never should have beaten Joel. But Cyrus knows the truth. Joel didn't self-destruct. MC beat him fair and square. Now that he won, actor finally starts taking him seriously. He decides he'll need a proper plan for him. With that, the tournament moves on, and the second match begins. Back in the stands, Layla excitedly greets Setsuna and asks if he's going to watch the next fight. He says yes. He wants to see if he can learn anything from it. This match is summon against formation. Right from the start, Carol from summoning takes control. She's riding a fierce wolf that fires ice attacks at the formation rep. Still, the formation fighter keeps pushing forward, cutting through the attacks to get close to Carol. Setsuna is impressed by his movement and wonders if he could move that well in close combat too. Layla admits the other departments look cool, but she only wants to get stronger in close combat magic. That makes the protagonist ask why she chose close combat when she had other paths. Layla explains that long ago, a close combat mage saved her. She and her little brother were playing in the forest when a grizzly bear attacked. Layla thought they were finished until a close combat mage rushed in. That mage beat the bear to death with his fists. Since then, Layla decided she wanted to become a close combat mage too, so she could protect people around her. She gives a nervous laugh and says maybe her reason sounds childish, but Setsuna quickly tells her it doesn't. He says that as long as she has a goal in her heart, she'll keep getting stronger. Layla beams at that. They're having a nice moment when Leo suddenly walks over. It turns out Leo is the second strongest student in the long-range department after Setsuna. He pats MC on the shoulder, says his first match was impressive, then instantly assumes Layla is MC's girlfriend. Layla turns bright red and hurriedly says he's wrong. Soon round 2 begins, and the first fight is long range versus close combat. The chosen stage is Scorching Hell, where one bad fall means the end. Seeing the lava-filled field, Drago realizes getting close to his opponent will be tough. Layla agrees the stage is rough for him, but perfect for the other side. Cyrus was the one who picked this stage, doing everything he could to give his department the win. He wants to make Setsuna pay for choosing close combat. Later, Layla comes to see him while he studies. He quickly warns her not to touch the vase on the table. It activates on contact. Once triggered, it drains all her mana. Layla is stunned and asks why something that dangerous is sitting there. The protagonist explains it was meant for him, and he already figured out the trap. Hearing that, Layla asks if he's really okay with traps being set around him. Setsuna says he's been avoiding them so far, so he should be fine. He's sure Akhtar is behind it, and the guy was careful enough to leave no proof. Right then, they hear children at the door. When they step out, the kids are holding flowers for them. The children happily say someone across the hall asked them to deliver the bouquet. But when they turn to point him out, no one is there. Layla wonders why he didn't bring them himself, and the kids say he claimed he was shy. A flower suddenly slips from the girl's hand. She says she feels dizzy. A dark aura starts to spread. Setsuna instantly kicks the flowers away. He recognizes the sign from his past life. Layla asks what's wrong, and he tells her the flowers contain a poisonous grass called venom. The kids begin coughing, they start to stumble, so MC and Layla rush to help. But Setsuna is furious that whoever did this used children in the plan. He tells Layla they need treatment fast, or the damage could become permanent. The problem is finding a healer in time. They lay the kids down, and Layla asks if it's that urgent. He says yes. Still, he tells her not to get too close. There's a chance the poison spreads nearby. Layla tells him not to worry. She can handle it. She pulls out the brooch her mother gave her. The moment Setsuna sees it, he recognizes it. Layla explains that her mother placed healing magic inside the brooch. Then she kneels over the kids and activates it. The spell works, and the dark marks on their bodies begin to fade. Layla says her mother gave it to her for emergencies, and this clearly counts. Setsuna smiles and thanks her. Then he coats himself in aura and picks up the poisonous grass. He rushes away from the kids to get rid of it before it spreads further. Venom is the deadliest poisonous flower there is. Because of that, he can't destroy it anywhere crowded or the toxins might spread. As he runs with it, he can already feel the poison creeping through his body. Setsuna heads for the sacred tree, the best place to handle it. When he gets there, he tosses the flower into the air, draws his mana blade and cuts it apart, destroying it. After that, he drops beneath the tree to recover some mana. Meanwhile, everyone is waiting for Setsuna at the arena, and many start thinking he ran away. The referee checks the time and is ready to disqualify him by default, giving Akhtar the win, until the protagonist finally arrives. He says he has no plan to forfeit. He looks furious, but dark spots still cover his body. Seeing that, Akhtar bursts out laughing and mocks him. He doesn't even deny sending the flowers. Susuna demands to know how he can poison innocent kids without caring. Akhtar plays dumb and acts like he knows nothing about poison. Then he says the kid should feel honored to be useful to someone as important as him. That only makes MC angrier. Since both fighters are present, the referee starts the match. Akhtar wastes no time launching a long-range attack. Sasuna dodges it, but Drago can tell something is off. His mana is rough and unstable. He purified the flower with help from the tree, but he was in too much of a hurry to cleanse the poison inside himself. Akhtar keeps firing blast after blast, trying to end it quickly. Susuna avoids them all, though it's wearing him down badly. Everyone can tell he's stuck on defense, and Cyrus grins, pleased that his setup is working. He's waiting by the arena entrance to watch the protagonist get humiliated. MC glances at the stands and sees Layla still hasn't returned. He worries about the kids and hopes they're okay. Akhtar notices the distraction and sends even deadlier attacks at him. Sasuna's haters immediately start talking trash, saying he can't beat a long-range mage because all he does is run. Akhtar keeps up the barrage and tells him to give up. He tries to defend with Managard, but then a much larger attack comes at him, and Managard can't hold it back. The hit lands hard, slicing him up. Akhtar laughs, saying, Susuna is already falling apart. The protagonist then asks why Akhtar still hasn't moved in to finish him. The smart move would be to stop any chance of close combat. So MC figures Akhtar is hiding something. He's been provoking him on purpose. Akhtar is surprised he caught on, but admits it was a sharp read. He says he really can't be taken lightly. Then he tells him to look around. Akhtar has turned the area between them into a huge lava pit, leaving the protagonist stranded on a tiny rock pillar. The delinquent who bet on MC nearly chokes when he sees it. Akhtar proudly says he doesn't gamble with risk. This setup was his goal from the very start. Then he fires a storm cannon. Even Drago looks worried. Akhtar declares that this attack will finish Sasuna. Then he hears Layla shouting from the stands, telling him the kids are safe. The moment he hears that, he decides to stop holding back. Now he doesn't have to worry about them. Even though he'd been bent over in pain, Susuna straightens up and tells Akhtar a comeback is starting now. Akhtar is shocked to see him standing like that. The protagonist tells him not to panic. He only used a physical boost, and he's been activating cells since the start to break down the poison in his body. Then he says Akhtar was the one who got played. While Akhtar focused on breaking the ground, MC was healing himself. Akhtar still tells him not to get cocky, saying he can't do anything in that condition. Cyrus agrees and shouts for Akhtar to finish him. Akhtar launches the storm cannon straight at Setsuna. He quickly judges his options and bets everything on one plan. Right before the attack hits, he swings his mana blade into it. The move strains him badly, but he forces enough power into it to send the storm back. Everyone is stunned, especially Drago. Before the reflected magic can hit him, Akhtar cancels it. He brags that he can handle his own spell, then mocks Setsuna, saying his tricks are over and so is the fight. But when the smoke clears, he sees the protagonist rushing him with mana blade in hand. MC stares him down and asks if he really thought that distance could keep him away. With no time to defend, Akhtar gets slashed across the chest and goes down. He tells him to ask the kids for forgiveness, not him. Akhtar collapses, and the referee names him the winner. Drago smiles at the result, but suddenly the ground beneath them breaks apart, and both of them start falling toward the lava. The protagonist realizes Akhtar is unconscious and can't save himself, so he decides to save him, boosting his legs to move faster. He grabs Akhtar, and just before they drop into the lava, Carol sends in her summoned beast, Fenrir, to rescue them. Setsuna is stunned when the huge beast appears. The crowd goes wild after what they just saw. Fenrir carries them to safety. Carol pats it while medics take Akhtar away and begin treating MC. Carol smiles and says he probably would have been okay even without her. Setsuna disagrees and tells her she really did save his life. He sees Carol as someone with both real talent and style. That makes him realize he'll need top-level prep before facing her. Now even his haters are starting to admit his win over Joel may not have been luck, since he just beat Akhtar fair and square. They know things will get ugly for them if this keeps up. Meanwhile, the headmaster calmly watches the tournament. Cyrus is furious that Akhtar lost to Setsuna, and in his rage, he swears he'll never forgive him. After the medics finish with him, the protagonist returns to the stands to meet Layla. Drago says Layla told him what happened, and he knows the protagonist had a rough time. MC asks about the kids, and Layla says they're asleep in the infirmary. She adds that the doctor expects all of them to recover. Hearing that, Setsuna gives a small relieved smile, and he suddenly feels something strange. That weird aura makes him turn around. Layla asks if something's wrong, but he says no. Even so, he can still feel that presence. It lingers over the tournament. 1 week before the final match, Setsuna still can't stop thinking about the strange presence he felt in the arena. He trains alone in the woods and summons Lionel. Lionel asks why he called him out. He says he wants Lionel to guide him again just like before. Then he speaks honestly and calls him by his old title, the Fist of Comet, Lionel. Lionel was caught off guard and asks where Setsuna heard that name. The protagonist had only been guessing before, but Lionel's reaction confirms it. This really is the man known as the Fist of Comet. He remembers hearing that name back in the Magic Corps in his past life. The Fist of Comet was known as a mighty mage who could bring down dragons with one punch. Lionel had already left the army before MC joined, so they never fought together. He has thought hard about this, and without any pride, he bows and begs Lionel to teach him that magic. Lionel scratches his head and says it's been a long time since anyone called him that. Setsuna tells him not to worry about it and says Lionel is the strongest close-range fighter he's ever seen. Lionel asks why he wants more power when he's already strong. The protagonist admits his strength still isn't enough. He doesn't want to lose to anyone, not even if his enemy is a god. That makes Lionel laugh, calling Setsuna a really interesting kid. Lionel agrees to teach him, though he says he normally wouldn't pass this magic to someone whose body is still growing. Then Lionel clenches his fist, and MC is stunned by the huge amount of mana gathering there. Just charging mana into his fist pulls in rubble like a tornado. Lionel explains this magic is why he was called the Fist of Comet, though it burns too much mana to use often. Still, one hit is usually all he needs. He tells Setsuna to watch carefully. Lionel throws the punch, and the impact wrecks the area. His eyes light up when he sees that incredible power. Lionel explains the move needs non-stop mana charging, so it's bad for one-on-one fights like the tournament. Even with that flaw, he asks if Setsuna still wants to learn it. The protagonist says yes. Since he's serious, Lionel says they should begin training. At the same time, Carol reaches the finals and is set to face MC. She holds a team meeting with a strange man, and while her guard is down, he attacks her. He places her under some kind of spell before her match with Setsuna. A week later, he looks much stronger during training with Lionel. Even Lionel is amazed. What took him 2 years to learn, the protagonist has nearly mastered in just a few days. Lionel praises him, saying he passed down the Fist of Comet, but MC has already changed it and named it Charge Bullet. Soon, the arena is packed for the final match. The showdown between Carol and Setsuna has everyone tense with excitement. Unlike before, people now think he actually has a shot, though most still expect Carol to win. The kids Setsuna saved are there too, cheering him on. This match takes place in the ruins of the goddess. To keep the crowd safe from the battle ahead, the mages set up a barrier around the stage. Layla is happy because this arena won't hold the protagonist back, but Lionel still looks uneasy. MC thinks about the promise Lionel made to teach him his magic if he won the tournament. Carol smiles and says Setsuna seems brighter than before. She tells him to give her his very best. They take their places, and once both are ready, the referee starts the match. Carol instantly summons Fenrir. The beast fires a huge blast of ice, and Setsuna barely dodges it. Right away, he realizes Fenrir's attacks freeze whatever they hit. Carol gets excited seeing him avoid it. That kind of movement only proves how skilled he is. But she warns him she won't give him room to breathe and orders Fenrir to attack again. This time, he boosts his body tenfold to dodge. Moving at incredible speed, he slips past every strike aimed at him and cuts Fenrir across the head. Lionel thinks Setsuna finally did it, but Lionel says it's not over. Summoned beasts are made of condensed mana. He explains that kind of wound means almost nothing to Fenrir, and just as he says that, the cut starts healing. Carol looks proud of her summon and praises it for showing its strength. Then she freezes the whole stage, and thanks to the barrier, the cold stays inside the arena. Fenrir's attacks become even deadlier on frozen ground. Meanwhile, the strange man who cursed Carol watches closely, eager to see how Setsuna will handle the beast. The protagonist realizes he's now at a clear disadvantage, so he decides to end this with his new move, Charge Bullet. Before he can act, Carol launches several attacks at him and keeps him on the defensive. His haters quickly start mocking him, saying he has no way to beat a summoner. Even the kids are scared as they watch Setsuna get battered around the ring. Then Lionel notices what MC is trying to do, and his eyes widen. Layla asks what's wrong, but Lionel brushes it off. Inside, though, he knows he is trying to use Charge Bullet, even though the move isn't meant for a one-on-one fight. Setsuna can only attempt it because he's fast enough to keep moving while charging it. Lionel knows that's insanely hard, but the protagonist is crazy enough to try. Seeing the way he moves, Carol starts to suspect he's planning something, and she decides to stop him first. She summons another beast, a bird. Drago is shocked. He never expected her to have a second summon. Even Lionel admits she's incredibly talented if she can control two summons at once. Before Setsuna can react, he's trapped between two savage beasts. They rush him together, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Layla thinks MC is finished, but when the smoke clears, he's still standing there, blocking both beasts with mana guard. Setsuna admits Carol is an amazing mage, so he had already guessed she might have a hidden trump card. Carol can't believe he blocked that attack, and while she's still stunned, he activates Charge Bullet to finish the match. At that same moment, the man hiding behind the scenes snaps his fingers, and the spell on Carol finally takes effect. Carol cries out as the magic takes over her body. Susanna shouts and leaps toward her to help, but then he senses the kind of magic affecting Carol and realizes to his shock that it's the evil god's power. The protagonist is thrown off by this and starts wondering what exactly is happening to Carol. Carol lifts her hand and summons a huge number of evil beasts. The crowd still doesn't realize Carol isn't the one controlling them. Lionel, however, quickly understands that the strange mana isn't coming from Carol. He yells for the referee to stop the match and bring down the barrier while demanding to know where the formation mage is. They don't know he's already been knocked out by the strange man. Worse, only the mage who made the barrier can remove it. Now Setsuna has a swarm of beasts to deal with. As he dodges them, he realizes the source of that mana must be nearby, so he decides to track it. But before he can act, the strange man drives the beasts into a fiercer attack, making sure MC has no time to plan. Under that pressure, one of the beasts finally claws him. Sashinu cries out and gets slammed to the ground. He forces himself back up, but his hands are badly torn by the claws. The man behind it all is pleased. Sure, everything is going his way because he will never find the mana source. He's also certain those injuries to the protagonist's arms will soon get him killed. Lionel is deeply worried because MC isn't getting any chance to charge Bullet, and Carol is reaching her limit too. If this keeps up, Lionel fears she'll die. Carol briefly regains some control and quietly tells him to run. He is shocked, but that confirms what he suspected. Carol is being controlled. Tears fall from Carol's eyes as she begs him to run before he dies. Setsuna tries to escape, but the summoned beasts move together so well that they cut off his escape. The protagonist grabs the unicorn and furious hurls it into the other beasts. Meanwhile, the headmaster stays seated and chooses not to step in. Somewhere else, Lionel searches for the mage who set the barrier, knowing Setsuna is nearly out of mana. He just hopes he finds him before MC dies. He keeps fighting off the summoned beasts. Then one slips into his blind spot and drives its horn into his thigh, making things even worse for him. Layla gasps when she sees how badly Setsuna's leg is torn up. Even the students who hated the protagonist start thinking Carol has gone too far. MC drops to the ground, and the man behind it all sends the beasts in to finish him. The Fenrir lunges straight at Setsuna, but he throws up his arm to block it. The Fenrir clamps down on his arm, sending pain through his whole body. He lets out a scream, then he remembers one of Lionel's lessons. When he asked what matters most in battle, Drago said you should drop your enemy with one strong hit. The protagonist argued that you have to take as little damage as possible while getting close. Lionel told them both answers were right, but they missed one thing. More than anything, he said, a fighter needs spirit, the will to keep going and land that hit. That was why Lionel put them through brutal endurance training for moments like this. Now in this desperate state, that training is the only reason Setsuna is still standing. With the Fenrir still crushing his arm, MC finally gets a chance to build up mana. He gets ready to fire Charged Bullet, and that stuns the man behind the attack. Setsuna should have been done by now, but he hid the charge in the middle of the beast's assault. Since all the summoned beasts have crowded in, he decides to wipe them out in one shot. He pours every bit of mana into his right fist, eyes burning with rage. With the beasts lined up, the protagonist unleashes Charged Bullet, and it tears through them, destroying every last one. After he wipes them out, Carol falls from the Fenrir. But before she hits the floor, Setsuna rushes over and catches her. He's relieved to see Carol is alive and lets out a long breath. The students are stunned by what Setsuna just pulled off, and with Carol unconscious, that makes him the winner. Right on cue, the referee announces MC is the tournament champion. He praises him and tells the crowd it's been more than 100 years since someone from the close combat department won the Magic Academy exchange match. The protagonist takes it in as he walks forward and raises his fist to celebrate. His supporters explode with cheers for Setsuna. Meanwhile, the people who doubted him are stunned by the technique he used, something they've never seen before. Layla beams when it finally sinks in that MC really won. Drogo is seriously impressed by how he fought, and even the delinquent who bet on him walks away with a lot of cash. Meanwhile, the man working in the shadows is furious that even after all that, he still couldn't kill Setsuna. Mad over the failure, he decides to cut off the formation mage now that he's no longer useful. As he moves to erase his tracks, he senses that they've already found the formation mage. Just as he thought, Lionel locates the formation mage, but the real culprit is already gone. Lionel rushes to the formation mage, who's completely knocked out. Then the barrier finally breaks. The headmaster enters the arena to speak with Setsuna. He brings up Carol, and the protagonist says she was probably under someone's control. The headmaster already knows and tells him to leave the rest to the academy. He's impressed by what MC showed in the tournament, so he promises to keep his word. Setsuna is glad to hear that and thanks him. As the headmaster leaves, he tells him to come to his chambers the next day. Soon after, the protagonist goes to the medical room where a healer treats him. After a while, she says his outside wounds are healed, but the damage inside will take longer, so he needs to rest. MC nods and thanks her. A knock suddenly comes from the door. It opens and Lionel, Drago, Layla, and the kids step in to check on him. They ask if he's okay, and he says he is. Layla's happy to see him doing well, and she thanks him for the win. Drago says the same and tells Setsuna he's the pride of their department. The kids crowd around him talking about how amazing he was in the fight. After celebrating with him, everyone leaves except Lionel. Lionel tells Setsuna someone attacked the formation mage, but he'll live. He adds that Carol is badly shaken and needs rest, though she'll probably be questioned when she wakes up. Lionel believes he was the real target and asks if he knows anything, but the protagonist stays silent. Later, the strange man goes to Carol's room. There's barrier magic on the door, but he breaks through it with ease. He plans to kill Carol, then go after Setsuna next. By killing her, he can erase his last link to Carol right before he can finish her. MC rushes in. He had already guessed the man would try to silence Carol and stops him just in time, but then Setsuna gets the shock of his life when he sees the face under the hood. It's Leo. Leo laughs when he realizes he's been found out, then says he left no evidence behind. Setsuna agrees there isn't proof, but after what Leo was about to do, he already knows enough. Leo gives him a cold smile and suggests they talk outside. He hates the smell of medicine. He agrees, and as they walk outside, he can feel his injuries catching up to him because the damage inside still hasn't healed. Leo asks how long the protagonist has known he was the one behind it. Setsuna says Leo disappeared right after the ceremony where they picked their magic paths, and thinking back on it gave him a bad feeling. On top of that, Leo losing his chance to represent the long-range department felt way too strange. Leo is impressed that MC pieced it all together. Then he says he can feel the same mana Leo used during the tournament. He calls it someone else's mana, and Leo asks what he means. Then Leo lets the dark mana take over, marks spreading across his face, and admits he's surprised Setsuna knows about the strange deity. Sweat runs down the protagonist's face as he realizes Leo is working for the evil god. He gets ready to stop Leo before he causes more chaos, while Leo decides it's time to get rid of MC for good. Seeing Leo means to kill him, Setsuna attacks first and swings his mana sword at him, but Leo shuts it down with ease. He is stunned and realizes he's back in the same kind of situation as when he faced the evil god. Leo explains that the evil god gave him power over mana nullification, so no magic Setsuna uses will ever reach him. The protagonist refuses to accept that and attacks again, but nothing changes. Since the nullification only works when his attack reaches Leo, MC wonders if a blind spot attack could work. He circles behind Leo and rushes in with everything he has, but his sword shatters again before it lands. Leo turns to him and says it's pointless. His mana detection is faster than Setsuna's moves. Before he can react, Leo blasts him with fire and sends him flying back in pain. Leo says he wanted to fight the protagonist after he had fully healed, but this will do. He admits Setsuna has done well, especially for a close combat mage. Still, Leo thinks he would have been better off choosing long-range magic. Even so, Leo tells him this is the end. He's going to die here. Then he fires lightning into MC's thigh, hitting him with brutal pain. He screams as blood pours from the wound, realizing Leo is targeting the same leg injured in the finals. Still writhing in pain, Satsuna forces himself to ask Leo why he's doing this. Leo says he's sick of the world and wants to see it destroyed. The protagonist can't accept that as the real reason Leo turned evil, because he knows what kind of ruin that would bring. He yells at Leo to shut up, refusing to believe this is the real Leo speaking. Leo rushes at Satsuna in anger, and MC is already thinking ahead. He knows he has to wait until Leo gets close before using his mana blade. He wants to repeat the last-second move he used against the evil god. Even in this battered state, Susuna believes he still has a chance. But Leo changes tactics and fires a long-range spell before he even gets close. He is stunned when he realizes Leo can cast way too fast. He quickly figures out the evil god's power is boosting him. Leo moves in to finish the protagonist off, but then a voice from behind orders them to stop. White flames burst in and block Leo's attack before it can hit MC. Both of them freeze at once. They already know who just stepped in. Up above, the headmaster stands with his summoned dragon, glaring down at them with a terrifying look. Then the headmaster and his beast leap down. He apologizes for being late, but Setsuna doesn't mind at all. The man just saved his life. The headmaster immediately realizes Leo was the one behind the trouble during the tournament. He says he tracked the leftover mana and followed it here. Leo was impressed he figured that out, especially since he didn't expect it from him. A huge aura suddenly pours out of the headmaster's body, so intense it nearly blinds Setsuna. He tells Leo he has no choice now. He'll have to take him in even if he hates doubting his own student. At once, the dragon fires a massive blast from its mouth that swallows the whole spot where Leo stands. Sona is amazed by how much power the dragon has, but even after taking that blazing attack, Leo is still on his feet. He blocked it with barrier magic. Leo admits that blast should have killed him, and only the evil god's authority saved him. The headmaster is shocked to see magic nullification in person for the first time. He asks if he knows that magic. The headmaster says it was written in his family's records, the House of Silver Book. Those records say that when dark powers awaken, disaster will cover the world, and magic nullification is one of those powers. Leo confidently tells the headmaster his magic won't work on him, then starts building a powerful spell that Sona recognizes as 3-element compound magic. The headmaster shuts his eyes, and when they open again, they're glowing gold. In a sharp voice, he tells the protagonist to step 2 paces right, and the protagonist notices those changed eyes. MC does exactly as he's told and barely avoids Leo's long-range strikes. The headmaster, meanwhile, slips past every attack with ease. Leo is stunned. His spell was supposed to be impossible to miss. Sensing that shock, the headmaster asks why he's surprised and reminds him he's not the only one with special power. Leo admits the headmaster is strong, but says he still won't dodge the next one. Leo pulls out all his power, releasing a huge dark aura that shoots into the sky. Seeing the evil god's power this close fills Setsuna with fear. Leo declares that when he's done, nothing of them will be left behind. The headmaster realizes this fight won't be easy. He understands it too. If both sides use their strongest moves, the whole area could be destroyed. The headmaster gives Setsuna a quick signal, and the protagonist grabs on. The headmaster chants a spell that lifts him and the dragon into the air, setting up an attack from above. Leo realizes he's trying to keep the academy from getting wrecked. From the sky, the dragon pours down its white flames, and Leo counters with an attack of his own. Leo's dark power overwhelms the dragon's flames. A huge blast shakes the air, but the headmaster doesn't follow up. Leo is surprised the old man seems to be backing off, and the headmaster calmly says he's finished. Then Sasana suddenly appears from behind the dragon and rushes Leo with a surprise attack. Leo sees him coming and just smiles, saying MC has no chance. He raises his dark magic to stop the attack, but he tells him he's depending too much on that power. Susono believes choosing close combat was the right path, and now he's going to prove it. Leo smirks and warns him not to look down on the dark power, but that smile vanishes when the protagonist tears through the barrier and slams Leo down with a crushing punch. The hit is so hard, the ground beneath Leo caves in. The headmaster is proud of how well Sasuna handled it. MC's guess was right. Speed works against the nullification. Glad he chose close combat magic. He hurries to the headmaster, who says the crisis is over, but his wounds need treatment first. Suddenly, hear Leo's voice again. Both turn and see him getting back up, admitting Sasuna impressed him. The protagonist can't believe Leo can still stand after all that. Leo says it's time to show them what else he can do. Dark energy bursts out of his body, and MC is too close to avoid it cleanly. He draws his mana sword, hoping to cut through the blast, but it overwhelms him and sends him flying. The headmaster shouts Setsuna's name as he crashes down. As he starts to lose consciousness, he realizes Leo combined long-range magic with magic nullification. Before blacking out, he sees a memory of himself and Leo training magic in the woods. It feels so real that Setsuna suddenly sees his own head as the target. With Leo ready to finish him, Leo mocks him for failing to save anyone, even the people who believed in him. That makes Setsuna cry out in pain. When he wakes up, he's in the infirmary, and Layla is beside him. Layla rushes over, clearly relieved he's alive. She tells him he's been out for 3 days. The protagonist is shocked to hear that, then clenches the sheets, furious that he lost. He hates that the evil god's power beat him for the second time. Pulling himself together, Setsuna asks about the headmaster. Layla says he's in his chamber, and she's about to say more when MC gets out of bed. Layla stares at him, asking where he thinks he's going. He says he needs to see the headmaster and confirm something, but Layla tries to stop him since he still needs rest. He taps her shoulder, apologizes for worrying her, and says he still has to go. At the same time, the headmaster is meeting with the school's professors. Just as they were wrapping up and getting ready to leave, Setsuna rushes into the room. He calls out in worry, but to his surprise, the headmaster looks fine. The headmaster says he's glad the protagonist is okay too. MC walks past the bitter Cyrus, who glares at him like he wants to choke him. Lionel pats Setsuna on the shoulder and tells him Drago and Layla were worried sick. Still, he gives him space to speak with the headmaster. Once the others leave, the protagonist bows his head and apologizes for falling short. Then he asks what happened after the fight, but his wounds flare up, making him grab his stomach in pain. The headmaster tells him not to push himself. He then explains what happened after Setsuna passed out. Leo chose to retreat because he'd burned through too much mana. He opened a portal and escaped while the headmaster watched him go, but he sensed something dark beyond that portal and realized he needs to get stronger for the real battle ahead. After hearing that, Setsuna focuses on the eyes behind the portal, and the headmaster asks if he knows something more. MC hesitates, but the headmaster presses him, telling him to share every detail he knows. Setsuna still struggles to speak, and the headmaster removes his left glove, reminding him that he already told him about his own hidden magic. He says he wants to trust the protagonist, but he needs the truth. MC is torn because he doesn't know if he's allowed to speak about the future. He also doubts the headmaster would believe he came back in time. The headmaster notices he still won't talk and asks if there's a reason he can't say it. Then an idea hits Setsuna, and he asks the headmaster to check the necklace of revival. That catches him off guard. When he looks closely at the pendant, he sees the spirit of time's blessing is gone. The headmaster wonders if it was already used in another timeline, and he says yes. Setsuna finally tells the truth. He used the necklace 10 years in the future, driven by his regrets. He explains everything, and after hearing it all, the headmaster admits that future is hard to believe without proof. Still, he knows going back 10 years is no small thing. Realizing how much the protagonist has suffered, the headmaster stands and puts his hands on his shoulders. He tells Setsuna that from now on, he'll be his support. MC lights up with joy and thanks him. Now with the headmaster on his side, he feels they finally have a real chance to fight the evil god and save the world. Then the headmaster says he'll teach the protagonist a second kind of magic to fight the evil god. He reveals it's called spirit magic, and it can't be found anywhere else. Since this is too important to do here, the headmaster says they should move somewhere else. He takes MC to the Great Sacred Tree and says he used to train there. MC is shocked since that's where he trains too. The headmaster explains that spirit magic fuses a person with a spirit, using mana to draw that power into the body. He is stunned, not fully getting how amazing this power really is. Instead of talking more, the headmaster decides to show him. He taps into his power, and his eyes turn gold. It's the same look he had when he fought Leo. Wrapped in a golden glow, the headmaster suggests a game of rock, paper, scissors that only leaves Setsuna confused. The headmaster explains that, with the protagonist still hurt, they can't spar right now. So the game starts. The headmaster keeps winning, beating Setsuna every single round. Then he explains what happened. MC just saw one of the spirit of time's powers, an eye that can see a few seconds ahead. He goes on to say there are many spirits in the world. A contract with the wind spirit lets you fly, while the water spirit helps you slip through physical attacks. He is amazed, and he quickly sees how much stronger his close combat style could become if he learned spirit magic. The headmaster says making a contract with a spirit is important, but there's a step before that. The protagonist wants to know more, so the headmaster tells him it's time to begin. He closes his eyes and lets nature flow through him. Then he tells Setsuna that spirits are everywhere. All he has to do is sense them. MC tries the same, shutting his eyes and focusing hard, asking the spirits to lend him their power so he can fight the evil god. A moment later, he opens his eyes and admits nothing happened. The headmaster says his resentment may be blocking him, which only confuses Setsuna more. He explains that to connect with nature, he needs inner peace. Instead of thinking too hard, he has to feel what's around him. The protagonist closes his eyes and tries again. He admits he always overthinks, and when he tries to focus, his thoughts just get messy. The headmaster puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him to relax and not force it. He admits it took him 3 years to become one with nature, but he believes MC can do it before the evil god arrives in 5 years. Setsuna disagrees. He says he has to learn it much sooner because they don't know when the evil god's apostles will attack again. That catches the headmaster off guard. He explains that the apostles are said to come from the same realm as the evil god, and each one uses powers completely different from normal magic. He's almost sure Leo is one of them because of the strange power he uses. The protagonist says that before going back in time, he only fought one apostle, and his long-range magic was the only reason he survived someone that strong. The headmaster realizes the apostles may be using the 12 dark powers from his family's legend. Setsuno adds that there are probably more people like Leo hiding out in the world. The headmaster understands his fear, but warns him not to push too hard or he'll lose control of the situation. Then he brings up the joint dungeon training, saying MC may be able to learn a thing or two there. He doesn't get what he means, and the headmaster says Lionel will explain it properly. He believes this training will give the protagonist a chance to break past his limits. Still, he warns that it won't be easy, so MC needs to rest well and get ready. What Setsuno doesn't know is that the headmaster has another surprise waiting in the dungeon. Elsewhere, Leo returns to the castle where the other apostles are gathered. He apologizes for showing up late, but the 10th Dark Apostle, Jagan, is already furious. The 9th Apostle, Pooker, joins in and mocks Leo for failing to kill even one student. Leo apologizes for messing up, but says he lost control when he faced his best friend, and he says it with a smirk. That only makes Jagan angrier. Leo is revealed to be the 12th apostle, and the tension between him and Jagan turns ugly fast. They're about to go at each other when the 2nd apostle, Satanisha, stops them with a single command. He reminds them they're apostles and should act like it. Next, Saint Nacha asks for their reports, but Jagan still isn't done. He calls Leo a failure and asks how they're supposed to deal with him. He's even ready to kill him on the spot. Pooker cuts in and says he'd rather handle the killing himself. Saint Nacha orders them both to back off, saying he already has a plan. He's already chosen someone else for the job, and he's sure that person will succeed. A few days after the tournament, Setsuno returns to class. Layla is still worried, saying he doesn't look ready yet, but he assures her it's only a theory class. She points out that he somehow got hurt again after the final and asks what happened. The protagonist stays quiet. The headmaster already told him not to reveal anything about the evil god. He said he'd only share that secret with professors he personally trusts. He also said the professors would handle protecting the school and searching for Leo. On top of that, the spirit magic training has been put on hold for now. Thinking back on all that, Setsuno just gives Layla his usual smile and apologizes for worrying her. Inside, though, he's focused on healing fast so he can grow even stronger. A little later, Lionel walks in and announces a joint training event. The class is surprised, so Lionel explains that this training will include students from other faculties. He says the exchange matches were for learning each magic style, but this time, they'll work together to understand each other's limits and push past them. Setsuno quickly realizes this was the headmaster's idea to improve teamwork among mages. Lionel adds that the training will take place in the 1-star underground dungeon, and because it's dangerous, only selected students can join. He tells everyone to get ready since it starts in 2 weeks. MC gets fired up right away and knows the first step is recovering in time. After class, Layla asks Setsuna to have dinner with her. She convinces him by saying they should eat plenty before training begins. As they walk through the school, students can't stop talking about him and how great he was in the tournament. They're especially shocked that a close combat mage actually won. Layla notices the change in how everyone treats him and points it out. Just then, they run into a blonde guy named Carl. He's a proud noble, and he asks if Susuna is the one who won the tournament. The protagonist says yes, and Carl immediately offers him a spot in his salon, a noble social group. Carl boasts that only respected nobles are invited, commoners and close combat mages usually aren't, but he's willing to make an exception for MC. He clearly wants Susuna badly, knowing his group would be much stronger with him. The nearby students are excited to see Carl, recruiting him in person. Carl says the protagonist needs connections and should stand with the elite instead of hanging around trash like Layla. MC instantly turns him down. Carl is stunned. He tells him his status means nothing to him and that Carl is the one wasting time. That makes Carl snap. He accuses Susuna of insulting nobles, then pulls out a golden blade. Angry, he lunges at the protagonist, trying to catch him off guard. Before he can reach him, Layla grabs his arm and stops him. She reminds him that personal fights aren't allowed on school grounds. With a terrifying look, she forces Carl down. He's completely overwhelmed and can't fight back. His friends rush over, and Carl yells at Layla to let go. In the end, Carl and his group have no choice but to back off, though not before he threatens to tell his father and get both of them punished. Layla's angry look quickly softens when she turns to Susuna, and he grins back, realizing she's getting stronger too. Then Carol shows up, smiling brightly as she waves at MC. Relieved to see her doing well, he says so, and Carol thanks him for saving her. That's why she wanted to thank him in person. Then out of nowhere, Carol asks if he'd come to her room. After that awkward invitation, Susuna, Layla, and Drago all go with Carol to her private room. She's happy to have them there and says she'll cook them a homemade meal. Layla quickly offers to help, saying Carol shouldn't do everything by herself. She's also relieved cooking was all Carol meant since her mind had gone somewhere else. Drago asks why he was invited too, and Carol says he likes having a full house. Once they enter the kitchen, Layla is shocked by all the healing ingredients there, and Carol explains she's trying to make healing dishes. Susuna, though, is still worried about Carol. But according to the headmaster, she doesn't remember anything about what happened with Layla. The protagonist wonders if Carol's memory loss came from shock or some kind of mind tampering. He is relieved no one died, but he's sure the apostle may still be targeting other students. Drago sees MC zoning out and snaps him back to the moment. He complains that Susuna keeps carrying everything by himself and tells him to rest for once. He isn't sure he can really do that. Then loud voices come from the kitchen. The noise is so intense, it sounds more like a workout than cooking. A moment later, Carol comes out and asks Drago to help in the kitchen. He agrees. Before he can react, she ties a maid apron on him and says it was the only one left. Stuck with it, Drago heads in with the girls. Not long after, the meal is ready and the table is packed with food. Setsuna is stunned. Carol worries she made too much, but the protagonist tells her it's fine. He plans to finish it since everyone worked hard to make it. Then he grabs a spoon and boosts his stomach with magic to help him digest faster. Setsuna digs in and starts tearing through the food in front of him. Layla asks if he's okay, and he says he is. His eyes stay fixed on the egg soup. Drago notices and says there's more, proudly adding that he made the soup himself. MC quickly asks for another serving. That leaves Carol a little shaken. She just lost a cooking battle to a guy. Setsuna enjoys the warm, fun mood, but it reminds him of his past life. Back then, the evil god destroyed moments like this. This time, he swears he won't let that happen again. 2 weeks pass, and the day of the joint training arrives. The students gather at the dungeon entrance. Drago asks Setsuna if he's fully recovered. The protagonist says he's back to normal, thanks to the healing meals from Drago and the girls, and he thanks them with a smile. Drago says he was glad to help and adds that the food only worked because MC kept eating it. Since he is on Drago's team, Drago feels they have nothing to fear. Soon, the upperclassmen arrive. One of them comes over and introduces himself as Mifune, a third year from the formation department. A girl named Yuzuha is with him. Drago and Setsuna introduce themselves too. They're on the same team, and Mifune tells the protagonist to give it everything he's got. After the two leave, Drago says Mifune seems like a good guy, and MC agrees. They have no idea Mifune is actually garbage and already planning to sabotage them. Once everyone is there, the teacher leading the training speaks to them. His name is Giovanni, and he explains the exercise. The dungeon is the ruin of a sealed demon. Ancient undead live inside, but it's still ranked as a 1-star dungeon. Their job is to defeat monsters during the training. Giovanni explains that their performance will be recorded through a bracelet of memory. Monster drops count as bonus points, and the top team will earn academy rewards. The best individual student will get a chance to train with the kingdom's Magus battalion. That gets Setsuna excited. The battalion is the kingdom's strongest mage force, and in his past life, he met many of his comrades there. If he joins again, he may get to see those old allies sooner. Giovanni hands each student a bracelet. He warns them not to go too deep since stronger monsters may be waiting below. If they're in danger, they just need to pour Mina into the bracelet to return to the entrance. Setsuna is aiming for first place, but he knows Drago wants to compete with him too. That makes the rivalry even stronger. The two trade looks both eager to see who will do better. When the teacher gives the signal, they're the first to release a huge aura and charge into the dungeon. From what Setsuna knows, the ruins were built by an ancient civilization, and much of them still hasn't been explored. Just as expected, the monsters attack any intruder. He also knows the teleport bracelet doesn't remove all danger. He and Drago take the lead until they reach a wide chamber filled with old plant life. That makes Setsuna wonder if people really once lived here. He recalls the principal saying, this training would matter for future missions. The protagonist wants to master spirit magic and finish as the top student here. Soon, the others catch up and Mifune comments on how fast they were. He's completely worn out. Before long, they reach the point where the path split. After a short talk, Mifune points out the route he thinks they should take. He says going deeper is the best move, and since this is a point contest, Setsuna thinks the choice makes sense. Still, he notices the wall ahead is fake because the plants covering it look wrong. Mifune says there may be another room behind it. Mifune brushes that off as coincidence. Drago backs Setsuna up, saying he can hear wind from the other side. With one punch, he smashes the wall and reveals a hidden room. He grins at Mifune and says this means they're probably on the right path. Mifune has to admit he was right and they rush down the new route. Mifune is sure they'll rack up plenty of points. As usual, Drago and Setsuna move first, but suddenly a boulder drops toward them. Drago reacts at once and slices the boulder apart with his mana sword. The protagonist can tell Drago is fired up, and Drago says he wants everyone to see how amazing close combat magic can be. More than that, he's determined not to lose to Setsuna. Then MC senses a projectile flying at him. He dodges just in time, and it slams into the wall instead. Drago notes how much their reflexes and awareness have improved. He suggests they clear the traps first so Mifune and Yuzuha can move safely. A little later, they enter a room with a chest. While Drago and Setsuna are still checking it out, Mifune rushes in and claims the chest for himself, stealing the credit. He puts on an innocent smile, thanks Drago, and gets 15 points. Drago is stunned by that and realizes this is really a race for rewards. He vows not to lose the next one. Still, he and Setsuna let it go for now and keep moving deeper. Drago soon finds another chest, and just as he's about to take it, Mifune uses a long-range formation spell to snatch it again. That puts him at 30 points, and he still acts innocent. Even though Drago keeps finding the chests, he's still at 0. He ignores the warning signs and keeps exploring. Soon, he finds an enemy knight, weakens it, and moves in for the final blow. But as usual, Mifune jumps in and cuts off the knight's head, stealing the credit again. Mifune reaches 40 points while Drago stays at 0. Then they hit a group of monsters that needs teamwork. Mifune can't take everything this time, so Drago earns 10 points, while Yuzuha reaches 30. Not long after, Drago finds another chest, and Mifune steals that one too, bringing himself to 55 points. By now, Drago is exhausted from doing all the work with no reward. Mifune admits he's strong, but says he lacks vision and won't get far. Stuck at 10 points, Drago is getting seriously angry. Then Setsuna, sitting at 25 points, steps in. He says how they split the dungeon rewards matters a lot. Mifune has been taking Drago's points for himself, and he asks if that's really how he works. Mifune just mocks Drago, saying he uses his brain while Drago only has muscle. Then he claims people use each other to reach their goals and tells them to do the same if they don't like it. Setsuna finally sees that Mifune is a sly cheat who can teleport easily by using 2 different formation circles. Still, the protagonist has already spotted the weakness in that trick. He also notices Yuzuha doesn't seem to care much about points, which makes him think she may have another motive. The group keeps moving, and Mifune smugly says they'll clear the dungeon soon. He's now at 80 points while Yuzuha has 50. Meanwhile, Setsuna is stuck at 35 and Drago is still struggling with 10. Soon, they enter a room that feels very different. Mifune spots a chest ahead and instantly activates his teleportation circle to grab it, but this chest is different. The moment Mifune touches it, dark fire blasts him. A crushing aura pours out of the chest, and when it opens, a terrifying monster appears, something way too strong for a one-star dungeon. This creature is called the King of Death, and its dark flames can drag people into nightmares. Then the team is stunned when the King of Death actually talks, warning that they'll pay for waking him up. Setsuna instantly knows this thing is deadly, so he tells Drago to carry the injured Mifune out while he holds it off. But Drago refuses to retreat. He sees a pile of points, not a threat. The monster fires another blast at the wounded Mifune, but MC cuts through the flames. Drago rushes the monster only to run into a magic circle. With nowhere to dodge, he takes the hit. Luckily, he gets his mana guard up just in time and survives. The King of Death then spawns several magic circles at once. That tells Setsuna all he needs to know. This is at least a 4-star monster. Dark fire closes in on him from every side. At the same time, Mifune is being targeted too. The protagonist has to yell at him to snap out of it. Then Drago jumps in and cuts down the dark flames. Mifune wakes up just in time to see Drago saving him. Drago reaches out and tells him to help. Mifune takes his hand and gets back up. Yuzuha is targeted next by the magic circles, and she freezes in fear, forcing Setsuna to rush over and save her. He asks if she's okay, and she smiles, says she is, and thanks him for saving her. Drago keeps the monster busy until Setsuna joins him again, telling him it's time to get serious. Instead of backing them up, Mifune is already thinking about how to steal the points and run. Drago can tell something's wrong and asks if he's plotting again, but Mifune insists he has no bad intentions toward the people who saved him. Still, deep down, he's already waiting for a chance to betray them. Drago makes it clear Mifune isn't getting the points this time. Setsu gets ready to face the monster and realizes he failed to finish Leo last time because he didn't have enough time to use Charge Bullet properly. In a flashback, MC and Drago train with Lionel, who brings out bracelets filled with weight magic. He says wearing them will make them stronger over time, but he didn't want Setsuno using one yet because he was still healing. Lionel warns that it's an old-school method and has to be used with care. Instead of backing off, he gets excited to try it. Back in the dungeon, the protagonist removes the weight bracelets from his arms and legs. He's used to them now, and the second they come off, his body feels light. Drago does the same. Even the impact when they hit the floor shows how heavy they are. Mifune is stunned and starts wondering what kind of crazy gear they've been wearing. With the restraints gone, Setsuna and Drago burst toward the monster at top speed, boosting their bodies to move even faster. Drago targets the magic circles and smashes them apart with his fists. He quickly reaches the King of Death and swings for its head, but the monster catches him by the leg. That still doesn't save the monster because Setsuna comes in from the side and kicks it. The two land a perfect combo attack together, and a huge blast follows. Mifune can only stare as purple smoke fills the whole area. Setsuna and Drago's teamwork ends with the monster losing its head from that joint kick. When MC checks his points, they jump to 50, and Drago gets the same. Since they beat the monster together, the points were split between them. Mifune is left in shock. He and Drago hadn't even been using their full strength before. After that, the protagonist turns to ask Yuzufa if she's hurt, but to everyone's surprise, she's gone. While they're trying to figure out where she went, the ground starts shaking hard. Then the floor collapses beneath them, and Mifune nearly drops in, but Setsuna grabs him and pulls him back. When they look down, they see a swarm of undead climbing up from below. Knowing they may not be able to handle that many at once, the group is forced to pull back. Setsuna can't help wondering why this dungeon is acting so strangely. Before they can fully retreat, the monsters swarm them. MC shouts for everyone to aim for the heads if they want the undead to stay down. Mifune has no choice but to fight, but he soon notices they aren't getting any points. He quickly figures out why, and it's because the undead are being revived by dark magic. Drago complains about the endless numbers while Mifune admits this dungeon is abnormal. The monsters here are far beyond 1-star level. Then Setsuna senses where the magic is coming from, the lower floors. He asks if the others can feel that same power from below, but Mifune can't sense anything and thinks he's wrong. The protagonist says he's sure of it even if he doesn't know whose magic it is. Since they still aren't certain, Drago says they should check and jumps down first. Mifune hesitates to follow. MC tells him he has no choice. Staying up here will just get him killed. Angry Mifune asks if MC is looking down on him, but he says he's only stating the truth. He reminds Mifune that his only move so far has been stealing points from Drago. With that, the protagonist jumps down too. Mifune decides both the team and the dungeon are a complete mess, but he still has to follow. As they fight on, Mifune asks if the two trained together before because their teamwork is way too smooth. Drago just calls him too talkative. Mifune says he'd rather talk than listen to the undead screeching. Then Satsuna points left and says he feels a strong magic source there. The three follow that path and soon find an eyeball monster that seems to be the source of the strange magic. Satsuna is shocked. This is his first time seeing a monster like that. Mifune, meanwhile, starts plotting again. Drago notices and pretends to stretch before using the chance to punch Mifune in the face. He casually apologizes for stretching, but the hit already landed. Right after that, MC destroys the eyeball monster while Mifune is still reeling, earning 10 more points. Drago then senses the monsters gathering around them again, likely because they noticed their magic source is gone. He doesn't mind. Now they can finally earn points from killing them. Drago is fired up too, and seeing that Mifune braces himself so he won't be left behind. Before they charge in, Satsuna asks Mifune if he knows anything about where Yuzua went. Mifune says no, and guesses she ran off because she got scared. The protagonist doesn't buy that. When the King of Death attacked, Yuzua didn't look scared at all. On top of that, they've run into monsters that should never appear in a one-star dungeon. Since the eyeball monster was feeding out dark magic, Satsuna starts to suspect the apostles are involved. If that's true, Drago and the other students could be in real danger. All MC can do is hope Layla and the others are safe. Then the monsters rush in, and Drago welcomes them with a grin because all he sees is more points. Neither of them holds back. Drago crushes monsters with heavy punches while he cuts them apart with his mana sword. By the time the wave is cleared, Satsuna reaches 200 points, and Drago climbs to 210. Mifune hits 100, and since that's all he wanted, he decides it's time to leave. Drago is surprised and asks if he really won't look for Yuzua, his so-called friend. Mifune laughs and says Yuzua isn't his friend at all. They only met yesterday. According to him, she was just acting friendly, and he figures she's already outside somewhere crying in fear. Satsuna is surprised they only met yesterday. Done talking, Mifune tries to teleport out by activating his bracelet, but nothing happens. That leaves him stunned. The protagonist tells him their only option now is walking back to the surface. Mifune starts calling out, saying something is clearly wrong. Drago agrees and asks the same thing. Right then, MC senses that strange magic again. He tells the other two he's gonna find Yuzua and says he'll be fine. Mifune is so surprised that he starts teasing him, asking if he's fallen for her. Drago shuts that down and says he's coming too. Satsuda tells Drago he can feel a dangerous power below them and warns him not to overdo it. Drago agrees, but cowardly Mifune insists they should head outside and report everything to Professor Giovanni. Mifune asks why he is so sure Yuzua is somewhere below them. The protagonist says he can still feel Yuzua's weak mana, then tells Mifune he can leave and report everything to Giovanni. Satsuna and Drago head down into the deeper floors, leaving Mifune unsure what to do. He wants to go with them because walking out alone scares him, and while he's still hesitating, Drago comes back and pats him on the shoulder, telling him to help look for Yuzua so they can all get out together. Mifune gives in, hoping they find her fast and leave. As they go deeper, Mifune asks how MC can sense Yuzua's mana when he and Drago can't. Satsuna says it comes from constant training, but Mifune clearly thinks that's nonsense. When they reach a lower floor, Drago feels a sudden chill. He also notices the whole place feels different. A strange sound echoes from farther ahead. Satsuna points toward where it's coming from. Drago moves first and spots someone up ahead. Then they realize it's Yuzua. Drago starts asking if she's okay, but they quickly see something is very wrong. Her face looks like the undead, and she's sitting inside a magic circle. Even so, she reaches out and begs them for help. Mifune instantly regrets coming with them. Drago tries to rush to Yuzua, but Satsuna stops him and warns him not to get close, catching Drago off guard. He explains they're looking at an ancient trap. He figures the dungeon's traps are being triggered by an item filled with dark magic, something he saw in his past life. He doubts Yuzuna did this to herself and thinks someone else set the whole thing up. Satsuna says the trap can only be broken with special magic. They need a magic weapon to destroy the circle under Yuzuha. He tells them to leave the circle to him, and Drago agrees. The protagonist draws his mana blade and charges it before slashing the magic circle. The strike shatters the circle and frees Yuzuha from its control. Yuzuha collapses into MC's arms. Right before passing out, she mutters that she can't let Setsuna go. He then notices the magic source, an earring she's wearing. Mifune jumps in saying Yuzuha was reckless to end up like this, then asks if she'll be okay. The protagonist admits he doesn't know and says they should regroup with the others. Carrying Yuzuha on his back, he's now sure the apostles are behind this. Drago says he has a lot of questions, but he'll wait until they're out. Then Setsuna asks Mifune if the bracelet works now. Mifune tests the bracelet, but nothing changes, and he wonders if Giovanni gave them a broken magic tool. Mifune checks Yuzuha's bracelet too, but that one doesn't work either. Drago says they should keep moving, but then an earthquake shakes the room, and all of them bolt in panic. Mifune is terrified, wondering what is even happening anymore. A moment later, they end up trapped even after Drago tries hard to smash open a path. Instead of forcing through, Setsuna says they need to find a safer route. Elsewhere, Layla and her team search for students buried under rubble. They soon find one trapped under fallen rocks and pull him free. Layla uses the healing magic in her brooch to ease his pain, and while she does, she quietly prays that Setsuna and Drago are safe. Still stuck, Drago asks if he can use charged bullet. He says he can, but it might trigger another quake. Drago says it's worth it if it clears the rubble, but the protagonist worries the air is getting thin, and soon they won't be able to breathe. To make it worse, they're already worn out from fighting monsters. Mergi says there is one way out, but it may mean going even deeper underground. Drago worries about Mifune and Yuzuha, but Setsuna says he'll handle it alone, which shocks Mifune with how sure he sounds. Mifune admits he is strong, but warns that stronger monsters live deeper down, so he thinks he should stay with them. The protagonist says he could be wrong, but he thinks the earthquake means the dungeon boss woke up. A stronger mana is blocking teleportation, which means this dungeon isn't 1 star anymore. Drago is amazed by how much MC knows, and the MC lets it pass, knowing his experience comes from exploring dungeons in the past. Mifune asks if Drago will stay behind with them, and after hearing yes, he tells Setsuna to mark his path in case things go bad. He agrees and promises he'll save them. As he heads out, the protagonist wonders how strong the boss must be to affect the whole dungeon and its monsters. He also worries how useful his close-range magic will be. While cutting through undead in his way, MC wishes he had fire or purification magic to make this easier. The weakness of close combat magic is simple. It has no elemental traits, and most of it is direct attack magic. Even so, he keeps cutting the monsters down. Some burning drive inside him keeps him going. Back at the rubble, Drago keeps trying to find a way through. Mifune finally admits close combat magic is amazing and confesses he's been cheating while Setsuna and Drago outclassed him the whole time. He sounds pretty miserable admitting it. Drago tells him to quit acting scared because they're getting out of the dungeon. Then he shouts for Layla and her team, saying they're trapped and need help. Layla presses her ear to the rubble to hear him better. Once Drago explains they're trapped and Setsuna went to find a way out, Layla and her team start clearing the rubble right away. As the protagonist goes deeper, he notices the air has changed again. Soon, he spots an exit ahead, but the boss's awakening has blocked any way to reach it. He looks around and sees nothing, but knows he can't relax for even a second. Then he feels a strange aura behind him, and his instincts scream danger, making him jump away at once. An unknown monster strikes the spot where he was standing, blowing it apart. Setsuna barely avoids being killed. When he turns to see what attacked him, the sight nearly freezes him. It's a terrifying 2-headed hydra, and the exhausted MC is suddenly stuck in a brutal 2-on-1. He wonders if this hydra is behind the dungeon's strange behavior. Then he notices its body is corrupted, meaning someone forced it back to life. Setsuna quickly concludes only someone blessed by the evil god could pull that off. While he's still thinking, the hydra releases a green mist from its body. He doesn't know exactly what it is, but he knows he can't get caught in it, so he jumps back. At the same time, he realizes the only way out is to defeat the hydra. With that in mind, the protagonist holds his breath and prepares to fight. He jumps into the air and charges straight at one of the heads. He lands a solid hit, and the monster gets furious. It lashes out wildly, but Setsuna dodges every strike. Still holding his breath, he circles around to its back. MC remembers fighting hydras in his past life, and he knows they won't die unless the heads are fully destroyed. That means he has to take the heads down one by one. But his earlier strike failed because the skull was too thick, so he changes his target. This time, he aims for a weak point, the neck, and he manages to slice off one head, but the remaining head almost melts him with a liquid attack. His cape gets torn apart, but he escapes alive. Sasuna is grateful the corrosive attack didn't hit him directly, or he'd be dead. Then, as if things weren't bad enough, he watches the severed head grow back. He realizes the Hydra can regenerate because of the undead power keeping it going. That leaves only one answer. He has to cut off both heads at the same time. Setsuna knows this fight would be far easier if he could use long-range magic, so he decides his only shot may be the secret move he still has up his sleeve. In a flashback, Lionel finds him trying to make 2 mana swords, but he's struggling to control them. Lionel still praises him for already surpassing his peers, then realizes the protagonist's body can't keep up with the powerful image in his mind. Lionel tells him this kind of skill normally takes a close combat mage around 20 years to learn. Right now, Setsuna's student body isn't ready for it, and his mana flow is still blocked. So before anything else, he has to learn to control mana inside his body. Hearing that, MC finally understands that close combat mages handle mana very differently from long-range mages. So he sits down and starts training that control. Back in the fight with the Hydra, he realizes this untested technique is his only shot. He decides the safest path is to make the first mana sword work properly. If he can pull off the first strike cleanly, then he can follow with the second. Setsuna leaps at the Hydra and lands a blow with the mana sword, but it still isn't enough. He realizes the attack needs more power. He tries to steady his landing, but the Hydra catches him off guard with a tail strike. Even so, Setsuna manages to land on his feet, then he goes for one more attempt. While he's still putting the attack together, the Hydra fires corrosive liquid at him. The protagonist barely avoids it with a burst of speed, burning through even more mana. Soon, he feels something weighing on his body and assumes the poison is affecting him. That makes it clear he has to end this fast. He charges the Hydra knowing he only has one chance. Holding his breath, he stays focused and draws the monster along. The Hydra rushes after him. Then, with total focus, he finally forms 2 mana swords at once. Before the Hydra can react, Setsuna cuts off both heads. A huge bloody blast erupts behind him. MC is relieved that it worked. Still, he knows he's far from mastering that move. Right then, a strange man appears, clapping. He praises him for beating his creation despite being a close combat mage, and says he finally understands how he defeated Leo. As the man comes closer, the protagonist gets a better look at him and realizes it's Professor Giovanni. MC shows no fear, which only impresses Giovanni more. He says he isn't shocked. He always stays ready for the unexpected. Giovanni praises how sharp he is. Then Setsuna says he has 2 questions. He asks if Giovanni is an apostle and why he's doing all this. Giovanni pauses and says the protagonist's performance in the tournament caught his eye. That made him want an undead puppet of his own. He admits he was the one who cursed Yuzu. Setsuna gets furious, realizing Giovanni planned this from the start. Giovanni says Yuzu wanted to join him, and he simply used that to his advantage. He's pleased she never got suspicious of the earring he gave her. What annoys him is that Yuzua resisted becoming undead at the last second. MC is sick of hearing Giovanni's garbage and swears he'll take him down. Elsewhere, Layla and the others clear the rubble and manage to rescue Drago, Mifune, and Yuzua. Drago thanks everyone for pulling him out. Layla notices the ground has stopped shaking, and Drago says that might mean Setsuna already beat the dungeon boss. Mifune happily adds that the bracelet's mana signal is back. Layla suggests moving up so they can teleport to safety, but Drago says he's going back for him and tells Layla to look after the others. She agrees and says she'll wait for him outside. Drago thanks her, then runs deeper into the dungeon. Back with Setsuna and Giovanni, Giovanni says he's excited to see how the protagonist plans to punish him. MC charges in furious and swings to crush him. Giovanni stops the attack with ice, so his punch slams into a frozen wall. He barely has time to react before an ice spike shoots up from below. Setsuna avoids being skewered, but his face gets cut. Giovanni mocks him, saying a close combat mage has no chance against attacks like his. The protagonist quickly realizes that as a formation mage, Giovanni can counter from his setup, so he knows he must finish this quickly. But after the Hydra fight, his mana is almost gone. He also notices Giovanni's magic works like Mifune's. That means Giovanni has to prepare something at the teleport point before using it. Keeping that in mind, Setsuna rushes him again. But before he can strike, he scans the area to find Giovanni's magic circle. He's too late. An ice shard pierces his shoulder. The pain makes him cry out. MC drops to his knees, and Giovanni tells him to give up. But MC refuses. He won't stop until Yuzuha's curse is broken. That shocks Giovanni. He asks how he knows the curse can be undone, and why he's so desperate to save Yuzuha after she was willing to sacrifice him to become undead. Then Giovanni says he'll lift the curse on one condition. The protagonist must swear loyalty to him. He says this while grabbing the protagonist by the head. Setsuna angrily rejects him, saying he'll never serve someone like Giovanni. He swings at Giovanni's head, but the blow is blocked by ice again. This time, though, MC figures out where Giovanni will appear next. As Giovanni starts coming out of the magic circle, he is already on him. Giovanni is stunned to see the protagonist waiting there. He can't believe his magic was read so quickly. Before he can respond, Setsuna slices off his hand, but Giovanni still has more tricks. He smiles and praises MC's smart move. Then he grows the hand back, revealing that he too is undead. Giovanni says the evil god saved him when he was close to death. Now he calls himself that god's masterpiece blessed with immortality. He goes on about how humans are weak because they age and die, so his goal is to turn everyone into undead. Grinning at Setsuna, Giovanni reminds him he's out of strength and tells him to surrender while he still can. He knows he's right. He's starting to black out, but he still searches for a way to win first. Then he senses a familiar mana signature. A smile appears on his face. Help has arrived. Setsuna stays still, and Giovanni activates the circle beneath him to begin the ritual. The moment he starts focusing on it, Drago appears behind him and hurls a rock. It flies so fast it tears through Giovanni's mouth and part of his head. The protagonist follows with an uppercut, but Giovanni's body turns to ice again, letting him escape to another magic circle. Drago rushes over and asks if MC is okay, and MC thanks him for arriving just in time. Drago worries about his injuries, but he says he's still able to fight. Then he asks about the others. Drago explains that Layla saved their seniors and that they're already escaping the dungeon. The protagonist smiles, glad Layla has become someone reliable. Giovanni emerges from another magic circle, furious that Drago ruined his ritual. Drago is shocked to see him, and Setsuno explains that Giovanni is the one behind everything. Hearing that, Drago gets angry and says he'll punish the traitor in their academy. MC explains Giovanni's trick. He turns his body into ice when attacked, then counters right away. He warns Drago to dodge instantly and adds that Giovanni can teleport but not non-stop. So the plan is simple. Drago forces Giovanni to teleport while he waits at the destination. Since Giovanni's regeneration is slowing down, he believes they can finish him there. With the plan set, Drago rushes Giovanni. Just like expected, Giovanni turns to ice and jumps to the next teleport point, but Setsuna is already waiting, not caring even if the cold damages him. He drives a mana-coated right punch into Giovanni, then follows with a left that tears through Giovanni's body as he screams. Giovanni is blasted into a wall, with most of his upper body destroyed by Setsuna's rage-fueled attack. After pushing himself that far, the protagonist collapses. Giovanni still isn't finished, and he pulls out an item given to him by the evil god. Using it, he starts fusing with the Hydra. As the change begins, he angrily tells them he'll make sure they know true fear as his monstrous new form towers over them. Lying there battered, Setsuna realizes that at this rate, both he and Drago will die. Through his blurry vision, he spots a burning image inside Giovanni's transformed body. Then he remembers what the principal said, that spirit magic strengthens the body by merging it with a spirit. It can only happen in a completely empty state. Now that all his strength is gone, MC finally feels the emptiness the headmaster meant. He senses a spirit nearby, and with his last bit of strength begs for its power to save his friends. Then a voice suddenly snaps at him to shut up, and Setsuna freezes. In the next instant, he's pulled into a strange new dimension. He looks around confused. This place is nothing like the dungeon. He turns around and finds a giant creature of fire staring down at him. Setsuna wonders if this is one of the spirits the headmaster mentioned. If so, this spirit has a huge titan-like body and wild violent mana. Just being near it makes the protagonist's legs shake. Still, he forces himself to speak and tells the spirit the evil god is threatening him and his friends. If he wants to save them, he needs the spirit's power. The spirit looks down at him and coldly says not to get arrogant. Then it flares with rage, and the ground around it bursts into flames. Even from far away, Setsuna can feel how overwhelming that fire is. The spirit glares at him and asks what it would gain from helping. Before MC can react, a flaming boulder slams into him and pins him down. Stunned, he asks why the spirit is acting like this. The answer is simple. The spirit says it has no reason to grant his wish. To prove it means business, it presses the boulder down harder on Setsuna's throat, while raising the heat even more. Soon he is swallowed by flames. The spirit says it will turn this place into hell for him. The fire tears through the protagonist, and the pain is so bad he screams. Even so, he knows if he can't convince this spirit, both he and his friends are finished. The spirit is surprised to see Setsuna still awake after turning the flames up further. A normal human should have blacked out by now. Then the fiery spirit senses the spirit of time inside MC and wonders why it's there, but he still refuses to give up even while burning alive. He yells for the spirit to hear him out. That stubborn resistance catches the spirit off guard, and it also senses the evil god and the apostles tied to him. Hearing that, Setsuna quickly says he wants the power to defeat them. The fiery spirit still won't bend. Tells him it'll burn him to ash instead. The protagonist fires back that he doesn't care. He's not backing down. That answer finally reaches the spirit. At last, it tells Setsuna to prove his worth. A huge blast of fire breath pours over him and swallows his whole body, even his soul. MC is completely overwhelmed by the flames, but he stays conscious by thinking of his friends. The pain is unbearable, yet he pushes through it and tells the spirit he can't die until the evil god and his followers are beaten. The spirit is stunned by how much Setsuna can endure, admitting no one has ever lasted a whole year in this realm. He can't believe he's taking all this pain just to protect his friends. Soon, the spirit notices he is finally starting to black out, but he's already done enough to earn its respect. So the fiery spirit grants him its powerful crest and orders him to wipe out the evil god and his vile followers. With that, Setsuna is thrown out of the fire realm and back into his body. Meanwhile, Drago is getting beaten down by Giovanni, unable to properly deal with the ice attacks. Giovanni is shocked. Drago is still standing after everything he's taken and mocks how stubbornly he keeps clinging to his pride. He sneers that stubbornness won't save him. Drago can't even move now after the beating, and Giovanni grabs him with ease, saying he's about to finish this. He adds that Setsuna will be next and laughs that the two friends will make fine corpses together. Then Giovanni throws Drago aside, and with Managard no longer an option, he has no way to defend himself. Drago lies there helpless, watching Giovanni get ready to kill him, and finally accepts he may die. He remembers his father telling him to protect his friends with close combat magic and hates that he might fail that wish. Giovanni unleashes a corrosive attack at him, kicking up a cloud of dust. When it clears, he expects to see Drago torn apart, but instead, there's no body at all, only the ruined ground. Giovanni starts wondering where Drago went when he suddenly feels a warm presence nearby. He turns and sees Setsuna in a blazing new form, holding Drago after saving him at the last second. The protagonist even has red hair now, a sign of his awakening. Giovanni is left stunned, unable to understand what kind of form MC just unlocked. He barely has time to think about it before Setsuna vanishes from sight. A moment later, he's already in front of Giovanni. He throws a crushing punch that blasts Giovanni into the wall. As Giovanni slams into it, he can't understand how a close combat mage is using elemental power. Then he notices something worse. Setsuna's attack didn't just hurt him, it also slowed his regeneration. That makes it clear this flame is no ordinary fire. Then Giovanni spots another crest on the protagonist's hand. He can't accept that MC now carries two magic paths in one body. For the first time, Giovanni starts trembling before his firepower. He doesn't want to admit he's actually afraid, so he reminds himself he's undead and beyond fear of death, then spits out a poison mist, bragging that no living thing can survive it. Setsuna proves him wrong with one flaming punch. That single blow cuts straight through the poison wave. He knocks it aside with ease, leaving Giovanni shaken and wondering where this power came from. Before he can think longer, Setsuna rushes in and lands another flame-covered punch. The hit makes Giovanni curse out loud. He's sent flying again, but amazingly, the protagonist still isn't done. Then the power suddenly misfires, and MC passes out. Giovanni quickly realizes he still doesn't know how to control this power and mocks him for blacking out in the middle of a fight. He moves in at once, trying to take advantage with a punch, but Setsuna dodges it anyway, shocking him. Giovanni can't understand how, then figures out the protagonist is moving on instinct and decides to lock him down. He unleashes his ice magic, and this time it lands. Ice shards pierce MC and pin him in place. Giovanni praises his power for a second, then says he's still just a child compared to real fighters. He charges in to cut off Setsuna's head and prove the undead are superior. But just before he reaches him, Giovanni suddenly sees his own arm fly away. He looks down and finds Layla standing in front of him, mana sword in hand. Layla apologizes for being late and promises nothing will happen to him again. Giovanni curses himself for focusing only on the protagonist and missing Layla's arrival, but he still thinks he can kill her fast. Layla glances back at Setsuna, confused by the changes in him, but she decides to protect him for as long as she can. At the same time, MC finds himself back in the fire dimension. The fire spirit mocks him for passing out from such weak flames, and he asks what went wrong since he thought they had already become one. Then he notices Layla has joined the fight, and she's in danger. Desperate, Setsuna begs the spirit to teach him how to use this power, so he can get back, but the spirit says he'll have to figure that out himself. It explains this is the first time it has ever given its power to a human, leaving the protagonist stunned. At the same time, he sees Layla struggling against Giovanni. She does everything she can to hold him off, but Giovanni is far too strong for her. He keeps striking her, then smashes her into Setsuna's frozen body. Layla coughs up blood, but she still refuses to quit. She remembers Memsi telling her that strong resolve can make her stronger. That resolve flares up now as she fights to protect her friend. But even then, she's still no match for Giovanni and gets beaten down again. Seeing that ignites something fierce inside Setsuna, the fire spirit pushes him further, teasing him about standing beside his future girlfriend. When he still gives no answer, the spirit decides to finish him itself. It unleashes an enormous wave of fire that completely engulfs him. Back in the real fight, Giovanni is still toying with Layla when he suddenly senses something change. Setsuna rises, flames wrapping around his body. He lunges at Giovanni and grabs him by the head, then unleashes the flame spirit's magic, Inferno Blaze. Fire erupts from the protagonist and floods the whole area. Setsuna pins Giovanni down with one hand as flames pour off his body. He tells him immortality sounds nice, but humans fight so hard because they know their time is limited. He says he truly understood flame magic right when death was closing in. Giovanni calls this impossible, but MC only makes the fire burn hotter. The flames slam into Giovanni once more. Then he hears Layla call out. She asks if he's really the same protagonist. He tells her he hasn't changed and gives her a big smile, promising everything will be okay. Moving over to Layla, Setsuna thanks her for protecting him while he was unconscious. He asks about her injuries, and she says she's fine, just happy he and Drago made it through. From across the room, Drago admits he never thought Layla would show up. Layla explains that their seniors already escaped with teleportation magic, but she had a bad feeling and came back to check on them. She adds that she sent the other students to report everything to the professors, so help should be on the way. MC is just about to praise her when all the power he used catches up to him and his body stops moving. He drops to the floor, and his red hair fades back to its normal color. Luckily, help arrives right then. A rescue team rushes in after hearing what happened. One of them moves to support Setsuna, but he tells them to treat his friends first. He looks over and sees the others already being helped. He smiles, realizing things worked out in the end. Then he finally blacks out, and when he wakes up again, he finds himself in the infirmary. As his mind clears, Setsuna jokes to himself that he's becoming a regular in the infirmary. Even so, he's glad everyone made it through. Just then, Lionel walks in, surprised to see him awake already. The protagonist immediately asks about his friends. Lionel points out that he's been unconscious for 3 days, yet he's still worrying about everyone else first. Lionel tells him his friends and seniors are all okay, and that he's the last one in the group to wake up. He says he heard Setsuna fought a powerful enemy, but the headmaster already took care of everything after that. MC is relieved, though he knows plenty is still being kept from them. Then Lionel says he's sorry. He doesn't get why, so Lionel explains that the headmaster told him about Leo's case. He says the principal had ordered an internal investigation since there may be more dangerous people like Leo at the school, but this latest attack delayed that plan. Lionel is furious they missed Giovanni's motives and let students be put in danger twice, so he gives Setsuna a sincere apology. He promises this won't happen again. The protagonist can't believe his teacher is bowing to him and quickly tells him to lift his head. He tries to reach for Lionel, but Lionel tells him to stay calm because his body is still suffering from overusing mana. Still, Lionel assures him that his injuries were healed with recovery magic thanks to the person who rushed in to save them. That makes Setsuna wonder who helped them. A moment later, the answer walks in. It's Professor Zachary, the bald teacher. Zachary is carrying a plate of sliced apples, and he hands it to MC. Lionel smacks him on the back, reminding him he still has something to say. Takari lowers his head and apologizes for how he treated Setsuna during the orientation exam. He explains that he was once an honor student at the academy, but when people learned his only path was close combat magic, even his friends and family turned away from him. That old pain stayed with him, so he got angry seeing him choose close combat magic when he clearly had other options. But now the protagonist's team ended up with the top score in the joint training, and he himself set the highest score ever in the close combat department. The training with the kingdom's Magus battalion has been cancelled because of the incident, but Zachary is happy said Suna proved the close combat department isn't worthless. He even thanks MC for everything he did. He is stunned, since Zachary sounds like a totally different person. He also apologizes for how rude he was when they first met. After clearing the air, Zachary leaves, saying they'll see each other in class. Once he's gone, Lionel takes out a glove and says the headmaster wanted Setsuna to have it. The protagonist doesn't understand why he's being given a glove, and Lionel reminds him that the spirit crest on his other hand is something no one has ever seen before. MC asks if Lionel knows about spirit magic, and Lionel says another name for it is ancient magic. It's the power that started a huge war among mages hundreds of years ago, which is why anything tied to spirit magic is forbidden. Lionel warns him never to use it in front of others because if the Holy Church finds out, he's finished. Setsuna had heard of the magic that caused the war, but he never knew it was spirit magic. Even so, he wants to know how Lionel learned all this. Lionel admits the headmaster told him. He says the principal explained everything, even that Setsuna regressed. Lionel assures him that only the two of them and the principal know this in the whole academy. He is relieved Lionel knows too, though he can't help wondering if Lionel was really the best person to tell. Lionel then makes it clear he doesn't care what kind of life the protagonist had before. What matters is that he is a student of this academy. Hearing that, MC relaxes and thanks him. He asks about the headmaster, and Lionel says the old man will be gone for a while after finding clues about the apostles. Setsuna wants to know more, but Lionel tells him to ask the headmaster when he returns. Then Lionel leaves, telling him to rest and recover because he has something else to discuss later. That only makes the protagonist more curious about what Lionel is hiding. Left alone, MC realizes he would have died without the spirit's power. And even though Layla's faith in him helped, he worries he may not be able to use that power again. He unwraps the bandages and looks at the crest, admitting the flame's power was incredible. Suddenly, the spirit's voice tells him he's only human and shouldn't think he's strong enough to handle that power. Setsuna looks around, confused about where the voice is coming from, until the spirit appears in physical form. It lands on his head like a tame little puppy. Then the spirit hops off his head and introduces himself as Blazer. Even though Blazer looks cute in this form, Setsuna still can't forget how terrifying he looked before. Blazer rushes to the window to see how much the world has changed, and he's amazed. He blurts out that everything is huge, but the protagonist figures it only feels that way because Blazer is tiny. When Setsuna asks if he's really that impressed, Blazer admits human society isn't that special. But seeing it for the first time in this form still amazes him. Since that's the case, MC asks why he picked this body. Blazer acts too proud to answer, then decides to make an exception. He reminds him that they're linked through the crest, and to appear physically, he needs mana. His true form would drain the protagonist almost instantly. That's why he chose this shape, and now MC finally gets it. Then it hits him that this may be his best chance to learn about spirits. So Setsuna asks about the great magic war from centuries ago, whether Blazer took part in it, and how it ended. Blazer realizes he is being a little sneaky, but answers anyway. He says he doesn't remember much, only that he went wild because his human contractor wanted him to. After that, Blazer cuts it off, saying he doesn't care about the past and just wants to live in the present. Then he jumps off the bed and dashes out of the room, making Setsuna chase after him. The protagonist panics, knowing he'll be in serious trouble if the church learns a spirit exists. He pulls on the glove, ready to catch Blazer before that happens. Blazer tears through the school like a lost cat, with MC struggling to keep up. He darts past students, leaving them shocked at the strange little creature. Some are creeped out while others think Blazer looks cute. Setsuna finally catches up, but Blazer just mocks him for how weak his body is. Then Blazer decides to make it worse and bolts off again, leaving him no choice but to keep chasing. He keeps after Blazer, thinking this would be a lot easier if he were in top shape. Joel sees Setsuna running straight toward him and thinks he's about to get his attention, but the protagonist rushes right past, like Joel isn't even there. Joel can't believe he just got ignored by MC, and Carl gets the exact same treatment. At the same time, Cyrus watches from behind a pillar as he chases his runaway pet. A moment later, Setsuna ends up in a classroom, but Blazer is nowhere to be found. Then he realizes it is Mifyun's class, which catches him off guard. Some girls start making fun of the protagonist, but Mifyun hears them right away. He cuts them off and firmly tells them not to mock his friend. The girls are stunned that Mifyun is defending Setsuna and even calling him a friend. Mifyun explains that the school started treating MC differently after he got the top score in the joint training exercise, mostly because the other students do not know what really happened. He smiles and admits he never thought Mifyun would call him a friend. Mifyun says anyone useful is worth being his friend, and the protagonist can only laugh at how strange he is. Then Mifyun gives him an update on Yuzuha, saying she is out of danger now. Still, she has not fully recovered and is being questioned by the professors. Hearing that, Setsuna figures Giovanni probably left nothing behind, knowing how careful he is. Mifune then asks if Mifune has seen a red animal, and Mifune tells him to check the courtyard. Looking out, he spots Blazer in the courtyard just where Mifune said. He quickly thanks Mifune and runs after him again. By then, a crowd has already formed around Blazer. Some think he is a magical beast, while others guess he is just a pet. Blazer does not care at all and keeps happily playing with the flowers. From the corridor, Setsuna calls out Blazer's name. That shout catches Akhtar's attention. From the way the protagonist calls to him, Akhtar quickly realizes the creature belongs to the protagonist. Wanting to punish MC, he decides to go after the pet instead. Pretending he is protecting the students from a magical beast, Akhtar attacks Blazer with ice magic. Blazer watches the ice shards rush at him, then he spits a small burst of fire and wipes them out completely. Akhtar is left frozen in shock, then Blazer gives him a creepy smile and asks if he really just attacked him, which nearly scares Akhtar to death. Blazer decides to teach Akhtar a lesson and breathes fire at him, burning him a little. Akhtar cries out and runs off before he gets hurt. Even worse, Setsuna sees it all from above and is just glad Blazer is safe. Then another thought hits him. If Blazer can still use his powers in this form, the other students could be in real danger. The students who saw what happened grow even more curious about Blazer. But the moment Blazer seems ready to lump them in with Akhtar, they quickly back away. Setsuna is still up on the balcony when Layla arrives. He worries she might be in danger and tries to run to her, but the pain in his legs stops him. Now Layla stands right in front of Blazer while Blazer stays alert after being attacked by Akhtar. Then Layla senses something familiar from him. She steps closer and asks if he was the one who helped Setsuna in the dungeon. Kind as ever, Layla goes down on her knees and bows, thanking Blazer for saving her friend. Blazer is clearly pleased by her attitude and praises her for it. Setsuna is shocked to see Blazer calm down so fast and stop acting hostile. Layla then takes one of the fruits from her basket, the one she meant to give the protagonist, and offers it to Blazer. He gladly takes it. The second he bites into it, his eyes light up from how good it tastes. MC cannot believe Blazer was won over that easily. Later, Blazer joins him and his friends in the dining hall, sitting on Layla's lap while eating everything in front of him. Drago is amazed by his appetite and asks him what kind of animal he is. Setsuna nervously calls him a magical beast. He keeps Blazer's true nature secret since that could put him in danger if the church ever finds out. At least, Blazer is no longer acting aggressive toward the other students. The protagonist thanks Layla for helping, and she says she only did what she could since Blazer had been surrounded by so many people. Blazer also notices the students staring and gossiping, but since that is all they are doing, he lets it slide. Setsuna is relieved that everyone just thinks Blazer is some rare animal. Blazer tells Layla that if she keeps bringing him gifts, he might let her become his subordinate. Luckily, MC is the only one who can hear Blazer speak. After that, he thanks Layla and Drago for saving him in the dungeon. Layla says that is what friends do, and Drago agrees. Then Drago pulls a letter from his pocket, sent by his parents. They heard his team came in first in the joint training exercise, and they are really proud of him. Setsuna is happy to hear that. Then Layla says she is still worried about who Giovanni really is. The protagonist agrees. He does not know everything yet, but he thinks they may get a clue after Yuzuha's questioning is over. At first, MC thought Giovanni was an apostle, but the only real power he showed was merging with the Hydra, which feels too weak for someone like that. Then Drago asks what power Setsuna used in the dungeon since it clearly was not close combat magic. Layla answers first and says the power came from Blazer. Blazer is impressed that Layla noticed that much. While she pets him and he rolls around on her lap, he realizes she has completely tamed him. The group is enjoying themselves when Cyrus suddenly appears and calls for the protagonist. The other students immediately wonder why Cyrus came. Seeing their faces, Cyrus can tell no one wants him there. Still shameless as ever, he asks Hatsuna where Blazer came from. Cyrus says he has never seen a magical beast like this before, and even suggests it might be a forbidden one. MC already knows this will go badly if Cyrus keeps pushing those accusations. Cyrus steps right up to him and reminds him that pets are supposed to be registered with the academy. The second Blazer hears himself called a pet. He gets furious. Cyrus warns that if Setsuna cannot explain Blazer's origin, he will have to get rid of him. Just as Blazer is about to snap, Sakari walks into the dining hall. He steps in and says he was the one who got Blazer's registration form, but he misplaced it. Sakari bows to Cyrus and apologizes for the mistake, leaving the protagonist shocked that he is helping. Cyrus takes the chance to insult him, saying a former top student has turned into trash. Sakari does not react and keeps playing the fool if it means getting Cyrus off Setsuna's back. Then Drago rises from his seat and Cyrus thinks he is about to do something reckless. Instead, Drago runs over to thank Zachary. He says Zachary is the reason their team won the joint training exercise. Setsuna and Layla join in thanking Zachary too. Their kindness moves Zachary to tears, but Cyrus cuts back in, claiming they are all putting on an act. Even so, the rest of the students in the hall start speaking up, saying the close combat department now ranks above the long-range magic department. They mock Cyrus for acting superior when his department is no longer number one. Forced to back down, Cyrus leaves the hall but tells Zachary to turn in the registration form first thing tomorrow. Setsuna is relieved it ended there because one more minute and Blazer would have exploded. He thanks Zachary for stepping in even without knowing the full story. Sakari tells him there is no need. He trusts MC had a reason to bring the magical beast into the school. Layla and Drago smile and call him the kind of professor others should learn from. Blazer, though, is not impressed in the slightest. Later that day, Setsuna is in the schoolyard when a phantom beast delivers a letter to him. It is from the headmaster, congratulating him for gaining spirit magic. The headmaster says he is worried the protagonist may not be able to control that power. He wants to guide him himself, but he will be away for a while. So he arranged for someone else to teach him instead, which surprises MC since he did not know that was even possible. The letter adds that Lionel will introduce him to this person. As soon as Setsuna finishes reading, the letter destroys itself. Elsewhere, the old woman the headmaster chose to train him is furious that he exposed her identity. Angry, she says she will personally crush Setsuna if he turns out to be some useless kid. Somewhere else, the headmaster calls an emergency meeting with the other magic elders. They do not want to believe an evil god is involved since there is no proof. The headmaster admits the enemy left no evidence at all and says that is exactly why he came to ask for their help. Even after hearing him out, the council members think he has lost his mind. One of them even suggests he might have amnesia. After stepping out of the meeting, the headmaster finds Lionel waiting for him. When Lionel asks how it went, the headmaster says it was a mess. Lionel expected this, and the headmaster wasn't shocked either. There was no way they could tell the council they had turned back time with forbidden magic. The headmaster says this may still matter if the apostles make their move. He then asks about Susuna, and Lionel says he's getting better. Though full recovery will take time, the headmaster laughs and says the protagonist's new teacher is very strict. He just hopes the boy is fully healed before they meet. Later, MC wakes up and finds Carol smiling over him. Startled, he jolts upright and asks why she's here. Carol says she heard he was sick, so she brought food to help him recover faster. That finally gets a smile from Setsuna. Carol says she made it using Drago's recipe. He also thanks her for helping with Blazer since she and Layla have both been taking care of the fire spirit. Carol says she even bought bread for Blazer while they were out in town. She gushes about how cute Blazer sounds, and he realizes everyone else just hears him like a harmless little animal. Carol goes on to praise Layla for treating Blazer with no fear or hate at all. That surprises Setsuna, and Carol explains that staying calm around him is actually hard. She can tell because she's close with her own phantom beasts too. The protagonist is glad to have Carol around, just like Layla. Ever since the dungeon incident, she's been looking after him. That makes him realize he needs to heal fast so he can start learning spirit magic. A little later, Carol gets up to leave for class. Before going, she tells Setsuna to bring Blazer sometime and promises to introduce him to Fenrir. With Carol and Layla watching over Blazer, MC decides to dig into spirit magic instead. He picks up a book about the Great War. It happened about 200 years ago. Back then, followers of ancient magic tried to control other mages, and that started a war. Ancient magic was insanely strong, but only a few people could use it. In the end, regular mages won, and peace followed. Since then, anyone found using ancient magic is questioned right away and may even be executed. Even knowing about spirit magic is dangerous, so Setsuna understands he must keep Blazer's true identity hidden. He realizes this power might finally give him a shot at beating the evil god if he can learn to control spirit magic. Then he remembers that some things happening now never happened in his past life, and he starts wondering if he's making the right choices. A few days later, Setsuna has recovered enough, and he and Lionel pack to leave. Carol worries he's heading out already right after getting better and asks if he'll be okay. The protagonist says he will. The training will happen during the school break. Drago isn't surprised at all. He says he'll be training too, so MC won't come back stronger than him. Layla has gotten really attached to Blazer, so she's sad he'll be gone. Blazer acts like a spoiled noble and tells her to have lots of fruit ready when he returns. With everything said, Susuna thanks his friends for all their help and says goodbye. As they head off, Lionel pats his shoulder and says he's got great friends. He agrees. Still, he's worried about Blazer. He doesn't know if he can handle caring for him alone, but he also can't keep leaving him with Layla. Since they're traveling a long way, Lionel says they'll use lizard carriages. He admits they're hard to ride, but for long trips, it's their only real option. Basically, says Suna just has to hold on tight. The stable owner warns him the lizards are very fast and the ride could get rough. He also makes it clear he won't be responsible for any injuries. The protagonist tells him that's fine. To him, it all depends on how well he connects with the lizard. He walks up to one, pets its head, and jumps on. The owner is surprised it doesn't throw a fit and decides the trip should be fine. He apologizes for judging MC by his age, saying most kids struggle at first. What he doesn't know is that MC already has plenty of experience from his second life. Once they get the lizards moving, Lionel and he set off to meet the new teacher. Blazer enjoys the trip and says the ride feels refreshing. Lionel, though, is having a hard time with the speed. Before long, they come across several women blocking a lonely road, so they have to stop. From their clothes, Lionel guesses who they are, and the women confirm they serve Morgana the witch. Susuna remembers that Morgana was the name in the headmaster's letter. Lionel climbs down and says they're on their way to see her. Then he asks if they've come to welcome them. One woman coldly replies that she has no interest in meeting a close combat mage. Her voice sounds strange, and her aura feels off too. She's also holding a scythe. Lionel asks if she's Morgana. That's when he and Susuna realize these women are probably dolls made through alchemy. Morgana is speaking through them, and she's clearly unhappy that a magic spirit chose the protagonist. She says that if he's really chosen, he can prove it by beating the girls. Without any warning, the dolls fire a huge blast of power from their weapons, forcing Susuna to draw his mana blade and cut through part of the attack. Lionel sends the lizards away so they won't get caught in the fight. He blocks some of the blasts too, and MC realizes Morgana must be incredibly strong if even her dolls carry this much magic. Morgana quickly sounds disappointed by Susuna's performance and repeats that she doesn't want a close combat mage. Hearing that, Lionel decides to get serious. He forms a huge mana blade, ready to show Morgana why she shouldn't look down on close combat fighters. He steels himself too. He's determined to prove he's not worthless. The dolls keep firing magic shots at them, but Lionel tells Susuna not to retreat. He says he'll handle the incoming blast. With a single swing, Lionel cuts the energy ball apart. The protagonist is stunned by how much power Lionel can pour into one mana blade. Now the path to the three dolls is open. Both sides rush in, and Susuna notices the lead doll is using a lightning-charged scythe. He barely avoids getting his head taken off and jumps back. The other dolls follow up with ranged attacks, pushing both of them even farther back. Lionel warns Susuna to be careful. Even a small touch from that lightning will shock him. They barely keep up as the lead doll drives her weapon into the ground, releasing a heavy burst of energy that forces them on defense. Through the doll, Morgana mocks them, saying elemental attacks are too much for them because that branch of magic is rare. Susuna knows she's right about one thing. Elemental magic is a nightmare for close combat mages because touching it hurts them directly. Other mage types would have an easier time since their mana works at a distance. Morgana then sends golems at them too, still mocking them for struggling against mere dolls, and MC decides to prove close combat magic hasn't shown its true peak yet. He bursts toward one doll at blinding speed, and before she can react, he lands a hit. Lionel goes after another doll and drops her with a crushing punch. Soon, Setsuna is facing the scythe doll again, and he quickly thinks of the best weapon for this fight. He forms a hook-shaped mana sword and leaps at her. Using it, he catches onto a tree and swings clear, making her attack miss. Once she's open, Setsuna kicks her in the head. The doll pulls back at once, realizing he started using the terrain to his advantage. While Lionel is pounding one of the dolls, he warns him that the scythe user is charging straight at him. She slips into Lionel's blind spot and thrusts from behind. It looks like a sure hit, but Lionel avoids it at the last second, leaving only dust behind. Then the three dolls join together, holding hands so Setsuna and Lionel can't find an opening. They unleash a strong water spell and taunt the two, asking how they plan to break it. The protagonist isn't sure what to do. If it were just close range, charge bullet would have worked. Right then, Blazer walks up to him and says his power can smash the spell, though if they're not careful, it could burn down the whole forest. He activates it right away. The crest on Setsuna's hand lights up and fire wraps around his body. Blazer is impressed that MC stays conscious. Then he says he'll raise the flames even more and burn the dolls along with their stupid magic, and he does exactly that. But the flames are too much for his body. He cries out in pain and tells Blazer to ease off. Blazer is shocked that Setsuna is pulling back and asks if he even wants to beat the dolls. The protagonist says he does, but reminds him this is a test. Morgana is clearly trying to measure his true strength. Hearing that, Blazer backs off. To their surprise, Morgana orders the dolls to stop fighting and take Setsuna and Lionel to her house. Both of them are confused by the sudden change. The dolls even apologize for attacking them. Soon, they arrive at Morgana's small hut deep in the forest. Her first question is why MC didn't use spirit magic when he was cornered. She points out that fire would have broken the water barrier much better than close combat magic. His choice to hold back makes Morgana very curious. Setsuna explains that he kept the fire magic hidden because he still doesn't know who his enemies are. On top of that, it could have set the whole forest ablaze and he doesn't want to destroy nature. Morgana calls him too soft, but she also praises him for not forcing out power he still can't control. Because of that, she says she'll teach him how to control his fire spirit magic. Setsuna bows and thanks the old woman for helping him. Blazer, though, nearly laughs himself sick. He thinks someone as weak as the protagonist could never control him. Morgana hears that and says she doesn't see a mighty spirit at all, just a cute little animal that instantly sets Blazer off, and he decides to reveal his true form. In anger, he takes over MC's mana and burns through it, causing intense pain as he tries to prove Morgana shouldn't look down on him. Setsuna panics, knowing he can't stop the power if it goes wild. Morgana makes it clear she has no plan to let the fire spirit burn everything down. She quickly uses her own spirit magic, which seems tied to water, and tells Blazer she'll show him how a spirit is really handled. Blazer fires a strong flame bullet at Morgana, but her body turns to water and absorbs it without a scratch. After that, Morgana decides she's done playing with Blazer. With a snap of her fingers, she pulls water from the nearby lake and sends it rushing at him. A moment later, Blazer is trapped inside water bubbles, and Morgana leaves him there. Then she tells Setsuna the spirit still hasn't truly bonded with him, which is why his power is lacking. To her, Blazer is just a wild beast, but she promises him that once they form a real bond, he'll be able to control him and draw out his full power. The protagonist can only stare in amazement at how completely she commands nature. After teaching Blazer a lesson, Morgana frees him and explains that spirit magic has 3 stages. The first is becoming one with nature. The second is entering the spirit world by your own will and facing the spirit to earn its true recognition. From what she heard, Setsuna forced a contract with the fire spirit before even finishing stage 1. That's why his spirit magic is incomplete. She's even annoyed that Headmaster Danon never taught him properly, and MC can't believe she just called the headmaster a brat. Morgana goes on saying the forest is full of spirits, making it the perfect place to empty his mind. Then she says training starts tomorrow, and she wants him to prove why the fire spirit chose him. He agrees, saying he's ready to learn. The next day, Setsuna begins exactly as promised, starting with meditation under Morgana's watch. He also ends up cleaning the house while Blazer does whatever he wants. His training includes physical sparring with Lionel too. Even in the kitchen, Morgana uses water magic to slice ingredients like a blade. After eating the meal she makes, the protagonist goes right back to harsh training, including sitting bare-bodied under a waterfall. One night during training, he sees a rare spirit cosmos phenomenon that makes the whole forest glow with beauty. After 2 hard weeks, Morgana says she's impressed that Setsuna can now send spirits. Because of that, she tells him they're ready to enter the spirit world and form a true bond. She reminds him that magical power means nothing without willpower. Morgana says the fire spirit seems ancient, likely thousands of years old. Since the spirit world is so dangerous, she'll go with MC. Blazer warns her that being powerful in the human world doesn't mean she'll have the same edge in his domain. Then he tells him not to get cocky, but he just smiles and says all he needs is Blazer's approval. Morgana turns to Lionel and asks if he can protect their bodies while they're in the spirit world since they'll be defenseless. Lionel promises that he and the servants will guard them. Once he agrees, Morgana tells the protagonist it's time. First, they must reach selflessness so the door to the spirit world can open. Both of them sit cross-legged and begin to meditate. Before long, they arrive in Blazer's domain. Blazer is impressed they actually made it there. Seeing his true form at last, Morgana understands why he's so arrogant. Now that Setsuna can truly perceive spirits, he finally realizes just how overwhelming Blazer really is. Morgana quickly places a barrier around Blazer to protect MCs, since losing focus here could leave it stranded in the spirit world. Blazer mocks Setsuna for thinking he can control him with such weak resolve, then unleashes his power. He is swallowed by flames again. This time, though, he handles it much better. His control over magic is already top class, and spirit power works in a similar way. On top of that, he's reached a state of selflessness. The protagonist endures the fire and tells Blazer he will earn his approval. Seeing that confidence, Blazer tells him to prepare for his ultimate power and not to complain if he gets burned to ashes. Back in the real world, Lionel sees flames leaking from their bodies and realizes the process has begun. He believes Setsuna can get through it, but then he senses a sinister magic nearby. Lionel realizes that evil force is heading straight for the hideout at the worst possible time. With Morgana and MC helpless, he immediately gets ready to fight whatever is coming for them. A moment later, that dark presence steps into the room, and it turns out to be Leo. Leo was surprised to find Lionel and Setsuna in the hut. Even with Leo's evil aura, Lionel doesn't show a hint of fear. Then things get even worse when Juggin walks in too. Now Lionel has 2 enemies to face, and Juggin is eager to grab Setsuna and Morgana. Leo smirks and tells Jagan to take Morgana while he handles him himself since they used to be old friends. From Jagan's overwhelming aura, Lionel realizes he's an apostle too. He tells them they picked the wrong time because he's a teacher and he won't run. Leo smugly says he can leave if he wants since they're not after him, but that only makes Lionel angry. He draws his massive mana blade and charges at Leo, determined to show that academy teachers are no cowards. Back in the spirit world, Blazer starts messing with Setsuna's mind, trying to make him slip, but the protagonist stays calm and refuses to get dragged around by the annoying spirit. He steals his heart and pushes on until he notices worry on Morgana's face and asks what's wrong. She tells him something serious is happening in the real world. An evil force has entered the forest, and her servants have already been taken down. Hearing that, Setsuna quickly guesses it might be the apostles. He decides to face Blazer alone. Morgana hesitates because her barrier is the only thing protecting his will. She warns that if he fails, he may not make it back to the real world. MC says he doesn't care. This is a trial he has to overcome on his own, and he begs Morgana to help Lionel and the servants. So Morgana decides to leave, but not before telling him to come back. She refuses to let her teaching go to waste. Once Morgana is gone, Setsuna has to stand before Blazer alone. Blazer asks why he wants power that's far beyond his reach. He pauses before answering, then says that in his past life he lost everything. The moment he says that, Blazer glimpses his memories and sees the terrible destruction. Setsuna explains that the apostles manipulated the army, which led to its collapse. Because of that, he lost everyone important to him. That regret awakened the spirit of time and sent him back 10 years. Filled with resolve, the protagonist tells Blazer he won't let anyone take away what he cares about again. After hearing him out, Blazer calls Setsuna's reason small, but he respects that he's facing his fear head-on. So Blazer says MC has earned the right to face his trial. Still, he warns him he isn't asking for just a piece of Blazer's power, but all of it. Because of that, this won't be another test of how long he can last. Blazer shrinks down so they can settle it with a clash of wills. Setsuna doesn't hesitate to accept. He charges in first. Back in the real world, Linnell is struggling to hold off both apostles. Even Vidrick admits Linnell is pretty good for a human. Then the last surviving doll hits Vidrick with alchemy magic, and that only makes him furious. Dark energy bursts out of his body as he destroys the servant in a rage. He follows with a huge blast that blows Linnell and the servant out of the house. Linnell is shocked that Vidrak keeps getting stronger even while burning so much mana. With Linnell forced outside, Leo decides it's the perfect moment to go after Morgana. He fires an energy blast straight at her, but just before it lands, the attack gets swallowed by water. Morgana returned to her body just in time to block it, and she scolds the apostles for breaking into her home. Leo is annoyed that Morgana woke up at the worst time. Morgana decides to teach him a lesson. Linnell also gets back inside and slams Vidrak with his sword. Morgana fires a volley of water bullets at Leo, but they vanish on contact. It's her first time seeing magic nullification, and it leaves her stunned. Leo mocks them, saying this so-called spirit magic is pathetically weak. Then he senses Linnell behind him and barely avoids being cut down. Leo tells Vidrak to keep Lionel busy while he handles the old woman. Vidrak answers with an angry roar. Before he can move, Lionel punches Leo out of the house. That makes Morgana realize something. Leo can erase magic, so he shouldn't have needed to dodge. But Linnell still managed to hit him. Now she starts wondering if there's a condition to his power. Maybe close-range magic can hit before he has time to erase it. Meanwhile, Linnell keeps fighting Vidrak while Morgana works through the idea. Then she attacks Leo herself, using water from below to catch him off guard. Leo notices and laughs, saying that trick won't work. The water closes in, but his nullification wipes it out again. Since that fails, Morgana goes for her trump card. She unleashes a huge mass of water, planning to drown Leo in it. Leo senses the danger and admits this move really has him cornered. Morgana admits his power is absurd, but she believes even he can't handle that much water. She plans to wipe out both Leo and Vidrak at once. Leo puts on his usual scared act, then bursts out a wave of dark energy and destroys the entire attack. Smiling, he tells Morgana he's trained for a moment like this. Morgana can't believe he's using long-range magic techniques with his nullification. Now he finally has her cornered, and Linnell has fallen to Vidrak too. Leo moves in to strike Morgana, but Setsuna suddenly appears and smashes a flaming punch into his face, sending him flying through the forest. Morgana smiles when he shows up, proof that he beat the flame spirit. Lionel can tell Setsuna's control over fire is so sharp that the forest isn't burning. Vidrak turns to the protagonist and says he's nothing like Leo, who's still just a rookie. The instant Blazer senses the apostles, he says he wants to burn them alive. MC knows Blazer is fired up but warns him not to get careless. Vidrak and Leo are dangerous. Blazer scoffs at that, saying he shouldn't play humble after winning their fight. A few minutes earlier, in the spirit world, Setsuna and Blazer are trading punch after punch. Blazer lands heavy blows, but the protagonist gives them right back. MC even makes Blazer bleed, forcing him to admit his willpower is incredible. Then Blazer notices Setsuna is smiling and asks what's so funny. He answers with total confidence he's going to win. Even with his face wrecked by Blazer's punches, the protagonist refuses to quit. Blazer rushes him and says a weak human is way too sure of himself. Setsuna answers that it isn't confidence, it's certainty. He meets Blazer's overwhelming flames head-on, and Blazer is stunned. He never thought a human could endure his full power. Setsuna tells him that's exactly why Blazer hasn't lost. He's strong, but that's also his weakness. Blazer doesn't get it, so MC explains that in his past life, he faced despair and defeat again and again. Because he's failed so many times, he knows how to stand back up. No matter how badly he's cornered, his spirit won't break, and that's why his will can carry him to victory. He declares that Blazer is about to suffer his first loss. Blazer fires back that it will be Setsuna's final one. They lock one arm together and hammer each other with their free fists, putting everything they have into every hit. Their final clash erupts in a blinding explosion. When it clears, Setsuna is still standing. Blazer has to admit the protagonist is stronger than he expected and finally accepts it. The protagonist won. Still, Blazer wants to know when MC became so sure he'd win. He says that during the fight, he felt his will growing stronger. Blazer's will burned like fire too, and he started taking it in. That shocks Blazer, and after seeing how the protagonist handled everything, he accepts him as someone worthy of his power. For the first time, he calls him MC instead of boy. The two bump fists and Setsuna, still battered, thanks him. Blazer says thanks aren't needed and tells him to get back to the real world. Now face to face with Vidrak, Lionel warns him to watch out for his claws. The protagonist already knows what they can do. They steal the power of whatever they cut. He knows because Vidrak was the only apostle he fought before going back in time. His authority is the devourer of all. He can't erase magic like Leo, but he can absorb the mana of anyone he slashes. In Setsuna's past life, Vidrak wiped out the Northern Kingdom by himself. That kingdom had some of the best alchemical tools in the world, but Vidrak crushed them while stealing their magic. Vidrak is surprised MC knows that much, but he's still sure the MC can't beat him. Elsewhere in the forest, Leo gets back to his feet and realizes he is much faster and stronger than before. The protagonist is also surprised Leo can still stand after that punch, which tells him Leo has grown stronger too. Excited, Vidrak claims MC for himself and tells Leo to stay back. Leo doesn't argue and lets him have it. Setsuna remembers that in his past life he beat Vidrak with long-range magic. This time he doesn't have that option. He knows one slash from Vidrak could put him in serious trouble. Even so, he doesn't back down. He's stronger now too. Vidrak rushes in, but he blasts him back with a fiery punch. The protagonist gives him no time to recover and charges in with more flame-covered blows. As Setsuna batters him, Vidrak can't believe he's actually slower. What he doesn't realize is that MC's speed comes from mixing Blazer's power with his physical enhancement. Lionel notices and smiles like a proud dad. Setsuna keeps pounding Vidrak from every angle, never giving him a clean chance to counter. Even Morgana is impressed that he learned to control the reach of his flame so quickly. When Vidrak realizes he's badly losing, he lets out a huge roar, and the sound is so brutal that the protagonist and the others clutch their ears in pain. That opening lets Vidrak land a hit and force Setsuna back. But now Vidrak has taken in some of Blazer's power and starts amplifying it. Impressed by it, his flames spread over his whole body. He mocks MC, reminding him why he's called the devourer of all. Instead of panicking, he gets even more excited to see how strong Vidrak is with fire. Vidrak rushes him at top speed, but Setsuna matches him and slips past the strike. Vidrak keeps rampaging, tearing through everything around him, yet the protagonist avoids every attack. Then Vidrak realizes his body is burning, so he charges toward Morgana to steal her water power. But suddenly, his body won't move. That's when he realizes he can't fully devour spirit magic. Setsuna mocks him. Sure, he can absorb it, but that means nothing if he can't actually use it right. The spirit fire doesn't obey Juggin. It's eating him alive. MC tells him he was never strong enough to truly handle spirit magic. Writhing in pain, Juggin asks if MC let him get hit on purpose. Panicked, Juggin turns to Leo and begs him to erase the flames burning through his body. Leo can't believe it. A moment ago, Juggin told him to stay out of it, and now he wants help. Juggin just yells at him to do it. To shut him up, Leo finally agrees. Leo fires a long-ranged spell at Juggin, but instead of nullifying the flames, he uses destructive magic. Juggin is stunned. The attack tears through Juggin's body and keeps going straight into Morgana. Caught off guard, she loses half her body the instant it hits. Seeing his mentor nearly burned away, Setsuna screams in horror. Juggin accuses Leo of betraying them, but Leo coldly says he only put the mission first. Juggin's nose had helped them find Morgana, and now Leo figures his job is finished. Refusing to die alone, Juggin decides to take everyone nearby with him. Right before he can blow himself up, Setsuna rushes in and forms a sword from spirit flames. One slash is enough to cut Jagon down. All that remains is a black gemstone. Once Jagon is dealt with, he turns and sees that Leo has escaped again. Just like before, he tries to track him but can't sense his mana at all. Instead, Setsuna runs to Morgana's remains. He tries to lift her up and begs her to hold on until they can treat her. Morgana only smiles, then tells him there's no saving her. Leo hit her with disintegration magic. Sakina still doesn't want to accept it, but Lionel stops him and tells him not to force the impossible. Morgana tells the protagonist he should be proud. He's a close-range mage acknowledged by the flame spirit. Then she says there's something she needs to leave with him. She gives him a pendant and explains that her spirit, Witternia, is inside it. It will help him connect with the water spirit, so she chooses to pass it on to him. Sakina still refuses to believe she's dying and insists there has to be a way to save her. But before he can finish, Morgana dies in his arms. Broken, MC lays her down gently. Then he asks Lionel what the point of getting stronger is if he still can't protect the people close to him. Lionel pauses before answering. He says life is uncertain and no one can control everything. No matter how strong Setsuna gets, he'll never be perfect, and that's only because he's human. What matters, Lionel says, is never giving up even when things feel hopeless. More than anyone, he believes he should understand that. The protagonist is crying hard when Morgana's servant suddenly appears. She smacks him on the head and says he got fooled. MC has no idea what she means. Then comes the real shock. The servant says she's the real Morgana, and Setsuna is completely stunned. She explains that the old woman was only an alchemical doll, just like the other servants. The difference is that Morgana placed part of her soul inside that one, letting it feel emotions and use her power too. Even Lionel can't believe the Morgana they knew was just a stand-in. The real Morgana smiles and proudly calls the decoy her greatest work. Setsuna still finds it hard to believe a doll that lifelike is insane. He also points out that Morgana looked the same in the spirit realm, and she explains that appearances can change there. When she notices Lionel still doubts her, Morgana removes her headwear and shows her long ears. She's an elf. Because of that bloodline, she can live far longer than humans. Then she asks them to guess her age. Neither of them can even come close, so Morgana reveals she's over 300 years old. He is shocked. At the same time, he realizes that means she lived through the Great Magic War. The moment he brings it up, Morgana sees his interest. She says she can tell him about it, but there's a price. Setsuna instantly offers money, only for Morgana to cut him off and admit she was kidding. Since this place isn't safe, she suggests they move to the lake and talk there about the erased history of the Great Magic War. They head to the lake where Morgana suddenly starts acting like a playful kid. The two guys can only wonder how she switches moods so fast. After tossing stones into the water, she decides it's finally time to explain the Great War. First, Morgana reminds them the world has many races: dwarves, elves, beastmen, and more. Of them all, elves are the closest thing to a mortal. Because elves live close to nature, they often interact with spirits. That's why they learn to use spirit magic. Long ago, humans worshipped both spirits and elves, but some let that worship go to their heads. One elf in particular took advantage of a king who trusted him completely. That elf taught spirit magic to his followers and used them to start a war meant to conquer the world. That was the real cause of the Great War. After a brutal battle, the side that worshipped elves and spirits lost, and ever since then, elves have been hunted and hated. Even the term ancient magic was made to hide the truth that magic once involved dealing with spirits. After hearing all this, Lionel asks if she still feels angry about what humans did to the elves. Morgana admits she used to hate humans, but not anymore. She still keeps her distance, though. Morgana knows some humans still want elves wiped out even now. That's why she used a body double to hide who she really was. Setsuna then asks why she chose to reveal herself to them. Her answer is simple. The headmaster trusts them, and the protagonist has also shown he deserves that trust. Then Morgana teases him, saying his crying was what made her reveal the truth. Setsuna quickly denies crying and looks to Lionel for support, but Lionel is too busy laughing at him. Once the story is over, MC and Lionel help clean up Morgana's place before getting ready to leave. Morgana thanks them for the help, and he thanks her back, saying he's glad they met. Lionel asks what she plans to do next, and Morgana says she has to move since her hideout was exposed. She doubts they'll ever meet again, and that hits Setsuna hard. He asks her to help them again if humanity is ever in danger. Then he bows his head as he makes the request. That alone is enough to move Morgana. She tells Setsuna that when the time comes, he should ask the headmaster since they still trade letters sometimes. Happy to hear that, he thanks her. But Blazer still holds a grudge, so he pops out of the crest to threaten Morgana. He warns that next time they meet, he'll burn her to ash. Morgana immediately scares him back with a little water magic. After that, Lionel and the protagonist return to their lizard and start heading back to the academy. On the way, Lionel remembers a sister from his orphanage telling him not to let power control him, but to use it with responsibility. Setsuna renews his own promise to use the spirit's power only for good and justice. Both of them are relieved to finally enjoy a calm ride back to the academy. Meanwhile, Leo is put on trial for failing to kill MC and for abandoning his ally. He defends himself by saying he did kill Morgana, but Santanikia asks if he actually confirmed the witch's death. Leo admits he didn't, though he insists no one could survive a hit like that. That answer enrages Santanikia. A terrifying aura pours off him as he reminds Leo that he was ordered to make sure she was dead. The pressure nearly crushes Leo's bones until the 8th apostle Tsukiyomi steps in. She says Leo should have at least brought back Jugin's body since she could have turned him into an undead servant. Leo then complains that no one told him Setsuna knew about Jugin's power, but Santanikia cuts him off and says failure has no excuse. Even so, he decides they need to review everything about him, convinced the boy has some hidden talent they still don't understand. Poker then points out that Giovanni, the 8th apostle's toy, was a failure too. Santanikia asks if she can handle the protagonist, and she answers with complete confidence that she can. She's clearly planning something, especially with her power to revive the dead. Elsewhere, Setsuna and Lionel continue their peaceful trip back to the academy. MC starts wondering how everyone is doing without him. Lionel guesses Drago is probably training like crazy, and he agrees. Looking up, he starts wondering when he began caring so much about the people around him. Lionel asks if he was different before, and Setsuna says yes. Back then, all he cared about was training. He used to dream only of reaching the top of long-range magic, and he was on his way there because he kept winning with it. He never needed help from anyone, and he barely had any friends. But in this life, everything has changed for him. Now he has people he can lean on, and he's learned those other magic paths were never useless. He's also grateful for the control he trained in his past life since it helped him get strong in close combat too. Lionel points out that kind of control came from hard work, not natural talent. He adds that Setsuna's skill isn't something anyone builds in just a few years. Lionel knows the protagonist must have trained like crazy to become the strongest in the world. Not long after, Lionel suggests they stop and rest. MC sits down and takes out the magic item Morgana gave him. He checks the note attached to it and realizes it's a huge item, something that could save him later. Blazer gets interested in the necklace because he can feel the water spirit inside it. Setsuna puts it on just like Morgana told him. Then he quietly asks the water spirit if she can hear him. To his surprise, she answers through the pendant. He freezes, but the water spirit tells him not to. She already knows who he is because of Morgana. She says she'll lend him her power if he can clear her trial, and Setsuna is thrilled. Then it hits him. This won't be easy, so celebrating now would be dumb. The water spirit tells the protagonist not to panic because her trial is simply to move her. That only confuses him more, so she explains that she's tired of the spirit world and wants something new. Blazer is let down since he wanted a harsher trial, but the water spirit tells him she means no harm. Setsun is surprised by how friendly she is compared to Blazer, though he still doesn't get what move her means. Lionel taps his shoulder and says he's one lucky guy. On top of that, he claims he has a story guaranteed to make her cry. The water spirit perks up at once, and Lionel gets ready to show off his storytelling. He says it's about the heroes who once saved the nation, Ordino the indestructible blade and Wallace the iron wall. Lionel starts telling it, but before long, everyone gets bored and falls asleep. Setsuna is still worried about the trial, but decides to wait until he gets back to the academy and ask his friends. Once they return, Layla hears about it first and starts thinking hard about what the trial could mean. She tells MC to come with her to the art museum when he has time because she knows someone who might help. Setsuna agrees, and as usual, Carol and Draugr say they'll come too. After that, he goes back to his normal days with his friends. He keeps visiting the sacred tree to train and work on the water spirit's trial, but he keeps coming up short. After months of practice, even Blazer has to admit Setsuna has gotten pretty far with his power. Hearing praise from Blazer shocks the protagonist. That's the last thing he expected to hear. Before long, winter arrives. Setsuna remembers the incident he's been worried about is getting close. He's upset that he still hasn't made a contract with the water spirit before it happens. Even so, he puts the trial aside since something more urgent is coming. When Blazer asks if he's ready, MC says yes, it's finally time. He also can't keep training at the sacred tree because he drained its mana and it'll need years to recover. Still, he's thankful he mastered Blazer's power while the tree could still help him. He tells Blazer winter break is about to start, but they don't have time to relax. Blazer asks if they're getting ready for a major fight, and Setsuna says yes. He explains that before the evil god arrived, great disasters happened first, and one of them will start in 7 days. Blazer asks what those 4 disasters were. Setsuna says the evil god's invasion was tied to 4 deadly events. First came the Great Plague of Dragon Silence. Second, the fall of the Magus army. Third, the royal capital vanished overnight. And the first to happen in time was the undead invasion. In his past life, that wave of undead killed huge numbers of people. Blazer is surprised since normal undead don't sound that scary. The protagonist tells him these weren't normal undead at all. They were the dead bodies of heroes, people who once shaped the world. MC believes someone can turn the dead into powerful undead. He first suspected Giovanni, but after fighting him, he realized that guy was too weak to control an army like that. The first incident will happen in Aldina, Setsuna's hometown. That's where the heroes' graves were robbed. At first, people thought the thief wanted the treasures buried with them, but the real target was the bodies. Since he knows what's coming, he plans to reach the royal cemetery before that night and stop it. At lunch, Layla asks Drago if he's going home for winter break. Drago says yes. His father is finally going to teach him the family's secret close combat techniques. Carol says she'll be spending the break with Fenrir in her family's icy lands, and she invites Blazer too. He turns her down right away. Layla is shocked, mostly because Carol's family is seriously rich. Then she asks Setsuna about his break plans, but he's already deep in thought. She has to call his name twice before he snaps out of it. Since he didn't hear her, the protagonist asks what she said. Layla can tell something's bothering him. He's always lost in thought, and he even came back hurt after the last break. Carol notices Layla getting flustered and whispers that she should make her move before it's too late since Setsuna is popular with girls. Layla is caught off guard and tries to brush it off, but Carol tells her there's no point hiding it. Moving on, Layla asks MC about his hometown, and he says he grew up in an orphanage in the Aldina region. That surprises Layla since it's near her family's inn. Right in the middle of that talk, Carl barges in without being invited. After hearing where Layla is from, he offers his hand and invites her on a fancy vacation. Layla just stares at him like he's disgusting. Before he can touch her, earth magic suddenly yanks Carl off the ground. Everyone is stunned, and when they look to see who did it, they find a girl dressed like a nun. Setsuna is even more surprised when she runs over and hugs Layla. So he asks who she is. Layla says it's Roberta, her relative. She came to take Layla home for break and plans to help with the Saints Festival in Aldina. The second he hears that, he lights up. He knows that festival happens at the end of every year. It's held to pray for the heroes resting in the royal cemetery. Setsuna also remembers that the festival led to the grave robbery since security dropped during the event. A moment later, Roberta finally relaxes after deciding Drago and the protagonist don't have bad intentions toward Layla. Layla's friends introduce themselves properly, and Robert takes special interest in MC because she's already heard about him. When Layla mentions that he is also from Aldina, Robert offers him a ride. Setsuna is glad to hear it since that makes things much easier. On the first day of winter break, they set out. Robert explains they'll stop at Layla's home first, then she'll take the protagonist to Aldina. Hearing that, Layla remembers what Carol said and starts worrying Roberta might run off with MC, so she quickly says she wants to join the Saints Festival too. But before she can finish, something slams into the carriage and grabs everyone's attention. They head out to check and find a pack of demonic dogs. Roberta says monster attacks have been rising lately, and she wonders what's causing it. She pulls out some seeds and throws them at the beasts. Setsuna doesn't get it at first, but then the seeds suddenly grow into giant trees and crush the monsters. He quickly realizes Roberta used healing magic on the seeds, and she confirms it. She poured mana into them to speed up their growth, which impresses him. In the future, this kind of healing magic would become useful in the war against the evil god, so he's glad someone already mastered it this early. Satsuna says he'll help, but Roberta tries to stop him, warning that demonic dog bites are dangerous. The protagonist tells her not to worry. With one swing of his fist, he uses Charge Bullet and wipes them out in a single shot. Roberta is left speechless and can only ask if MC is really just a student. Roberta steps up, touches Setsuna's arm, and praises how precise his magic control is. Then she starts pressing him with questions: who taught him, and what kind of training he went through. He quickly sees where this is going and cuts it off, saying they should check on the others first. Still, Layla notices he keeps guarding that glove, and now she's sure he's hiding something. By later that day, they reach an inn. Right when they're about to eat, Roberta starts questioning Setsuna again. That night, Layla can't fall asleep. She decides she has to ask Roberta to take her along to Aldina. Layla heads to Roberta's room, but when she gets there, she realizes Roberta is talking to someone. She almost leaves without listening, then hears the protagonist's name and stops to eavesdrop. It sounds like Roberta is using a magic tool to contact the church. She reports that Setsuna uses ancient magic and calls him dangerous. At first, she asks for 10 purification nights to subdue him, then raises it to 20, even saying she'll carry out the judgment herself if needed. Layla is so shaken that the cup in her hand slips and drops. Hearing the noise, Roberta rushes outside to check if someone was spying, but nobody is there. Even the broken cup is gone by then. The next morning, Roberta acts completely normal again. That leaves Layla wondering if Roberta truly meant what she said. She knows ancient magic is the kind usually tied to evil people. Now she starts asking herself if Setsuna is really using something evil, and she has no idea what she's supposed to do next. A little later, MC comes back from his morning training and joins them. Roberta hides her real thoughts well, chatting with him kindly and even offering breakfast. He thanks her but says he wants to eat first. After that, Roberta suggests he try the sauna. Blazer has never heard of one, so he asks what it even is. Since Blazer is curious, Setsuna thanks Roberta and says he'll give it a try. Soon, the protagonist heads into the sauna, while Blazer tries to act tough and says the heat doesn't bother him. But MC can tell that even the King of Flames still feels it. Then Robert walks into the sauna too, wearing only a towel. Setsuna is caught off guard and asks what she's doing there. She sits down near him and calmly explains that the sauna is shared by both men and women. Then Robert notices he still hasn't taken off his glove, confirming her suspicion that he's hiding something. She decides to uncover his secret here no matter what it takes. Robert asks if the glove isn't too uncomfortable in all this heat and offers to help him remove it. He refuses right away, saying the glove is important to him. Trying not to push too hard, Robert guesses it might be a gift from someone special. Setsuna gives her nothing, so Robert asks if he's hiding something and moves in closer. She reaches for the glove, but Layla suddenly bursts in and tells her to stop. Both of them are shocked to see her there. Before they can react, Layla drags Roberta out and claims she can't use the sauna while it's being cleaned. There's even a cleaning sign outside, and she tells the protagonist to get out too. Layla is relieved she kept watching over him because she's convinced Setsuna isn't a bad person, even if he does have secrets. If it comes to it, she's ready to keep him from being executed. Once they leave the inn, they get ready to continue, and Roberta says they're heading to Layla's home first. But Layla raises her hand and asks if she can keep going with them to Aldina. Robert is stunned and asks why she suddenly wants to come. Layla excitedly says she wants to see MC's hometown and help at the orphanage too. Then she asks him if that's okay. He agrees but says Roberta should decide. Roberta has no choice but to accept, even though she can already tell Layla likes Setsuna. Even so, Roberta doesn't back down from her mission. In fact, she thinks Layla being there might make the protagonist drop his guard. Not long after, they arrive at the Aldina orphanage, MC's home. The second they step inside, the other kids start shouting for him. Setsuna is happy to be back with them. Layla watches in amazement as the children swarm around him like he's their dad. Then, the orphanage's representative appears. Thomas welcomes him back and asks how the trip went. Setsuna hurries over to him and proudly tells the girls that Thomas is like a brother, and that the orphanage is still running because of him. Thomas smiles and says he was once an orphan there too, so he's just giving back. The two start joking around, and Layla is surprised to see the protagonist acting this childish. Then Thomas admits he surprised MC Cho's close combat magic when he used to dream of joining the Magus army and rising to the top. He tells him not to worry. He still plans to become the best, even fighting up close. Layla cuts in and tells Thomas that the protagonist is an amazing mage. Thomas smiles and says, Layla seems like a great person to have in Setsuna's life. A little later, MC goes to the grave of the orphanage founder, Deborah, to pay his respects. He says Deborah saved his life. Without her, he wouldn't be here. From the way he speaks, Layla can tell Deborah meant a lot to him. Then Roberta joins them and asks if he can share some memories of her. Setsuna gently avoids the request, saying he has something else to do. That night, he heads to the royal cemetery and hides nearby to keep watch. Just like he expected, security is weak because of the festival. Even the barrier around the cemetery has been removed, leaving it open to attack. The people buried there were once powerful mages, and if evil forces revive them, they could bring disaster to humanity again. Setsuna knows he has to stop the grave robbery before those heroes become mankind's enemies. Blazer tells him not to worry, no matter how strong the enemy is, and he is glad to hear that. Still, he warns Blazer not to use magic in front of Robert. Blazer says he already knows there's something off about her. The protagonist gets ready for the real battle coming in 2 nights and promises Deborah he'll keep his word. At the same time, Roberta starts asking Thomas about Susuna's past at the orphanage. Thomas carefully says he can't tell her what she wants to know. Roberta snaps, pulls out her Inquisitor badge, and makes it clear this isn't a request. Thomas is stunned. Roberta says they're investigating because MC might be dangerous, but Thomas gets angry and insists that's impossible. Then Roberta turns to Layla and points out how calm she is. From that alone, she figures Layla overheard the talk last night. Layla quickly apologizes and says it wasn't on purpose. Layla then asks Thomas to tell them everything about Setsuna, and he finally agrees. He begins with the rainy night he first came to the orphanage, a night Thomas still remembers clearly. A woman arrived carrying him, full of arrows and barely alive. Using the last of her strength, she begged Deborah to save Little, the protagonist. That woman was his mother. Thomas says they need to understand her past first before they can understand Setsuna's. Her name was Emma, and she was born into a farming family. She loved farm work and always did it with care. Then everything changed when a powerful noble passing through the village noticed her. He sensed a bright light in Emma's soul. Right away, he asked her to marry him. He called her his fated one. And since Emma had always dreamed of that kind of meeting, she accepted at once. She was taken to the Schneider family estate, and all the luxury there amazed her. But the noble already had many concubines, and Emma was just one more. He hardly visited her, so Emma believed that if she had his child, he would finally love her. Before long, she became pregnant and gave birth to baby Setsuna. The noble praised her for that, and Emma felt relieved, thinking her wish had finally come true. Then he used a magic brooch to test the baby's magic talent and found nothing. Furious, he dropped the baby and walked out. Among nobles, passing down strong bloodlines means everything. So he was enraged that Setsuna showed no magic talent. The truth was he only wanted the hidden magic power inside Emma, not Emma herself. When Emma realized her child had no talent, she broke down in anger too. She even grabbed a knife and tried to kill MC, blaming him for ruining her hopes. But just before the blade came down, the baby gave her a huge innocent smile. That was enough to shatter her resolve. Emma dropped the knife and burst into tears, pulling her baby tightly into her arms. Later that night, the noble's butler came to her door. Emma asks why he's there. The butler quietly makes it clear he came to take Setsuna away. Emma understands right away they plan to get rid of him because they see him as useless. He tries to make it sound kind, saying the child will be removed so Emma can focus on bearing better heirs. Emma says she understands and tells him she needs a moment to get ready. But when the butler waits too long and finally checks the room, Emma is gone. He spots her fleeing with the child. At once, he sends guards after her and orders them to bring Emma back dead or alive. Even after taking multiple wounds, Emma still reaches the orphanage. Deborah lets her in and treats her injuries, but Emma knows she likely won't survive. She regrets giving Setsuna to a family that never wanted him. If he'd been born somewhere else, his life might have been better. Through tears, Emma admits she was fooled by the noble, and now she's dying before she can raise her son. So, with her last strength, she begs Deborah to save him. Seeing her pain, Deborah takes Emma's hand and promises she'll protect Setsuna and never give him up to anyone. Then Deborah tells her that the way the protagonist was born won't decide his future. He'll find his own happiness. After hearing that, Emma finally passes away. 7 years pass. By then, Setsuna has grown into a tough boy who always tries to help. One day, he comes back hurt, and when Deborah asks why, he says he tried to stop a noble boy from picking on his friend. Instead, he got shoved around, and the noble kid crushed him with magic. The boy also mocked commoners as worthless next to nobles. Crying, MC asks Deborah if that's really true. If wanting to help means nothing when you're weak. He even asks if prayer does anything. Deborah only smiles and tells him they should pray. Setsuna snaps asking if prayer will really save him, and she laughs saying he'll have to find out. Then she tells him to pray to God and vow to prove those nobles wrong. She reminds him his mother was strong, so he doesn't need to rush. As long as his heart stays strong, he will be too. Later, Deborah gives him a book and says if he lacks magic power, he should find another way. Emma had stolen it from the noble's shelves, hoping it would help Setsuna someday. It was a guide to magic control. He gets excited about it, but since he doesn't understand the book, he asks Deborah. She suggests they test what's written inside. The first spell she chooses is a fireball, and she shows him how it works. Setsuna is amazed by the flames bursting from Deborah's hand. She explains that good control lets magic grow stronger. That's the whole point of the book. Until he fully masters it, he can only use basic life magic, but she's sure the book still has a lot to teach him. Happy to hear that, the protagonist promises he'll work hard. Still, much of the book confuses him, so Deborah explains its advanced material and promises to stay with him while he reads it. After that, Setsuna begins training his magic control every single day. He doesn't skip even once. 5 years later, his skill becomes remarkable. Thomas praises him and says he might even become a grand mage one day. He then asks what magic path MC wants to choose. Setsuna says long-range magic suits his control best. Still, he wants to test other paths too. The problem is that once someone chooses one, their core is locked in. So for now, he plans to practice magic close to each path and see what fits him best. While they talk, Thomas receives news that their friend, Roka, has been taken by the noble bully, Slain. Slain dragged her into the woods after she rejected him. The moment Setsuna hears that, he sprints into the forest. There, Roka is cornered while Slain gets ready to force himself on her. He tells her to stop resisting because she's only a commoner and should feel honored that a noble wants her. Just as he reaches for her, a sound comes from behind him. Slain turns around, ready to yell at his lackeys, only to find them being attacked by a swarm of goblins. He's stunned since goblins were never reported in this forest before. One charges at him, and Slain blasts it with weak magic, but that alone knocks it back. Feeling bold, he decides goblins are no big deal. He brags to Roka and his followers about noble magic. His underlings hype him up, saying he's guaranteed a future in the Magus army. Then the goblin he struck gets back up, leaving Slain shaken. Still, after boasting so much, he attacks again. This time, he pours in more power, sure it'll finish them. Instead, it barely affects the goblins at all. True to form, Slain grabs Roka and shoves her toward them, telling her to be useful for once. The goblins grin like they've just been handed a fresh sacrifice. Roka faces them alone, and right before she's killed, Setsuna arrives and mocks Slain's terrible use of magic. Without hesitation, he jumps between Roka and the goblins. He asks if she's okay, and Roka tearfully thanks him for coming. Now that the goblins are focused on him and Roka, Slain and his lackeys use the chance to run. But oddly enough, the goblins go after Slain's group instead, which shocks Roka. Setsuna guesses they're angry because Slain attacked them. Then he tells Roka they should head back to Thomas and the others. Meanwhile, Slain is struggling to escape when his own buddies take a different path, leaving him alone with the enraged goblins. He keeps running until he reaches the edge of a cliff with nowhere left to go. Slain breaks down crying, begging the monsters to spare him until Setsuna appears. The protagonist tells him that without his cronies, he's just pathetic, then slams the goblins with a strong spell. Amazed, Slain says he'll make MC his subordinate if he saves him, but he coldly says he's not here to help him. He's here to make Slain pay for what he tried to do to Roka. After laying into him, Setsuna keeps blasting the goblins with heavy attacks. Then Slain decides to be awful again and says he's figured out the protagonist's trick. According to him, it's just magic control, nothing but a cheap fake. He boasts that control alone is useless because raw magic power beats everything. Setsuna admits his magic reserves are low, so beating all the goblins alone would be hard. But he spent 5 straight years sharpening his control, and now he wants to show Slain that built-up skill can matter more than talent. MC pulls out a sheet and slowly lights it with magic. Slain is stunned and assumes it's bestowal magic, even though Setsuna never went through the right to choose a magic path. He smiles and says it's not bestowal at all. He's shaping his mono core with magic control to imitate spell casting. The mono core is basically the part inside a person that stores magic. You're born with its shape, but the rite of mastery locks it in for good. That's what creates a proper magic circuit and allows normal system magic. But Setsuna can alter the shape of his mono core through sheer control. He throws the burning sheet at the goblins and ignites it fully before it reaches them. It turns into a small fireball and forms a barrier between them and the goblins. The protagonist says it may not drive them off for good, but it will keep him back. Slain is stunned. He couldn't handle the goblins at all, yet Setsuna stopped them with ease. Then MC casts light protection on both of them, saying it should soften the impact when they land. Slain mistakes it for healing magic, and he says it's not refined enough for that yet. Slain can barely believe the protagonist can imitate so many kinds of magic. Then MC suddenly grabs his hand. Panicking, Slain asks what he's doing, and Setsuna says they're jumping off the cliff, adding that a noble son shouldn't be this scared. With no better option, they leap. They crash into the water below, and Slain passes out from the jump alone. When he wakes up, he's in a cave with him watching over him. Setsuna teases him for fainting from just one jump. Then Slain notices some kind of monster blocking magic set at the cave entrance and is terrified. He can't believe the protagonist can even use formation magic. Angry and bitter, Slain blurts out that a worthless commoner like him can't possibly be a genius mage. MC denies it, saying all he did was keep working at it every day. Setsuna tells Slain they should head back now that he can move again. Still, he makes one thing clear. Slain will pay for what he did to Raka. When they get back to the village, Thomas is waiting. He scolds him for being so reckless, and he apologizes. Then the protagonist shoves Slain toward Raka so he can make things right. He tells Raka she can do whatever she wants with Slain since his family's search party still isn't nearby. MC even warns Slain that if Raka wants, they can drag him right back to Goblin territory. Terrified, Slain starts apologizing for everything he did. Before he can finish, Raka kicks him right between the legs. The hit lands hard, and the pain is brutal. Slain collapses, and Raka warns him to never come near them again. Thomas and Setsuna are satisfied with how she handled him. After that, things stay peaceful at the orphanage until Deborah falls sick when he is 15. As she lies dying, Thomas tells Deborah he plans to become a priest, so he can truly protect the children. Deborah thanks him for that devotion and says she knows he can do it. Setsuna also tells her he has decided to enter the Magic Academy. He says that dream only became possible because of the training she gave him. Hearing that, Deborah cries with joy, realizing she helped raise them into such fine people. But with death near, Deborah says the children need to hear about her sins. She reveals that they became orphans because of her. The kids are stunned and ask what she means. Deborah explains that she once served in the Magus battalion. She fought to bring peace to the world, but one night monsters attacked, and she failed to protect the village. Setsuna tries to tell her it wasn't her fault, but Deborah insists that many of the dead were their parents. She was also cursed by the monsters, her body ruined from the inside and unable to have children. After leaving the Magus battalion, she came to the village looking for hope, though deep down, she wanted forgiveness. Raising the children became her way of making up for those sins. She always taught them to have a strong heart, yet says she was the truly pitiful one. Then Deborah thanks the children for everything. She says the core of her heart was their smiles. Tetsuna answers that she was the one who gave them those smiles back, and that they only came this far because of her. Through tears, he thanks Deborah and calls her the light that brightened his life. He tells her he wants to protect the next generation just like she did. The protagonist vows to become the top long-range magic student, join the Magus battalion, and later support the orphanage, so he can be worthy of her name. Deborah is happy to hear that, and gently pats Setsuna's cheeks, thanking him for growing strong. After that, she passes away, and the children break down in grief. MC calls her by title at first, but in the end, he calls her Mom. Not long after burying Deborah, he entered the Magic Academy. Hearing Thomas tell the story brings Layla to tears, since she never knew how much he'd suffered. Robert, meanwhile, finally understands how the protagonist built such amazing magic control and strength. Even so, she still can't figure out why he chose close-range magic when long-range magic offers a much better future. She believes he must have had a reason to risk that future, but she still wants proof for herself. That night, Robert hides and waits for Setsuna to pass, so she can stop him and check whether he has another crest. MC is just walking along when Robert suddenly attacks. Her spell targets his left hand, the one hidden by the glove, so she can test her suspicion. The attack rips the glove off, and instead of a crest, she finds a burn scar that completely catches her off guard. Setsuna tells her to come out, saying he already knows her magic. With no way to hide, Robert steps forward, and he asks why she attacked him. She shows her badge and reveals she's an inquisitor from the church. Then she tells him he's suspected of using ancient magic. Robert demands to see the back of his hand, and the protagonist calmly agrees. He shows her the scar and says he got burned during the Academy's joint training, then hid it because he didn't want others to see it. Robert examines it closely and finds no sign it was fake. With that, she has no choice but to apologize. Bowing her head, Robert asks Setsuna to forgive her, and she quickly tells her to lift her head, saying it's fine now that the misunderstanding is cleared up. Robert asks why he's out here, and he says he's patrolling the royal cemetery since strange things often happen there during the Saints' Festival. She accepts that answer and leaves, fully convinced he's hiding nothing. But the moment she goes, the small blue orb Morgana gave him drops from the back of his hand, revealing his crest at last. Blazer is relieved. It's finally over. Since he was getting annoyed, he asks Setsuna why he didn't dodge when he easily could have. The protagonist says he took the hit on purpose, so Robert wouldn't keep attacking until she saw his hand. He was ready for it, and her timing worked perfectly. The blue orb turns out to be a magic tool made with alchemy and a water spirit's power. It blends into the skin and temporarily hides the crest glow. That was all in Morgana's note, where she proudly said it was her own technique and not something people would notice easily. Setsuna is grateful Morgana saved him again. He plans to reveal his crest someday, but for now, he's glad Roberta's doubts are gone. With Robert no longer in his way, MC can focus on the cemetery robbery. At last, the day of the festival arrives. Layla is in her room when Roberta comes to see her. Layla nearly faints from excitement when she hears he is no longer under suspicion. Roberta also apologizes for all the trouble her doubts caused. Layla tells her there's nothing to apologize for because she always believed the protagonist was a good person. Robert admits she's relieved too since she no longer has to suspect Layla's friend. Then Roberta asks if Layla plans to invite Setsuna to the Saints' Festival. Layla answers awkwardly, which makes Roberta ask why she's acting so strange. Layla admits she thinks MC is aiming for something far beyond this, and Roberta understands her worry. So Roberta decides they need to show him what he's missing. Meanwhile, Setsuna decides not to bring the water spirit pendant on patrol. He's afraid it could get damaged or stolen by the apostles. He doesn't want Morgana or the water spirit put at risk, so he leaves the pendant at home. Once it's put away, he tells Blazer it's time to go. Just before leaving, he runs into Thomas. Thomas asks if he's heading to the festival, but the protagonist says no. He's going on patrol. MC steps closer and tells Thomas to keep the kids inside the house because something bad might happen. He remembers that in his past life, the orphanage children vanished on festival day, which likely means they were caught in the incident. Thomas promises not to take his eyes off them, and Setsuna thanks his big brother for being dependable. This time, he plans to stop the disaster that took the people he loved. He's about to leave when Layla runs up behind him. He turns and sees her dressed beautifully, and for a moment, he's too stunned to react. Then Layla asks if he'd like to go to the Saints' Festival with her, but Setsuna answers right away. He says he can't because he has patrol duty at the royal cemetery. The reply hits Layla hard. It also makes Roberta furious. She yells at the protagonist, asking if he really can't make time. But before she can go further, Layla quickly steps in and accepts his choice. MC leaves, and Layla wishes him luck on patrol. At the cemetery, the two guards on duty complain that they'd rather be at the festival. They keep doing their rounds when the ground suddenly starts shaking, then the undead begin crawling out of their graves. The guards are about to be overwhelmed when Setsuna appears and punches the nearest undead's head clean off. He tells the guards to evacuate because it's too dangerous. Since they've never seen him before, they're confused. He explains that he's there to help with the patrol. The guards still doubt him because no one told them he'd be coming, and they warn him to run since there's no way he can fight all these monsters alone. But Tsukuyumi dodges his attack, so his blow cuts down undead instead of hitting her. Rather than panic, Tsukuyumi smiles and praises Setsuna for reaching her so quickly. The protagonist has no idea who Tsukuyumi is yet, so her appearance throws him off. She looks a lot like Yuzuha, so he asks if she has any connection to her. Since he brought up Yuzuha, Tsukuyumi decides to talk. She says Giovanni offered Yuzuha to her, and in return, he worshipped Tsukuyumi. Tsukuyumi thinks Giovanni chose Yuzuha because she resembled someone important to him, but she was let down by Yuzuha in the end. After that, she says it's his turn and asks how he tracked her down. Setsuna says he boosted his hearing and followed the undead outbreak back to its source. He also noticed the magic in Yuzuhi's earring was completely different from Giovanni's. That dark aura was easy to trace. Hearing that, Tsukuyomi praises his instincts and strength. Now she gets why Giovanni wanted MC so badly. Still, she points out that none of that explains how he knew the exact day and time of her plan. Glancing around, Setsuna notices more undead gathering and realizes that's why she's been stalling. Done playing along, he attacks again. He fires an energy punch at Tsukiyomi, tearing through everything in its way until it reaches her and stops. A shield appears in front of Tsukiyomi and blocks it completely. She mocks him, saying she came to the cemetery with a backup plan. Setsuna is stunned because that magic belongs to a powerful summoning mage called the Iron Wall of Wallace. The shield only lasts for a set time, but while it's active, nothing can get through. After blocking an attack, it can also fire back with a vacuum slash from a magic sword. Because Setsuna knows that trick, he ducks just in time and avoids getting his head cut off. And as if that wasn't bad enough, another knight appears, the Severing Iron of Ordino. Now the protagonist is facing the strongest shield and spear in magical history, the famous pair his academy teachers always talked about. Shocked, he asks Tsukiyomi how she got the legendary duo to fight for her. She says she revived them at the Southern Mausoleum before coming here to start her plan, then laughs at him. According to her, she gathered all these warriors because of Setsuna. Then Tsukiyomi makes herself an undead throne and waits to see how he'll break her defense. The undead swordsman slashes at MC, but he dodges. He immediately goes after the shield bearer. He nearly lands a hit on its head, but the shield pops up in time and saves it. Setsuna gets annoyed by how durable it is and how fast that defense appears. A direct attack won't be easy. The two cover each other's weak spots perfectly as he thinks the undead swordsman jumps up to finish him off, but the protagonist springs back and avoids it. Then he notices something odd. They've both stopped moving. The pair are actually resisting Tsukiyomi's control, which is why they froze. She's impressed and says she'd expect no less from legendary heroes, but she still thinks the dead can't resist her for long. So she pours in more magic and crushes their will to make them fight again. These two once held a bridge for 3 days, fighting monsters while protecting people. That makes Setsuna furious. Tsukiyomi is using heroes who gave everything to save others. She notices his anger but doesn't care. In her eyes, he'll end up just like them soon enough. Since this battle is happening in his hometown, Tsukiyomi taunts MC, saying she'll make him destroy his own town and people once she controls him. She laughs horribly, already picturing Setsuna crying tears of blood. Back at the house, Roberta is still mad that he turned down her relative. Then something clicks. There's no way he'd take a security job right after returning. He's been watching the cemetery ever since he got back, so she realizes something is wrong. Robert rushes into the protagonist's room and finds a small blue orb on the floor. She checks what it is, and it suddenly merges with her hand, hiding the glow of the crest. Right away, Robert realizes Setsuna used that item to hide the crest on his left hand. She tells Layla they need to find MC, restrain him, and talk to him. Layla wants to come, but Robert refuses because it could be dangerous. Layla goes back into his room and senses water magic coming from his closet. Elsewhere, Setsuna keeps fighting the undead, knowing their numbers make it impossible to reach Tsukiyomi like this, so he uses one of his hidden moves, the Domain of Tranquility. As soon as it's active, he walks through the undead, and none of them notice him. The undead don't rely on normal sight to find the living. They sense mana instead, and with his perfect mana control, Setsuna can erase his presence completely, making him untouchable to them. Tsukiyomi panics and screams for the undead to stop him before he reaches her. Once he gets close enough, the protagonist releases his mana and wipes out a wave of undead. He plans to keep repeating that until he reaches Tsukiyomi. Even she is stunned. She never thought anyone could use a trick like this right in front of her. Setsuna actually created this technique before his regression. He was scared to use it during joint training, but now he's fighting alone, so he doesn't hesitate. It came from many experiments mages did to fight the armies of the underworld. At last, MC reaches the legendary duo, but he can tell each one is strong enough to rival the Hydra. He asks Blazer how long he can hold out against them if he uses full power with spirit magic. Blazer excitedly says he can last 3 times longer than before. The problem is that still means only 3 minutes. Even so, Setsuna decides he'll beat the duo within that time. Meanwhile, Robert arrives at the graveyard and is shocked to see undead everywhere. She also spots Tsukiyomi in the distance, which leaves her confused. She already knew he used ancient magic, but this situation is even worse than she expected. The 2 cemetery guards run up to her, and when she asks what happened, they admit they don't know. What they do know is that Setsuna saved them. They tell Roberta to run while she still can, and she's stunned that he's fighting alone so the guards could escape. It makes her wonder if he's really trying to do the right thing. Since childhood, Robert was taught that ancient magic is forbidden and beyond human understanding. She was always told to protect people from anyone who uses it. Remembering that, Robert decides the protagonist is still dangerous because his power could destroy everything nearby. Then she thinks of Layla and feels an even stronger need to get rid of MC to protect her. A moment later, Susuna reaches Tsukiyomi's final line of defense. He knows they'll be harder to pass, but he believes the domain of tranquility can still work on them. He also uses a double fake, creating a mana clone. With that move, he cuts through the undead and almost reaches Tsukiyomi. But once again, the legendary duo saves her. Susuna realizes they sensed the change in his manner right before he attacked, which is why they stopped him. Before he can react, Tsukiyomi's defenses close back in and trap him again. He decides the only way through now is brute force with spirit magic. But he loses focus, and just as he's about to lose his head, something yanks him away. A plant wraps around him like a hand. Setsuna is shocked, and even more shocked when he sees Roberta saved him. He thanks her, but Robert makes it clear he's not in the clear yet. She says Layla would be crushed if he died fighting the undead, so she has to protect him. The protagonist is grateful, but this also makes things harder since he can't reveal spirit magic in front of her. On top of that, Managard won't do much against the legendary duo. He quickly realizes he's cornered and starts wondering how to break through. Tsukiyomi is surprised Roberta stepped in, and she mocks her for showing up just to die. Roberta fires back that she couldn't stay hidden with Tsukiyomi's foul stench around. Setsuna charges the undead again while Roberta supports him from behind. She binds the undead swordsman with magic to give MC an opening, but it breaks free with ease. That makes Roberta realize just how strong Tsukiyomi is, and that Setsuna has been fighting her alone. He also knows things aren't going well, and Blazer pushes him to use his real power. He's itching to burn everything down. The protagonist refuses for now because Roberta is watching too closely, so he looks for another way. Right then, Layla shows up and strikes Tsukiyomi from behind, but the undead shield blocks it. She quickly runs over to MC and Roberta. Setsuna asks why she came. Layla says the water spirit warned her that he was in danger. That stuns him. It also makes him think his guess was right. Layla may really have a bond with water spirits, though he wonders if something is off with this one too. Then the water spirit speaks to the protagonist, saying she'd hate for him to die before he managed to impress her. With Layla already there, Setsuna asks if she can help them out. She agrees right away. The three move in on the undead together. MC is surprised by how fearless Layla looks. From the back, Roberta supports them with magic, but the undead swordsman slices through her vines with ease. Watching them stall, Tsukiyomi boosts the legendary duo's power. She wants the trio wiped out fast. The power-up works, and the duo becomes even more dangerous. Layla jumps back to avoid them, but she doesn't get far. A sword is suddenly at her neck. She knows she can't dodge and thinks it's over. Then Roberta throws herself in the way. The blow hits Roberta in the chest and sends her flying. She crashes to the ground, and Layla screams her name. Layla rushes to her side. Tsukiyomi mocks them for being soft. She tells Layla she'll turn both her and Roberta into undead and use them against Setsuna. While Layla checks on Roberta, the undead swordsman attacks again. Just before the hit lands, he bursts in to save them. The fire trailing behind him alone burns the undead away. Seeing that, Roberta finally knows for sure. Setsuna uses ancient magic. Blazer gets fired up and asks how the protagonist plans to beat the legendary duo. MC tells him not to worry. He's figured out their weakness. He charges straight at them, then he starts throwing punches while weaving around their attacks. Tsukiyomi finally sees spirit magic for herself. Now she understands why Juggin never stood a chance. Still, she's calm because the undead never tire. She realizes Setsuna will run out of mana before he ever reaches her. Blazer gets mad and tells him to break through the shield. He refuses, knowing that much power would drain too much mana. He says there's another way to deal with them. Satsuna recalls a story Lionel told him about the legendary duo. They fought him this whole time, but they haven't shown the teamwork true heroes should have. Using that, the protagonist handles them with ease and slips between the two. That forces the swordsman to swing at him, but MC ducks under it. The sword misses him and strikes the shield instead, leaving a dent. The girls are stunned by the move, but Setsuna isn't finished. He pulls out his flaming blade. One solid strike is enough to smash the shield. Now the undead defender has nothing left to hide behind. He cuts it cleanly in two. Furious, the swordsman rushes him next. The fight turns into a full sword clash, and Setsuna comes at him hard. He moves around the undead with ease until he finds an opening, then his fiery blade cuts the swordsman in half. After that, the protagonist quietly says he's sorry he couldn't save him. Tsukuyomi is furious that her so-called heroes lost a 2-on-1 fight. Setsuna tells her to shut up. Her knights are finished. She still isn't worried because his skill only has 30 seconds left. So Tsukuyomi sends out more undead to burn through MC's time. Then the legendary swordsman suddenly turns on her side and unleashes a huge slash through the horde. Tsukuyomi can't believe the undead swordsman can still move. Setsuna smiles and thanks him for lending his strength. He tells Tsukuyomi she's about to pay for looking down on heroes, then closes the gap so fast she can't react. He swings at her, and she tries to hold him back, but the flaming sword cuts straight through her. He burns her body away just as he reaches his limit. Blazer praises both Setsuna and the fallen heroes. The protagonist agrees bringing back the dead is easy, but controlling them is the hard part. Then he turns to Roberta, who's slowly fading. She asks if the power he used was ancient magic. Since he can't hide it anymore, MC admits it. Layla quickly cuts in, insisting that Setsuna isn't a bad person. Roberta says she knows he only used that power to save her and Layla. Still, she doesn't know what to do because if she turns him over to the church, he'll be executed. Suddenly, all three are bound by vines that should be Roberta's magic, and he is caught off guard. Then, to their shock, Tsukuyomi is still alive. She reveals that the dead aren't the only thing she can control. Tsukuyomi comes out of a cocoon, and her new form is monstrous. Setsuna is shaken when he realizes she'd been hiding her real power the whole time. Worse, she has him completely pinned and is about to take his head. He tries to break free, but the vines interfere with his mana blade. At the last second, Layla tears free and rushes at Tsukuyomi to protect him. Seeing the danger, Setsuna yells for her to stop, but Layla keeps going. Fear doesn't matter if it means helping the protagonist. Before she can do anything, Tsukuyomi drives her giant claws through Layla. Then she throws Layla aside, leaving a huge hole in her chest. MC is horrified and can't accept what he just saw as memories of their time together flash through his mind. That shock makes Setsuna give himself over to Blazer's power. He erupts with massive firepower and burns away the vines restraining him. Blazer shouts for him to stop, warning that his body can't handle it. He doesn't care if he dies as long as Tsukuyomi goes down too, and he charges the monster. Tsukuyomi mocks him, knowing he's burning up his life just to keep fighting, then jumps back instead of facing him directly. She spits out web fluid and traps Setsuna. He tears through it without much trouble. But that doesn't help much, because Tsukuyomi rises into the air and fires more webs at him. The webs are lined with spikes, making the fight even harder. Just when Tsukuyomi is about to finish him off, the last person anyone expected steps in, Layla. Everyone is stunned, Tsukuyomi most of all because that attack should have killed Layla. Setsuna turns to her and asks if she's okay. Layla says she is. She explains that when Tsukuyomi struck her, her body turned into water and saved her. The water spirit protected her through the pendant on her neck. At that moment, Layla is drawn into the spirit world where she meets the water spirit, Waternia. Waternia says she'll lend her strength, though Layla is still confused. Layla asks why she'd do that when Layla hasn't done anything. Waternia corrects her. She showed Waternia something she'd never known before, true love. Layla doesn't get it, so Waternia explains that she wants to give her power to people who truly move her. She has seen many good things before, but nothing touched her until she saw a man risk execution by using spirit magic for a woman, and that same woman risk her life for him. To Waternia, that is true love, and it's enough to pass her trial. She says the spirit world is lonely, which is why mortal life fascinates her. Only humans can choose to give themselves up for someone else. That's why she sees human love as something beautiful. And because Layla passed the trial, Waternia says she is worthy to use her power. Then Waternia says they should go back and save Layla's lover. Layla almost denies that Sashiono is her lover, but lets it go and agrees they should return. Back in the real world, the protagonist asks Waternia if she finally found the feeling she wanted. She says yes. The feeling was love, and it's in Layla's heart right now. Both of them freeze at that, but Waternia tells them to focus on the fight. Then Waternia's mana begins flowing through Layla's whole body, and Robert realizes what's happening, leaving her deeply disappointed. Once Layla is ready, she tells Setsuna to rest while she takes care of Tsukuyumi. MC is glad to see how naturally Layla handles spirits, and he decides to trust her. Waternia tells Layla to use what she's learned. Waternia will provide power and guide her. Layla forms a mana blade, showing the results of the training she did like Setsuna. But instead of a sword, she shapes it into a whip. Once they're done choosing how to fight, Layla finally goes after Tsukuyumi. She lashes the whip in wild, uneven patterns, making its path hard to read. Tsukuyumi fails to block it and gets hit. On top of that, the whip moves faster than its sound. Setsuna wonders if Layla is boosting the flow of water to make it more flexible. Layla keeps up the pressure, snapping her whip so fast, Tsukuyumi gets no room to breathe. Tsukuyumi tries to jump back, but Layla catches her and tells her there's nowhere left to run. To break free, Tsukuyumi does something wild and sheds her skin. Then she dashes around the field, bragging about her beauty, and slips behind Setsuna before he can react. Her hand comes up to finish him. He avoids the first blow, and Layla stops the second with her whip. But Tsukuyumi sheds her skin again, and Layla realizes she has to stop that molting trick if she wants to win. Setsuna rushes to her and says Tsukuyumi may not escape if they wrap her whole body in the whip. Waternia understands the idea, but says the whip would need to be stretched insanely far. Unlike Blazer's fire, making that much water is inefficient. She says they'll need a huge amount of water first. That reminds the protagonist of Lionel, saying Morgana once used lake water to form giant water spheres, and he quickly comes up with a plan. He tells everyone to get ready because this next move will end the fight. Setsuna and Layla stand back to back, both pouring out a huge aura. Even Tsukuyomi is shaken by it, but she still believes she can dodge their last attack. And if that fails, she can molt again. As long as her core stays safe, she thinks she can keep coming back. Sure of herself, she mocks them and says they should give up because they'd make great undead soldiers. That's when Layla uses the blue whip technique. Tsukuyomi barely cares since it hasn't worked on her so far. She fires her spikes back at Layla, but Layla slips past them easily and unleashes the extended blue whip. Coils all the way around Tsukuyomi. Only then does Tsukuyomi realize the trap. Her whole body is bound, so she can't escape by molting. Now she's left wondering where Layla got enough water for a whip that big when there's no lake or pond nearby. Waternia mocks her and says there was water around all along. Tsukuyomi turns and sees Setsuna still pouring out heat from his body, and she finally understands. MC had been warming the whole area to melt the snow, and that melted snow gave them the water they needed. Tsukuyomi is stunned that Setsuna planned that far ahead at the very end. Once she realizes she can't move, and he is charging straight at her with killing intent, she hurriedly offers a deal. She says she can make him eternal by turning him into undead. Then she sweetens it, claiming she can even make the protagonist an apostle. MC doesn't care. The moment he gets close enough, he ignites the flames around his body. His punch shoots towards Tsukuyomi like a bullet, and he drives it into her with everything he has. At last, both her body and her core burn away. Layla lets out a breath when she realizes they've won, but the heavy mana drain makes her stagger. Before she falls, Setsuna rushes over and catches her. He tells Layla he's amazed by how well she used spirit magic. Blushing, she says maybe she just got stronger. And while the two awkwardly fluster over each other, Waternia pops in from behind to comment on their obvious love life. Setsuna smiles and thanks Waternia and Layla, saying they were the ones who saved him. But right after saying that, he collapses in Layla's arms. Elsewhere, Satanakia is furious that their ally was killed and even angrier that he was the one who did it. Tucker laughs, saying anyone who lost to the protagonist must have been weak. Satanakia first wonders if Tsukuyumi got careless, then rejects that right away. She was too cautious, which means Setsuna broke through every backup plan she had. He orders Tucker to watch MC's movements closely. He's been acting too strangely to ignore. He also suspects there may be a traitor among them, and Leo is at the top of the list. Tucker is surprised, but Satanakia tells him to deal with Leo. Tucker is thrilled by the job and says if Leo really is a traitor, he'll kill him. Not long after, Setsuna wakes up under Roberta's care as she kneels beside them and uses healing magic. He's shocked and asks why she didn't tie him up. After all, he thinks she should be turning him over to the church. Roberta says she still has doubts, so she isn't acting yet. Then she quietly asks Setsuna who he really is. Before he can answer, Layla wakes up too. She's surprised to find Roberta letting them use her lap as a pillow. Once they recover, the protagonist tells them to come with him. A little later, he leads them to a hillside overlooking the town. As they take it in, Setsuna suddenly reveals that he came from a future where everything was already destroyed. Layla and Roberta think he's talking nonsense, but he insists he's serious. He tells them the castle in front of them will burn in 6 years, the town will be crushed by giants in 8, and the academy will fall to monsters in just 5. Robert still thinks he has to be joking, but Satanica firmly says he isn't, and he explains everything, including why he chose close-range combat magic. After hearing it all, Robert admits the story is hard to believe, but his warning about the graveyard and his abnormal strength for his age make it harder to dismiss. Layla immediately says she believes him because ever since they met, disaster kept coming, and he never once gave up. Now she understands he was carrying the burden of everything he already knew, and that's why he kept pushing forward. Setsuna is stunned by how much Layla cares about him, and what Ernia cuts in again, gushing about their endless love. Robert says the church may never accept his story since they don't believe in time travel. MC replies that the decision about the crest is up to her. He also warns her to watch out for the saint at the top of the church. In his past life, that saint joined the enemy. Robert argues that the High Saint is deeply devoted and would never side with evil. Saitunis says the High Saint recently took in an aide named Gustav, and that man is the one who will change her. Robert is shocked since she knows who Gustav is even if she hasn't spoken with him herself. Just then, a giant bird arrives, and the belt on it makes clear it belongs to the Magus battalion. He immediately goes on guard. But when the bird lands, the soldiers are surprised to find no one dead, which is why they came. They hop off, and when they see no enemies around, the unit leader asks who handled the battle. After hearing there was an undead swarm here, Setsuna hesitates, but Roberta quickly raises her badge and says she dealt with the undead. She tells the soldiers the situation wasn't as bad as they heard, and the unit leader praises her once he sees she's with the church. Roberta has chosen to keep the rest to herself until she can confirm everything with the church. The leader also recognizes the protagonist as the student meant to train with the Magus battalion, and the protagonist confirms it. The man introduces himself as Sid, commander of the Magus battalion, and tells MC he can join after the new year since they welcome strong fighters. One mage objects, saying he is just a kid hiding behind a woman and can't be that strong. The moment the protagonist hears his voice, he recognizes him as a former comrade from the battlefield, his complete opposite in raw power. That man is Zappa. Zappa notices Setsuna smiling and instantly gets hostile, thinking he's being mocked. The tension spikes when an undead suddenly appears behind the girls. Zappa vents his anger on it and blasts it away with overwhelming firepower. Even Blazer is impressed by what Zappa can do. Setsuna isn't surprised because he already knows Zappa's strength. In his past life, MC had the best control. But when it came to sheer magic power, Zappa was unmatched. Layla walks over and asks if he knows Zappa, and he says he does. He tells her Zappa is a good person, and in the future, they become friends. Zappa brags that the protagonist's close combat magic is weak and tells him to stay behind him during training. MC just grins and says Zappa is strongest when MC is leading the team. That gets under Zappa's skin, and he warns him not to get ahead of himself. Seat steps in and tells Zappa to calm down, then assures the protagonist he'll put him in another squad if Zappa becomes a problem. MC smiles and says there's no need. He wants to be on the same squad as Zappa. Zappa is stunned to hear that. He grabs Setsuna and asks if he's trying to pick a fight and get himself killed. He says he should stay at school and keep studying. Sid pulls Zappa's hand off him and tells him to prove his strength in training instead of talking so much. Still annoyed, Zappa storms off. Layla worries because training with Zappa won't be easy. Setsuna doesn't mind. He only cares about gaining Zappa's strength. Since dawn has already come, the protagonist suggests going back to the orphanage. Once they get back, Roberta quickly heads back to the church, leaving the other two in the village. Soon after, Layla leaves too. That leaves Setsuna helping the villagers. A few days later, MC says goodbye to the orphanage and goes back to the academy to keep studying. Back at school, he and Layla tell Carol and Drago what happened, and both are stunned. Drago says he learned a new skill during the break and plans to show it off in training. The training camp will last 3 weeks. Layla plans to make the most of it too, and in a few days, she wants to return better connected with Wolfistache so she can train her spirit magic right. Carol gets jealous that Layla had such a great break, and Layla tries to play it down, but Carol tells her not to shrink it. While the girls chat, Setsuna keeps thinking about the incident that's sure to happen during training. To stop it, he needs Zappa on his side. Later, the protagonist goes shopping for training supplies. As he walks out, someone attacks from behind. Setsuna dodges it with ease. The attacker is Akhtar. Disappointed, MC asks why he's being so dumb. Akhtar, furious, says he wants revenge because he ruined his shot at getting everything he wanted. At first, Akhtar was just a nobody, but once people found out he had talent for long-range magic, they started treating him better. He liked that attention and worked hard to keep it. Then Setsuna came along and wrecked it. Akhtar fires a strong wind blast at him. The protagonist simply chops through it with his bare hand. Akhtar is stunned by how easily his attack gets stopped. With a grin, Setsuna even tells him the trick and how to control it. That only makes Akhtar madder, and he calls MC a worthless close combat mage. Still refusing to quit, Akhtar attacks again, hoping to hurt him and take his place in training camp. He's desperate to win everyone's attention, even Carol's. That confuses the protagonist, and Akhtar blurts out that Carol is perfect, pretty smart, and a top student. He wants her beside him. Hearing that makes Setsuna snap. When Akhtar attacks again, MC blocks it and calls him trash for claiming to like Carol while never caring how she's doing. He adds that if Akhtar wants respect, he should earn it by truly working hard. Nearby, Cyrus is hiding and listening to all of this. He isn't pleased with Akhtar, whose growth has fallen off since losing the tournament. Setsuna, meanwhile, keeps improving non-stop. Cyrus even thinks he could have become the greatest mage ever if he chosen long-range magic. As the fight goes on, Cyrus spots a student running toward them. Akhtar throws everything he has, but he still can't touch him. That frustrates him since he's supposed to be the strongest long-range mage. Setsuna weaves in a zigzag until he closes the gap. Akhtar senses a punch coming right at him and starts wondering if he's about to die. The protagonist pulls back just a little, then punches him in the head and drops him. After that, Setsuna says he'll hand Akhtar over to the authorities and warns him he could even be expelled from the world of mages. Just then, the student rushing over jumps in to protect Akhtar. MC is shocked when he sees who it is. It's Carol, and he asks why she's defending Akhtar. Setsuna asks if she knows the awful things Akhtar has done. She says yes, but she has her reasons. Back in their first year, Akhtar was a completely different person. Carol explains that he was a commoner like her and often got treated badly by other students. Even so, he stayed kind and shared his healing potions even when he needed them himself. Setsuna is shocked to hear Akhtar used to be like that. Carol says he lost himself after gaining overwhelming power in the long-range magic department. Even so, she still believes in him. No matter who calls her foolish, Carol wants Akhtar to get one chance to make up for what he's done. Then Akhtar stands up and tells her to stop. With his face messed up, he says he'll turn in his withdrawal form tomorrow. He bows to him and says he doesn't expect forgiveness, and he can report him if he wants. Then Akhtar finally says what he's wanted to tell Carol all along. He likes her. Carol thanks him, saying that confession makes her feel like the old Akhtar is back, but she admits there's someone else she likes. Akhtar accepts it well and says he has no regrets now. Then he tells Setsuna to give everything he has in Mega's training since that dream used to be his. The protagonist smiles and promises to carry Akhtar's hopes with him. In the end, things settle down peacefully. Cyrus leaves with a smile. The next day, at the Mega's core western branch, Zappa and Valerie get ready to welcome the new trainees. They join Set on the training ground where everyone is already waiting. Set addresses the newcomers and tells them they'll serve as real mages for the next 3 weeks. He makes it clear this isn't for fun. He expects results. From Elm Ridge Academy, the 3 trainees are Drago, Setsuna, and Mifune. Students from other schools quickly look down on MC and Drago for being close combat mages. Some think Drago might still be useful because of his size, but they completely dismiss him. Rumors are also spreading that Robert had to save him in Eldonia. Most of them reject Setsuna as a teammate before seeing what he can do. When team selection starts, Sid tells everyone to name the unit they'd like to join. Zappa is already thinking about taking Mifune into Sid's unit. When the protagonist suddenly speaks up and says he wants that unit too, Zappa gets annoyed, but he figures MC still won't make it since the test will decide everything. Sid then reminds them the battalion runs on merit, so assignments will depend on ability. To measure that, each trainee will attack a golem, and the damage will be turned into a score. The first trainee steps up and hits the golem with fire magic, earning 382 points. After that, the trainees go one by one, attack the golem, and get their scores. One of them even scores a 0. Then it's Mifune's turn. He calmly uses formation magic, drawing impressed looks from the crowd. His result is nearly 600 points, which is a huge score. Next is Drago, who eagerly steps up to face the golem. The other students expect him to fail, but they are stunned when he beats the golem so badly that he scores close to 800 points. The trainees are amazed. They never expected a close combat mage to be that strong, and some assume it's just because he's huge. After Drago's rampage, Setsuna gets called up. To make things tougher, Zappa suggests giving him a demon-type golem. Valerie warns that's dangerous, but Zappa doesn't care. He wants to crush the protagonist's confidence. Valerie feels bad for him because demon types are hard to handle, mainly since they can fly. As a close combat mage, she thinks Setsuna has no real chance. MC steps forward, sees the demon-type golem, and just smiles. The trainees think he's finished. Even veteran mages struggle against that kind of enemy. They expect him to give up, not knowing he was once the strongest mage in the Magus battalion. Some even start laughing at him because they think he'll get the worst score of all. In their minds, the moment the demon type jumps into the air, it's over. Sidious gives the signal, and Setsuna instantly rushes the golem before it can react. He forms mana swords and lands clean, precise strikes, destroying the golem right in front of everyone. It breaks apart into dust, and the crowd is left speechless. The system can't even record a score properly because Setsuna was too strong. At first, he worries he may have gone too far, then remembers the Magus battalion values ending threats fast. Valerie thinks the system must have glitched, but Zappa explains the truth. The protagonist did so much damage that he broke the system. He reluctantly admits MC scored over 1,000. Some trainees refused to accept what they saw and claimed the golem was faulty. Others warned Setsuna not to get too confident, saying real battles won't be that easy. The next day, Valerie and Zappa go to Sid's office, where he tells them everyone wants him. Han from Ace Magic Academy also stands out, scoring more than 700 points with ease. Because Zappa and Setsuna don't get along, the commander puts Valerie in charge of the protagonist. Valerie gladly accepts and promises to do his best with the protagonist and Han. A moment later, Valerie takes the two under his care and tells them to come with him for a tour of the base. The Magus battalion brings together top mages from across the continent, and it also gets heavy government backing and advanced gear. Valerie explains that each unit has 5 members. So as trainees, they will join the CID unit as the 6th and 7th members. He also says they'll take part in normal combat missions as practice before special operations. While touring the facility, Setsuna spots many faces he remembers from his past life. Valerie says anyone who does especially well can earn an officer's recommendation from him. As unit captain, his recommendation carries weight and can draw interest from guilds and other groups. For now, their first job is to learn everything about the unit by the end of the day. That doesn't impress MC much since he remembers how hard it was to earn that recommendation in his past life. Soon after, they run into an instructor who mocks Valerie for being slow and for having a close combat mage in his unit. They even throw stones at him, knocking him backward toward the trainees. Seeing that makes Setsuna furious. He decides to leave the CID, then scolds the troublemakers for their shameless behavior. The guy keeps trying to get under his skin, so the protagonist kicks the stone that was thrown at him. He sends it flying so hard it rips through the guy's cape like a bullet. The guy wants to fight Setsuna, but one look at MC and the cold pressure coming off him makes it clear he'd lose badly, so he backs off right away. Valerie is left stunned. He had just stood up for him. Han then asks Valerie how it feels to be protected by a trainee. That catches Valerie off guard, but he ignores it and ends the lecture for the day. Setsuna watches Valerie walk off with his head hidden in his cape. Later, the protagonist finds Valerie training his magic. The spell power is seriously impressive. MC praises his firepower, but Valerie isn't happy with it because his casting takes too long. No matter how much he trains, he still can't cast fast enough. He chose this magic path for its power, but now he thinks it may have been a mistake. Tetsuda understands since in his past life, it took time for mages to truly figure out that magic path. Valerie then shares that his family has produced Magus battalion commanders for generations. But as the eldest child, he ended up with no talent. Most people even think his sister is the better mage. Even so, Valerie joined the Magus battalion and gave it everything he had, yet he still feels below the level of an ordinary mage. After hearing all that, Setsuna is deeply impressed. Even after everything, Valerie still refuses to quit. He tells him that's far more admirable than the delinquents who mocked him. Valerie is shocked, then goes back to training. He thanks the protagonist for helping him earlier, and Valerie opens a magic circle that creates a field of illusion flowers, saying it helps calm him down. With a smile, Valerie says maybe that's why people call him a legacy brat. Setsuna disagrees and tells him the spell is beautiful. Then he asks if Valerie is willing to use his magic in the next combat mission and finally prove everyone wrong. Valerie doubts he can improve with less than a day left. Maxie tells him they should try with a secret training session. The next day, Setsuna and Han meet Valerie, who says they'll be joining the unit on real missions. Monster Danger is ranked by a star system. He already knows that from school, so none of this is new to him. Goblins and undead are 1-star threats, while the Death Lord from the dungeon was 4-star. Valerie explains that the Magus Battalion deals with threats rated 3 stars and up, and today's mission is to investigate monster activity in the wetlands. He also tells them there's a special operation at the end of training and says they need to get used to real combat. Before long, they reach the battle zone. Setter tells the mages that he and Zappa will lead while everyone else supports from the rear. Setsuna quietly tells Valerie they need to step up when the chance comes and show the results of last night's training. Valerie agrees, saying he has to prove himself as the heir of the Light family. During training, the protagonist noticed something important about Valerie. His manner reserves rank among the best in the Mages Battalion. Setsuna knows everything could change if Valerie can cast without fear during the fight. Suddenly, a 3-star spider monster attacks from behind. It grabs Valerie, making him cry out in fear. MC charges straight at it and slices off its tentacles to free Valerie. Once they're safe, Sappa blasts the monster away with a powerful flame spell, but even that strong attack fails to kill it. Cedric moves in to finish it, but Valerie stops him and asks to handle it himself. Zappa worries for Valerie and tells him not to force it since the monster is no joke. He also says Valerie's magic isn't suited for this and wants Cedric and himself to deal with it. Setsuna cuts in and says he and Valerie will take care of it. He reminds Zappa that people can grow, and Valerie is no different. Zappa gets angry that he has only been here a few days and is already acting like he knows everything. Setsuna, though, simply asks Valerie if he's sure he can win. Valerie answers with a confident smile. That only makes Zappa more annoyed. Valerie thanks Sets for giving him the chance and quickly activates his magic circle, forming an illusion of flowers. Zappa gets mad, not seeing how flowers could help. Setsuna tells him to relax. He's about to see the real trick. The night before, the protagonist had told Valerie that Phantom Garden could be used far better. According to him, it was the key to casting more than one spell at once. That made Valerie realize MC might be right, since the skill barely uses mana. Still, he wondered what exactly they could do with it. He explained that even illusion magic has value because it covers a wide area. Valerie is stunned when he realizes Setsuna wants him to hide another spell inside the illusion itself. Now, facing the tentacle monster, that's exactly what he does. Valerie spreads his illusion across the whole area, and then the tentacle monster bursts into flames, shocking everyone. Cedric quickly understands that Valerie hid an attack spell inside Phantom Garden. To him, covering one spell's weakness by combining it with another is pure genius. Setsuna recalls that Hecaton Bolt worked best when paired with other spells. Right then, more tentacle monsters crawl out of hiding. Zappa tells Valerie he's still clumsy as ever, but at least his moves split the monsters up. Now Zappa and the others only need to wipe out the ones falling around them. Zappa angrily fires off another strong flame attack, and the rest join in to finish the monsters. Cedric watches the fight, and while the other trainees do well, it's Setsuna who really stands out to him. Close combat magic usually has clear limits, but the protagonist moves like those limits don't exist. Cedric has to admit that MC's battle sense is exceptional. He even notices a clever combo and realizes he created that technique himself. Cedric can't help feeling proud that this year's students sent to him are also impressive. Before long, they clear out most of the monsters and call the mission a success. Cedric walks over to Valerie, praises his work, and tells him to keep improving. Valerie is glad to hear that, but then she suddenly clutches her stomach in pain. Setsuna catches her before she hits the ground. Cedric asks if Valerie was hurt during the fight, but she says she's fine. She says she'll go check it herself. Then she runs off to look into it, and Zappa comments that Valerie is always so shy around them. Valerie reaches a safe spot and checks her body, which is covered in scars and injuries. Then something unusual appears under the bandages around her chest. Just then, Han shows up and says he already had his suspicions. To his surprise, Valerie is actually a girl, and her body is covered in scars. In a flashback, the real Valerie is seen holding his head in frustration, saying his life as a mage is over. He shuts himself inside his room, and when his little sister sees that, she decides to take action herself so the family name won't be ruined. She cuts her hair to look like a boy, then joins the Megas battalion, hoping the family will be respected again if she earns enough achievements. But above all, she has to keep her identity a secret. Han finally understands why Valerie's sister went this far. He knows everyone would be shocked, and she could even be expelled. She begs Han to keep her secret, even saying she'll do anything.
Han suddenly grabs her cheek.
He says he came here for an officer's recommendation so he can rise through the ranks fast. So for his mission, he wants her to hand over all her training credit to him. She's furious but trapped. When they return to the group, Valerie looks crushed. Susuna notices right away and asks what the two were doing. Han brushes it off, saying he was just talking to her about training. By the 10th day, the protagonist can tell they've grown a lot. That includes both combat and logistics. Even with all that progress, he can tell something is wrong with Valerie. She's even doing the small chores Han should be handling. Susuna thinks back to their last combat when Valerie was clearly off her game, which made Zappa angry at her, but Han jumped in and claimed he saved her. He even told Susuna he'd been underperforming, so Han might get the recommendation instead. It's obvious Valerie is bending over backward to satisfy Han, and MC realizes something must have happened between them. While thinking it over, he finds Valerie cleaning Han's shoes as Han sits there like royalty, making her do the dirty work. He demands to know what's going on. Han acts casual and says Valerie just believes in his potential, so she's helping him out. So Suna tells him to quit pretending he's clearly pulling something shady. Han stands up and says the protagonist just accused him for no reason. Then he decides to attack MC. He never liked him anyway. Han fires off strong wind magic to crush him, but Susuna shrugs it off with ease. Then he gets ready to show Han why picking this fight was a mistake. Han is stunned that he tanked that attack so easily and starts wondering if he's really just a close combat mage. Still unwilling to back down, Han prepares another spell for whatever the protagonist is about to do. Before either of them can clash and wreck the place, Zappa rushes in, yelling at them to stop. Then he turns on Valerie, calling her a fool for not stopping the fight. Valerie lowers her head and begs for forgiveness. Zappa warns Han that he won't get away with this forever. Right then, the PA system announces a briefing in 10 minutes for next week's special operation. All units and trainees are ordered to gather at the plaza. Soon, everyone arrives for the briefing. The trainees are told that starting next week, they'll join the main team on high-priority missions. Since the jobs will be dangerous, they're told to pick based on their own ability. Some missions include escorting royal family members, surveying unknown dungeons, clearing out an orc lord's nest, and investigating Rhodes Island. The second Rhodes Island is mentioned, so Suna remembers that incident happened there. Side asks about that mission, and the commander says the request only came in recently. Rhodes Island sent a distress signal, then all contact stopped. Worse, the guards sent there also disappeared. MC remembers that in his past life, he chose the Royal Escort mission while Sid's unit went to Rhodes Island. That team was wiped out by unknown monsters, and only Zappa barely made it back alive. Back then, Sid's unit went there to scout. But with Zappa as the lone survivor, they learned the whole team had been destroyed by strange monsters roaming the island. The Megas battalion rushed over, but by then, the monsters were gone. All they found was a dead wasteland with no life left. Those vanished monsters appeared again later when the evil gods showed up. They were so strong they tore through the Megas battalion and wiped them out. Susuna realizes the monster's origin must be on that island, and this time, he wants the truth. The commander explains that missions will be assigned by merit. To decide that, they'll hold mock battles. He tells every unit to show their strength. Drago grins at Susuna and says his unit definitely won't lose. Meanwhile, he is already thinking about how to win the Rhodes Island mission. The night before the mock battles, Layla contacts the protagonist through the pendant and asks how training with the Megas battalion is going. He says it's been going well. Layla says her spirit magic has improved, and Wadonia cuts in, saying she may lack a huge amount of mana, but she's making up for it by channeling her anger. Because of that, she's learned a lot of spells. Wadonia also says Susuna might meet another spirit on his journey, Bifrost. Blazer knows that name. He says Bifrost is the rainbow spirit, basically, a legend, a king said to save all spirits. Even after living for thousands of years, Blazer has never seen him. That makes Blazer wonder if Bifrost even exists. MC gets excited because borrowing the Spirit King's power could be huge against the evil god. Now he wants to meet the rainbow spirit even more. Layla then asks if he's getting along with his squad. Sasuna says there haven't been any problems so far. He adds that the trouble between Han and Valerie seems settled, though Han's magic still feels strange to him. Blazer agrees and says Han gives him a really bad feeling. Waternia quickly tells Blazer that's not a reason to go burn Han, then admits it actually makes him want to do it more. The next day, the trainees gather for the mock battle. They're told special formation magic has been placed over the arena. Its healing effect can fix any injuries from the fight. Still, it can't revive the dead, so they're told to be careful. Before the match starts, Setsuna realizes Han isn't the only one he needs to watch. The rules are simple. A 5-person team battle. You win by knocking the whole other team out of the ring, incapacitating them, or forcing them to surrender. Before it begins, Sed says he and Zappa will take the front. Han and Setsuna will attack from the rear, while Valerie handles support. He is impressed by the setup since Sed clearly built it around everyone's strengths and weaknesses. He admits he really respects Sed, and that says a lot coming from someone who's met many captains. When the draw is announced, their first opponent is Diaz's squad. Mifune is on that team, and he says it's rotten luck to face Setsuna's group in round 1. The protagonist answers politely, saying they'll need to watch out for Mifune's teleportation magic too. He thinks it's perfect for surprise attacks in a team fight. They keep talking until Mifune's captain yells at him to stop. The captain says Mifune won't contribute much since he'll stay in the support role, while their 3 long-range mages handle the enemy. Their 5th member is a summoner. Sidon instantly reads the plan. They'll use summon beasts as a shield while their ranged mages bombard the other side. He figures it out right away. Diaz laughs, convinced Sid's team is doomed because it has a close combat mage. Setsuna figures Diaz is just jealous that Sid became a commander so young. He admits Diaz's formation isn't bad, but sidelining Mifune just because he's a formation mage proves Diaz can't spot real talent. Diaz sneers at MC and tells him to get ready. Sid notices they're all focused on him, but Setsuna tells him that's fine. He plans to prove them wrong. He's going to crush the idea that only long-range mages matter on the battlefield. A moment later, the battle starts. Just as expected, Diaz's squad opens with long-range attacks while a summoned scorpion guards them. The protagonist rushes straight at their team, and Sid orders the others to intercept the incoming spells. While the ranged mages trade attacks, Setsuna reaches the summoned beast. He tries to cut through the scorpion but can't. He pulls back a little, and Diaz sees it and boasts that no rookie can break that scorpion. The shell is even tougher than a golem. Before long, Diaz's team starts getting frustrated because they still can't break Sid's formation, even with only 2 ranged mages opposing them. Diaz tells his team not to give up, sure that Zappa will run out of mana first. He's certain his squad will win, but then an attack suddenly comes flying at him. It's about to hit, but Mifune jumps in and uses his teleportation magic to pull Diaz out of danger. Diaz is shocked by that save, while Han is furious that Mifune ruined his plan. Mifune was able to track Han down by sensing his mana. Even after that, Diaz starts celebrating and claims victory is already his. Mifune knows better against this opponent. He's not dumb enough to think they've already won. Setsuna is still locked in a fight with the scorpion. While that goes on, Han studies his movements and the way he fights. Diaz keeps mocking him. Sure, a close combat mage can't do anything here. What they don't notice is that MC has been charging up Charged Bullet while using mana blades as a distraction. The second it's ready, he aims at the scorpion's head and slams it with a heavy strike that destroys the beast in one blow. That wipes out the defense Diaz was counting on and leaves him stunned. He can't believe a beast that tough was shattered by bare fists. With their guard gone, Diaz yells for everyone to regroup, but he's too late. Setsuna is already through their line and drops 1 long-range mage before the guy even knows what happened. As he handles the others, Han targets Diaz again, but this time, Diaz feels the attack coming. He fires back, trying to stop it, only for the shot to curve suddenly and slip past his defense. The blow lands so hard that it rips his clothes and sends him flying across the arena. When Mifune and the last teammate realize their captain is down, they raise their hands and give up. Then the arena's healing magic activates and starts treating Diaz, officially ending the match. The crowd starts paying real attention to Setsuna now. They're amazed that he crushed the enemy front line almost by himself. To them, Zappa is a monster, but the protagonist is on a whole different level. After that, MC walks over to Han and asks what kind of spell he used because he's never seen a long-range attack change direction like that. Han brushes it off and says Setsuna is reading too much into it. He also asks why he put on his robe before the last attack when he didn't need to hide. Han says it was to avoid a counter. He's just being careful. The mood gets tense, but Zappa cuts in and reminds them they just won, so this isn't the time to fight. Han realizes the protagonist is already suspicious of him and decides to step away before making his next move. Right then, Drago shows up and tells MC their squads are up next. He adds that his Captain Cha-Cha actually understands how strong a close combat mage can be. Drago promises he'll settle what happened at the academy because he has no plan to lose. Since the next winner gets to choose a mission, Setsuna is set on winning and claiming the Rhodes Island mission. A moment later, Drago's team enters the arena, and he finally meets Captain Cha-Cha, who turns out to be a cute little girl. Just before the match starts, Cha-Cha arranges her formation with Drago at the center. Drago bares his chest and releases his family's secret technique, transforming into something like a Red Hulk. Even Setsuna gets wary when he feels the huge aura pouring off Drago. He wonders if Drago is forcing his body to carry power no normal human should survive. Not knowing Drago's real identity, the protagonist has to figure him out on the spot while Drago keeps his secret technique hidden. That only makes MC more excited for the fight, and then their clash begins. Drago rushes in and throws a punch at his head, but he dodges. Even so, the pressure from the swing alone bruises his skin. The protagonist realizes one clean hit from Drago could knock him out instantly, so he boosts his arms and legs, then grabs Drago like a pro wrestler, trying to slam him down, but to his shock, Drago doesn't budge. Smiling, he says those tricks won't work against his Hercules skill. The moment Setsuna feels himself being overpowered, he switches plans, slips behind Drago, and tries to cut him down. That fails too. MC is left stunned while Drago only smiles back. Han then attacks while Drago is focused on Setsuna. But to everyone's surprise, Drago pulls up a huge rock and uses it to block the shot. He works out that Hercules boosts raw strength, and because Drago has trained his body since childhood, it's basically a cheat. Drago is showing power that feels beyond magic, all through pure physical enhancement. The protagonist is impressed. He didn't expect to be pushed this hard in close combat. That challenge only makes him want the win even more. Zappa unleashes a massive blast at Drago, but Drago stops it with one palm. That ticks Zappa off, so he fires again right away. This one lands, but it still doesn't burn Drago. Drago boldly says his body is armor, and nothing they throw at him can beat his muscles. Zappa realizes Drago is backed by enchantment magic, and his mana guard is so strong that their attacks barely bother him. On top of that, Drago is being buffed by his teammates, making him look nearly unbeatable. Zappa can only wonder how many buffs Drago has stacked on him. Sid, meanwhile, recognizes Drago's setup as an ancient warrior formation. Long ago, there was a class called warriors who fought monsters with only their bodies and martial arts. Back then, magic wasn't well developed, so mages mostly played support for warriors. But as monsters grew more active and magic advanced, warriors couldn't keep up, and that style faded away. Drago can still use it because he's an exceptional close-range mage. Sid is also impressed that Cha-Cha is betting everything on a trainee, especially a close combat mage. He realizes that if this keeps up, his squad's formation will fall apart. So Sid decides he has to gamble everything on Setsuna too. Meanwhile, MC keeps chasing Drago across the arena. He knows he doesn't have time to use Charge Bullet because Drago's whole team is backing him non-stop. Still, Setsuna is counting on Zappa, knowing he won't let the team fall without a real fight. And right then, Zappa ramps up his attacks. He pours out even more firepower, putting serious pressure on the other side. They start struggling, and one of them admits things are getting bad. They can't keep up with even one long-range mage. Then it gets worse when Han takes out their support from behind. After that, he fires at Drago, but Drago dodges, which shocks Han because it was meant to be a surprise shot. Setsuna gets even more fired up, wanting to prove to himself why he once led the Magus battalion. At the same time, Drago is determined not to lose to him of all people. They keep trading blows until the protagonist spots an opening and slams Drago to the ground. Setsuna stands over him with a mana sword and says the match is over. Drago can't believe he lost to a single throw. Even Cha-Cha is stunned that their main fighter has been taken down. To stop things from getting worse, she surrenders. With that, Sid's unit wins again. Once more, Setsuna amazes everyone watching by changing how they think mages are supposed to fight. He tells Drago his skill was amazing. He just happened to figure out its weakness. Drago is impressed by that, and he grabs MC's hand saying their next fight won't end like this. Afterward, the mock battles wrap up, and Cedric earns the right to choose whatever mission he wants. Zappa runs over to ask which one he'll pick, but Sid says he'll decide the next day after reviewing the battle. Setsuna realizes Sid might choose a different mission, so he needs to talk to him and push for the Rhodes Island mission. On the way to Sid's office, he realizes this will be their first real conversation. He also notes that he never knew Sid in his past life, probably because Sid died on Rhodes Island. Besides the mission, he also wants to ask about Han and Valerie. When Caecina enters the captain's office, he sees something shocking. There are 3 Sids inside, leaving him completely stunned and confused. At first, he thinks Sid might be a triplet, then drops the idea since he never heard that before. He even wonders if this is some kind of illusion. While he's still trying to make sense of it, Sid speaks up and says he'd offer a drink if they weren't all busy. The protagonist quickly tells him not to worry about that. Sid explains that fighting isn't his only job as battalion commander, and says another version of him would come in handy. The word clone catches Susuna's attention, and when he asks, Sid confirms it. This is a special magic called cloning magic. MC is stunned since he thought Sid only used long-range magic. Sid explains that his magic is called copy gear, which lets him use the spells of people who give him permission. So the cloning magic belongs to another teammate, just like the long-range magic he used in the mock battle. Setsuna is blown away because it's the first time he's seen magic that doesn't fit any known system. Setsuna says the spell is useful, but he can only store 3 kinds of magic and only for 1 day. His mana pool is small too, so copy gear has clear limits. Even so, he gets buried in work because his spell can branch into so many others. That is also why he keeps chugging energy drinks. He finally gets how rough Sid's job really is. Then Sid asks if he came because of the special mission. The protagonist says he wants the Rhodes Island assignment. Sid is caught off guard. He thought Satsuna would push for the royal escort job, especially since his scores are high enough to help him build ties with the royal family. Sid is partly right. In his past life, MC did choose the royal escort mission because back then, promotion came first. Now though, something else matters more. Just then, one of Sid's clones hands him a report on Setsuna. It says he picked the worst magic path, even though he had the chance to choose the ones everyone saw as the best. That leaves Sid conflicted. The protagonist's records and old goals do not match what he wants now, so Sid presses for more, but the protagonist hesitates. Sid tells him he does not need to be careful around him, and admits he wants to understand him better too. Thinking back on what the evil god did to him, Setsuna finally admits his reason is anger. He says someone is trying to take what belongs to him, and he wants to punch that person in the face. That is why he chose close combat magic. After hearing that, Sid asks if Setsuna thinks this enemy is connected to Rhodes Island. Sid admits Rhodes Island is wrapped in mystery, and unlike the other missions, nobody even knows how dangerous it is. Even so, he was already leaning towards sending his unit there before MC showed up. Hearing that, he smiles, feeling like things are finally going his way. Then Daniel and Iris burst into the room. Daniel asks Sid if he shared the heart-shaped chocolate cha-cha made for him. Sid says he did, since he did not want to enjoy good chocolate by himself. That is all Daniel and Iris need to confirm their boss is hopeless. Then they reveal Cha-Cha's team will escort them on the Rhodes Island investigation mission, and they ask why he thinks that is. Sid guesses Cha-Cha and her team just do not want them going alone. The two grab their heads in frustration. Sid really is hopeless. Tetsuna knows Iris and Daniel are talented, but in his past life they died before the main disaster, just like the headmaster. This time he plans to protect them. With that done, the protagonist bows and says he will take his leave. Sid stops him because he wants to talk about Zappa, but MC says he already knows Zappa has a softer side. Later, Zappa tears into Valerie for slacking off. Since they are heading into a mission with unknown danger, he angrily kicks her off the unit. Valerie is stunned. Then Zappa says if she still plans to follow them, he will break her bones so she cannot fight. At that moment, a frightening aura bursts from Valerie, and she seems like a completely different person. She rises with power pouring off her and tells Zappa she has a duty to her family and nothing will stop her. Still furious, she says she had lost confidence, but someone helped her get it back. Zappa is shocked that Valerie is ready to fight him seriously. So he accepts it and fires back with full force, planning to put her down for good. But before the attack can hit, Setsuna jumps in and smashes it apart. He tells Zappa to stand down and promises he will make sure they get results. He asks him to trust Valerie just this once because he can see how determined she is. Zappa has no choice but to back off, though he warns the protagonist that if Valerie fails on the island, the protagonist will take the blame. Soon after, it is time to depart for the island. Just as expected, Cha-Cha and her team arrive at the dock. Everyone boards the boats and heads for the island. Daniel says the island is supposed to be peaceful and hopes it is still that way when they arrive. But unknown to them, a man-eating monster that can talk is already tearing through the island. Elsewhere, Leo is tracking Morgana, and he has figured out she is still alive. Her whole house is gone, leaving him frustrated. Pooker, standing behind him, mentions that the Magus battalion is heading to investigate Radis Island. With the evil legion there, he wonders if the battalion will be wiped out. Then Leo suddenly realizes Setsuna may have joined that mission after his training. Out of nowhere, Pooker throws a ninja knife at him. Leo barely dodges, and the blade slams into the ground hard enough to crack it. Shocked, Leo demands to know why Pooker attacked him. Pooker tells him to stop acting dumb. He thinks Leo leaked information to Setsuna. Calling him a traitor, he says Leo has to pay with his life. Leo is surprised Pooker jumped to that conclusion so fast, but he does not mind fighting back. In fact, he is excited since this fight will be a first in history. Pooker grins under his Joker-like face and gets ready too. Back with Sid and Cha-Cha's teams, the island finally comes into view. A little over an hour later, Sid notices large birds in the sky and says that is strange because birds like that do not live on the island. To him, that confirms something is wrong. The island normally has fewer than 500 residents, though its hot springs bring in lots of tourists. Sid adds that the volcano in the center has been quiet for a long time. Still, the whole place feels wrong. Sid reminds them of the mission, find survivors, protect them, and investigate what happened. If fighting breaks out, everyone needs to stay sharp. Setsuna remembers that in his past life, Sid's whole unit was wiped out, and even Zappa, the only survivor, came back with broken memories. All Zappa could recall was being attacked by monsters from nowhere. Since monsters like these appeared again when the evil god showed up, MC is sure the apostles are involved. Sid says missions are always harsh. That is why 30% of trainees quit every year. If things go bad, he wants them to put their own lives first. He also warns them not to chase officer recommendations if it means dying for them. Right away, Zappa turns to Valerie and tells her not to hold the team back. Then Daniel suddenly says he has a bad feeling. Setsuna quickly realizes the wind has stopped, and soon they notice the ship is not moving either. A giant sea serpent suddenly bursts from the water, revealing itself as a 3-star monster. Zappa cannot understand why something that dangerous is in a peaceful sea, but Valerie steps up at once and says she will handle it. She casts a barrier to keep the monster away from the ship. Sid immediately starts giving orders and tells them the serpent's weakness is lightning. Then he blasts it with a lightning spell, made even stronger by the water. The serpent screams and goes limp, slowly sinking under the water. But a second later it rises again, and this time it slams the ship with a tentacle. Iris is stunned. A sea serpent should not have tentacles. Setsuna starts to understand what they are facing, but then another tentacle lashes onto the ship. Before it can wreck anything, he tears it apart with his bare hands. Then several monster heads rise from below, surrounding the ship. Zappa finally realizes why it had stopped moving. Even with monsters closing in, the team keeps formation and launches attack after attack. Then the ship is hit so hard, Daniel nearly falls overboard, but Sid catches him. Since Daniel is the summoner, Sid orders him to call the divine bird, so they can escape the doomed ship. Daniel worries about Cha-Cha's team, but Sid tells him to trust them. If they all go down here, there will be nobody left to rescue anyone. While Daniel summons the bird, Valerie shields the group with her barrier. The bird gets them out just before the monster crushes the ship. They are still trying to catch their breath when ugly flying monsters with human faces appear overhead. Before long, they realize they are surrounded. Sid tells them to head down to the island while Setsuna moves to intercept the monsters. Zappa and Han join in, giving the divine bird enough cover to land safely. Sid instantly sees how bad this is. With the ship gone, escaping the island will be much harder, and it is clear they were lured there. Iris worries about Cha-Cha's team, but Cha-Cha tells her not to panic. Cha-Cha's squad is packed with enchantment mages. Zappa says they should be able to reach shore. Now they just have to hope they can regroup later. Sida says their only option now is to keep going on foot. You can't believe this island used to be peaceful, when now it's packed with twisted monsters. Iris notices Valerie shaking. She tells her to hold it together, saying things aren't hopeless yet. Trying to calm Valerie down, Iris walks over to a flower bud. But the second she gets close, the bud opens up into a monster filled with jagged teeth. With no time to dodge, it snaps Iris up and the others scream her name. Before it can drag her off, Setsuna rushes in first and slices through the monster's neck, forcing it to spit Iris back out. She's hurt, but not too badly since her shield went up just in time. The protagonist checks on her, and she says she's alright. Iris says that shield saved her life. As the team's healer, she's determined to stay alive no matter what. Valerie is just glad Iris made it out alive and is still with them. Daniel says this proves the island's monsters are both savage and way more varied than they expected. Sid agrees every creature here seems driven to attack humans. Daniel suggests they pull back and regroup with Tatch's team since staying on the island is too risky. Sid says that would be smart, but the real question is whether they can. Then a wounded man stumbles out of the woods begging for help and collapses before he can say more. They hurry to him, and Iris heals his wounds while asking what happened. He says he's searching for his little sister. Sid asks his name, and he says it's Janelle. He explains that monsters, unlike anything they'd seen, attacked his village, and the adults tried to get the children out safely. But he got separated from his sister, Sabine. Broken and desperate, Janelle begs them to find her. The village is full of monsters, and she is the only family he has left. Setsuna pats his head and tells him not to worry. Then he looks at Sid and says their retreat plan is over. Sid gives a new order. They have to save every survivor they can find on the island. No one argues with that. Once Janelle recovers a little, he leads them toward his village, about half a day's walk away. Iris warns him not to overdo it since her magic healed his injuries, not his energy. Janelle says he understands, then they keep moving through the forest. A rustle suddenly comes from a nearby bush, and they wonder what it is until a rabbit hops out. Valerie relaxes for a second, but Zappa quickly warns her not to drop her guard. Sid adjusts his glasses to inspect the rabbit and says it's no normal animal. Its magic gives it away as a one-star monster. The rabbit finally turns hostile toward them, and the team gets ready to fight. Then they realize there are a lot more nearby. In no time, they're surrounded as the rabbit monsters start jumping at them. The group forms up back-to-back so nothing can slip through. Zappa fires off strong flame magic and tells everyone not to panic since these monsters are weak. Daniel summons his giant wolf to deal with the rabbits too. Even so, a few of them still bite him because there are just too many to handle at once. Daniel starts having trouble moving, and that's when they realize the rabbits use paralytic poison. Setsuna knows the poison will keep building with every bite and against a whole swarm. That's a serious problem. When Daniel drops to his knees, Sid decides to copy Iris's healing magic. He tells the others to keep the monsters away while he treats Daniel. The team responds right away, blasting the rabbits back with everything they have. Soon, they wipe out a large chunk of them and finally get a little room to breathe. Setsuna thinks it's over, but as he heads back, he misses one rabbit sneaking up behind him. Han notices it and chooses not to act. Right before it bites him, Valerie spots it and moves fast. She uses her magic to stop the monster and saves him. Han is furious that Valerie ruined what he wanted. After the fight, Janelle says he's amazed by how strong they are. Daniel adds that he's feeling much better now. Setsuna is more interested in Sid's glasses and asks about them. Sid explains they're a magic tool that estimates a creature's danger level by reading its magic, movement, and looks. He brought them just in case, and now he's glad he did. To show how they work, Sid checks a few nearby creatures. The flying birds rate it 3 stars, while the 4-legged beast is 2. The flower monster that attacked Iris was only 1 star. Since Valerie is handling support, Sid gives her the spare pair. As night gets close, Sid says they'll make camp soon, and tells everyone to rest up for tomorrow's trip through the forest. Setsuna taps Janelle on the shoulder and says he can stay close if he's scared. Janelle thanks him and sticks right by his side. While gathering firewood, Janelle tells the protagonist that Han gives him a bad feeling. MC tells the boy not to worry about Han. Still, he's sure Han saw the monster behind him and chose not to do anything. Janelle curls up and says his sister must be terrified and they need to find her fast. Setsuna tells him he's a good big brother. Han asks how they'll recognize the sister, and Janelle says she wears a red pendant on her neck, a birthday gift from him. He promises they will find his sister and swears he'll make it happen. Meanwhile, his sister is trapped in a cave, and it looks like she's turning into a monster. Daniel also reassures Janelle that they'll find her once they reach the village. Before bed, Sid says they'll take turns standing watch. Valerie gets the first shift and she's eager to handle it. Later, Han walks over to Valerie and warns her to stay out of his business if she doesn't want people to find out she's a woman. He's still angry that she stopped Suzuna from getting bitten earlier. Valerie tells Han she's already gone along with what he wanted and she has more important things to deal with. Han laughs and boasts that the island's monsters are nothing compared to him. Then he tells Valerie not to worry because he plans to make her his wife. That completely shocks Valerie, but Han snaps at her to be quiet, saying she should feel both afraid and honored to become his wife. In his mind, marrying him would save her family from disaster. Valerie knocks his hand away and says she wants no part of this. Before it gets worse, Sydney steps in and tells Han to back off. Both Valerie and Han are startled to see him there. The protagonist says he already suspected blackmail was behind all this. He thinks Han is acting crazy because of the kind of magic he uses. That catches Han off guard, and he assumes Setsuna is trying to mess with his head. MC warns him he's taking on more than he can handle. Han brushes him off and says he has better things to do. But as he leaves, he starts wondering how much he really knows and decides he has to die on this island. After that, the protagonist asks Valerie what happened. Since he didn't hear everything, she wants to open up, but she's scared it could ruin her life. So Valerie says she can't talk about it right now. She also asks him to keep it from the others because she doesn't want drama getting in the way of the mission. Setsuna says he won't press her, not for the mission, but for her sake. Still, he promises that if anything happens, he'll help. The next morning, the team gets ready to move again. Since they don't know what monsters they might face next, Iris tells everyone to stay careful. As they move along the forest path, Daniel notices how tense the group feels and tells them to stay focused so they can finish the mission and put all this behind them. Setsuna agrees but says the forest is way too quiet. Then a swarm of flying monsters rushes toward them. Just as the team starts getting ready to fight, the monsters fly right past. Now they're left wondering where they're going, and Zappa points out they wouldn't be fleeing from them if they're 3-star monsters. A strange feeling suddenly fills the air, and Seed orders everyone into formation. Right then, a terrifying chimera appears before them, lion head, goat head, gorilla head, and a snake for a tail. Valerie checks it and freezes when she sees it's a 4-star monster. Now the team understands why the flying monsters fled. Sid can't believe a 4-star beast is hiding in the forest, but he quickly orders everyone to bring it down fast. The chimera charges straight at them. Daniel instantly sends out his summoned beast to meet it. The creature tries to drive the chimera into the ground, but gets smashed down instead. Daniel is stunned by how strong the chimera is, and Setsuna rushes in, ready to cut it down. But the monster suddenly turns and runs, leaving MC confused. Then an eerie pressure fills the air, and a massive foot comes down, crushing the chimera with ease. The whole team is frozen in fear and disbelief. Valerie nearly loses it when she scans the new monster's threat level and sees it's a 6-star danger beast towering over them. They've never seen anything like it, and it doesn't even seem natural. The moment Satsun sees it, he realizes this is the monster that destroyed the mage core in his past life. The beast grabs the chimera and eats it like it's nothing. Then it hurls the remains at the team, forcing everyone to scatter before they get crushed. Daniel isn't fast enough, and the chimera carcass slams into him, pinning him down. He screams as blood spills everywhere. Janelle turns, sees Daniel trapped, and cries out his name in horror. Satsuna doesn't hesitate and attacks the monster, aiming for its leg, but his sword bounces off. That confirms what he feared. The monster's hide is incredibly tough, and its strength is just as bad. Sid yells for Iris to help Daniel, then tells the others their only chance is to strike together. Iris nods and runs to Daniel. But before she can reach him, another giant monster appears in front of her. That makes things even worse. One was already too much, and now there are 2, maybe more. A second later, even more of the giant monsters arrive, at least 6, and surround the team, cutting off every escape route. Setsuna recognizes them as Gorfin thanks to memories from his past life. Back then, these monsters wiped out an entire battalion, even one packed with long-range mages. The Gorfins try to crush the team, but they somehow hold their line. Valerie is the one keeping everyone together with her barrier magic, but the strain starts breaking her down and blood runs from her nose. Suddenly, Janelle shouts and points off into the distance at someone he says is his sister. Unable to stop himself, he runs toward her. Cedric tries to keep the team from breaking formation, knowing it will only make things worse for them. Then Zappa tells everyone to move on while he holds the monsters back. Valerie protests, saying she'll stay and fight beside him to the end, but Zappa calls her naive. He reminds her she still has a family to rebuild. With a smile, Zappa tells her throwing her life away on this island would be stupid. Tetsuna isn't surprised. He knows Zappa cares deeply about his comrades, even if he acts like he doesn't. To him, Zappa is kind, just terrible at showing it. Zappa grins and says these monsters are just a challenge for a strong guy like him. At last, Sid gives the order to split up and chase after Janelle while Zappa covers their retreat. Before moving, Setsuna sprints over to pull Daniel out. Then he follows the others while Zappa remains behind, unleashing fierce flames at the monsters. With no one left nearby to protect and his pride on the line, Zappa finally stops holding back. He releases blazing fire that scorches the Gorfins and slows them down. The team finally catches Janelle at a cliff, and when they ask where his sister went, he points toward the forest and says she disappeared in there. As they argue over it, the cliff suddenly gives way, sending all of them into the water below. They wonder if the collapse was caused by the battle's aftershock. Elsewhere, the man behind these monsters watches the team struggle on the island, curious to see how strong they really are by playing with them. Later, Setsuna washes ashore and realizes he's been separated from the others. He plans to regroup with his teammates, but chimeras surround him first. Somewhere else, Iris ends up trapped with Han. She says they need to work together, then suddenly notices Han has disappeared, leaving her alone with the monsters. Han just runs off without a second thought because he's sure he can survive on his own. Meanwhile, Valerie is being chased by monsters. Sid is fighting another group when he hears Valerie call out, and he demands to know where she is. Valerie hears the captain's voice coming from a cave, though it isn't really him, and she gets lured in without noticing. Just before reaching the cave, she realizes she's been tricked by a group of monsters copying the commander's voice. Cedric senses Valerie is in danger and turns toward her voice, but that moment of distraction costs him. A Gorfint appears behind him, and though he barely jumps away, the monster's blow still shatters the ground. Cedric tries to fight back, but gets slammed into a tree and left wide open. He admits the monster is insanely strong, making their plans and tricks useless. Cedric realizes only top mages like Zappa really stand a chance against a Gorfint. Even so, he's the commander of the Magus battalion, and he refuses to go down easily. With a snap of his fingers, he activates copy gear and pushes all his units into overdrive. Siddharth forces himself back to his feet, but the monster comes at him again right away. He mixes healing magic, formation magic, and a long-range spell and pours all his power into one attack to face the Gorfint. The spells fuse into a single move, lightning spear, and Siddharth hurls it at the Gorfint. Pierces through the monster and kills it, giving Sid a brief moment of pride, but that win comes at a cost. He won't be able to use magic for a while, and his luck gets even worse as two Gorfints appear behind him. One punches him, and without magic to protect himself, Sid is sent crashing to the ground. He's about to be torn apart when Setsuna rushes in and blocks the blow with his fist. The mana in that punch hurts the monster so badly, it grabs its arm. He had already saved Valerie before coming to help the commander. He quickly apologizes for being late. Blazer is already thrilled that it's time to have some fun with the Gorfins. Setsuna doesn't hold back, agreeing to go all out. His hair turns red and scorching flames rise from his body. He lunges at one of the monsters and rips its head off with a single punch. As he fights the Gorfins, the flying monsters appear and mock him, saying everything he does is worthless. Already furious that they hunt people by copying human voices, the protagonist cuts them down with his flaming sword. One Gorfin tries to grab him, but Setsuna slices off its arm. Then he rushes the Gorfint and cuts off its head. Before that, he tells the Gorfints they're about to feel the same despair he felt before his regression. Without mercy, he burns the Gorfint from head to toe. Setsuna turns the whole area into a graveyard for monsters and makes it clear they picked the wrong enemy. After that, MC checks Sid's pulse and lets out a relieved breath when he sees Sid isn't in real danger. He sets up a warm place and lays the two of them on warm rafts. Valerie wakes first, and Setsuna hurries over to ask if her injuries still hurt. Careful to hide who she really is, Valerie tells him not to worry because she can manage on her own. Soon after, Sid wakes up too. He thanks him for saving him, then asks how he beat the Gorfins. Setsuna hesitates, so Sid lets it go, understanding he doesn't want to talk. Sid says they need to regroup with the others, and he's still talking when a bloodied Zappa arrives with Han behind him. The others are stunned, and Valerie can hardly believe Zappa survived those monsters. Zappa just smiles and says they were only a warm-up. Han claims they used an invisibility cloak to avoid monsters on the way, then lies that they lost track of Iris. Siddud notes that Iris's whereabouts are unknown, and says they need to find a way to regroup with Chacha's team. Han then says he spotted a village nearby. Siddud realizes it must be Jonal's village, and since there might be survivors there, Han suggests he and Setsuna go. Valerie says it's too dangerous, so she offers to come too. Han leads them to a cliff and says the village is past the forest. The protagonist is surprised there's really a village out there. While MC is distracted, Han gets ready to strike from behind. Valerie notices and rushes in. She throws herself between them and takes the hit for Setsuna. Han snaps at her, furious that she ruined his setup. Valerie says she won't betray the person who helped her, but Han's attack rips her shirt, exposing that she's actually a woman. She quickly apologizes for hiding it, explaining that she failed the Magic Academy and had to stand in for her brother. He doesn't get mad. To him, everyone has secrets. He promises to keep her safe and says Han won't lay another hand on her. With that, Setsuna draws his mana sword. Han instantly uses his cloak and vanishes. Valerie panics, but the protagonist tells her to stay still. He sharpens all his senses and locks onto Han's incoming strike. Before it lands, he knocks it away and catches the core of the attack. That lets Setsuna realize what Han's magic really is, an enchanted golem. Valerie is stunned. Han wasn't a long-range mage after all. MC explains that Han hid mana inside an invisible golem and made it fly, tricking everyone into thinking his attacks came from far away. The reason the attack could change direction was because Han was giving that golem commands. Without special help, he says, magic like this shouldn't have that kind of range or power. After finding Han's position, Setsuna hurls the golem back at him, tearing off his cloak and exposing him. It also reveals the outside help behind his magic. Blazer is stunned. He knew Han was hiding something. The guy's getting aid from Zephelion, a spirit. Han is shocked he figured that out, but instead of asking how, he decides killing him matters more. He charges straight at Setsuna and fires off another attack. Too bad for him. The protagonist already knows spirit magic inside and out, so he easily reads the weakness in Han's moves. MC keeps batting the attacks away, and Hans finally admits the spirit magic he's using is the same kind that went wild during the Great Magic War. Valerie can't believe it. Han's golems are covered in wind blades, making them insanely dangerous, and she thinks magic like this should never exist. Han sends out another wave, but Setsuna slices through it again. Then Han suddenly bends the attack's path, and it hits Valerie instead. The blow sends her over the cliff, leaving him with an awful choice. If he turns to save her, Han gets an easy opening. If he keeps fighting, Valerie dies. Setsuna doesn't hesitate. He dives after her, shocking Han. Han mocks him for throwing away his own life. Still, the protagonist catches Valerie and drives his sword into the cliff to slow their fall. Han won't let him climb back up, so he attacks the spot MC is hanging from. The rock breaks apart and both of them drop. Han thinks it's over and starts laughing at how useless Setsuna was. Then he sees a finger gripping the edge. He steps closer to look and freezes. He is hanging there by one finger while still holding Valerie. Looking closer, Han sees that finger glowing red. That means Setsuna somehow copied Drago's Hercules skill, and Han is completely shaken. He can only wonder what kind of insane magic talent the protagonist has. A moment later, MC pulls himself back onto the cliff and tells Han he's about to eat dirt. He gives Valerie his cape and tells her to regroup with Zappa and the others. Knowing she'd only slow him down in her condition, Valerie agrees and leaves. As she runs, Han tries to hit her, but Setsuna cuts the attack apart and opens a safe path that only makes Han even angrier. Furious, he unleashes a swarm of golems at him. But with all his experience, Setsuna tears through them with ease. Then he tells Han the truth. He's got plenty of mana, but he's garbage at using it. The protagonist says Han obsessed over fake long-range magic so much that he never truly polished his enchantment skills. Han is livid hearing that. MC tells him to come on so he can show him what real power looks like. Han roars and summons an even bigger golem, but Setsuna just closes his eyes like it means nothing. He activates mana suppression and disappears from the golem's senses. Han starts panicking when he loses sight of him. He tries to protect himself by calling up more golems, but the spirit refuses to lend any extra mana. Han yells for more, and the spirit reminds him of their deal. It would only ever give him half its mana. Frustrated, Han suddenly hears Setsuna right beside him, mocking him for never truly syncing with his spirit. Han trembles, not knowing where he is. Then the protagonist appears behind him, and Han instantly attacks backward. He starts laughing. Sure, he got him. But when he turns around, Setsuna is standing there covered in flames, staring him down. He reminds Han that he said he'd show him how to really use his spirit's power. Now he finally does. MC rushes in and drives a punch into Han's chest. Fire erupts through Han's body and blasts him across the area. Setsuna says Han never deserved a place in Sid's squad. Honestly, not even in the Mage Corps. Han crawls across the ground while the flames keep burning him. Knowing he's beaten, he drags himself off the cliff and drops into the water below. He knows he'll live since spirit magic is still backing him. Blazer wants to go after Han, but the protagonist refuses. For now, they need to return to Zappa and the others. Later, Han crawls out of the water and stumbles through the forest. He blames Cephalion for not giving him enough power. The spirit asks if he's ready to face the trial again. Han is furious over how little mana he gets because he sees himself as someone meant for greatness. He came from a branch family of a noble house, low-ranking nobles who had to serve the main line to stay protected. Because his mana was small, he grew up hearing that a useless man could only be a tool. He was expected to die or be useful for the family. His father, weak and powerless, died what Han sees as a worthless death. Not wanting the same fate, Han chose a different road. That path led him to a relic left by a shadow chanter. He met Cephalion past its trial and made a contract. With Cephalion's power, he rose at Magic Academy. Now that Setsuna beat him, all he wants is revenge. Before long, Han reaches a cave. Inside, he finds monsters sealed in capsules. He's stunned and confused, but there's already a strange man waiting there. The man welcomes him to his workshop and reveals himself as Legion, an apostle. Then he asks Han one thing. Does he want power? Elsewhere, Pucker's fight with Leo is over and Leo won. He praises Pucker's gravity magic, which affects anything he touches. Still, Leo says Pucker just had the bad luck of facing the wrong opponent and got crushed for it. Resting against a tree, Leo decides Sasuna is as good as dead. He's sure MC has no escape because Legion is an upper-rank apostle, 5th place. To Leo, Legion is far beyond the lesser apostles they've dealt with before. He figures Legion is probably toying with his group right now, maybe even using them as test material. Back on the island, Han is still shouting at Legion, demanding to know who he is after seeing those twisted experiments. Legion calmly says, Han's not just worried about his identity. What Han really wants is more power. That catches Han off guard. Legion assures him he can give him all the power he wants. Then he reaches out a hand and tells Han to take it. Han hesitates, uneasy because accepting that offer would make him a test subject. Sensing that, Legion reminds Han he has nowhere left to go. The Royal Mage Corps won't be welcoming him back after this. Han is shaken that Legion knows so much. Fed up with everything, he decides to blame it all on Susuna, convinced the protagonist is the one who ruined his life. So Han chooses to accept Legion's power, even knowing it could be dangerous. Right before he does, Zeflon warns him, don't take Legion's hand. Legion and the others exist to devour the world. And if Han accepts, Zeflon will never lend him power again. Han just laughs, saying he doesn't care. He was already sick of Zeflon anyway. So he takes Legion's hand, and Legion smiles, knowing Han now belongs to him. Meanwhile, Sid and the squad reach the town and think there may still be survivors if they search carefully. Sid suggests splitting into 2 groups to look around. Susuna and Valerie link up, and he says they should find Saekia's squad. Valerie agrees and adds that meeting Janelle and his sister would help too. Then Valerie suddenly slips. MC catches her at once and reminds her they're a team. A little later, they spot Janelle ahead. He's clearly hurt. They hurry over, and Valerie asks how he stayed alive out here alone. Janelle says Safin had been with him, but he saw her head toward the cave nearby. He admits he was too scared to call out to her, and Valerie doesn't get why. Then Janelle says he saw his sister grow wings. Valerie is stunned, but she quickly steadies herself and tells him he must have imagined it. Susuna tells Valerie to take Janelle back to the squad while he checks the cave. They have no idea what danger is waiting there. Valerie is alarmed and warns him not to go in alone, but he cuts her off. There's no time. With a calm smile, he tells Janelle not to worry. He'll take care of Safin, and that finally convinces Valerie and Janelle to leave. As Susuna heads for the cave, he starts wondering if Safin could be the apostle. Since trouble seems to follow her every time, Blazer tells him that if that's true, he needs to fight seriously. That's also why the protagonist chose to go in alone. When Valerie reaches the captain in Zappa, Zappa gets mad that she let MC enter the cave by himself. He says he may be strong, but this is still too dangerous. Sid calms him down and says they're going after him. Out of nowhere, Han shows up looking completely different. Right away, he asks where Susuna is. Zappa snaps back and tells him to stop acting innocent. They already know what he did. Han couldn't care less about that. He only wants the protagonist's location. Zappa takes a guard stance and says he's not dumb enough to tell him. Since they won't talk, Han decides to crush Zappa and the others first. Eager to show off his new power, he promises they'll regret standing against him. To prove it, he breaks the crystal tied to his old power and fires long-range flames that nearly burn the whole group alive. They barely dodge and Zappa can't understand it. Han was supposed to specialize in enchantment magic. Valerie is just as shocked because no one should have two magic attributes. Han laughs and says maybe normal mages can't do this, but someone like him can. Seeing the team start to panic, Sid tells them to stay together and remember they still outnumber Han. Han hears that and decides to show them even more. 2 extra arms suddenly grow from his back and the whole team freezes in shock. Han mocks them saying he has more than 2 attributes, so their so-called advantage means nothing now. Once Han starts showing what those powers can do, they finally understand he really can use multiple kinds of magic. Then Cedric notices something awful. The arms on Han's back belong to the mages who were guarding the island. He realizes Han attached the dead mages' limbs to himself and stole their powers. Valerie is horrified and disgusted that Han crossed a line like this. Han just sneers at their faces and proudly says this power came from Legion, then keeps attacking. After seeing enough, Sid warns the team that normal magic won't beat Han. He asks Zappa if he has anything that can turn this around. Zappa says he'll try to break through Han's shield with everything he's got. He immediately begins stacking spells to make his fire magic far more deadly, and Valerie is amazed by what she's seeing. Each stack boosts attribute magic even more. It's hard to control, but with Zappa's huge mana pool, Sid thinks he can pull off the combined incantation. Han notices Zappa preparing something dangerous and moves to crush it before it can be unleashed. To make matters worse, he grows a 5th arm to shut Zappa's plan down. Just when things seem hopeless, Drago jumps in and blocks Han's attack with his own body. Then Cha-Cha arrives too, and Sid's group looks relieved beyond words. She says her team found Iris and Daniel, and both are being treated somewhere safe. Valerie is glad to see backup, but Cha-Cha is confused about what happened to Han. Sid says he'll explain later. For now, they just need to buy time so Zappa can finish his spell. Cha-Cha admits that won't be easy because Han is basically a monster now. Drago doesn't care. If his body can shield the team, that's enough for him. Han laughs and tells them there's still not enough to beat him while Zappa keeps building his trump card, but the laugh dies fast. Zappa finishes much sooner than Han expected. Zappa tells him that shock makes sense. Han was never truly part of the team, so he doesn't know what they're capable of. Han watches in fear as Zappa completes his 3-element combo spell, a Poionic Ray. Still, Han refuses to quit and sprouts even more arms to even the odds. With them, he unleashes a storm of attacks that throws the team into chaos and makes Zappa miss. Zappa crashes down, and Han mocks him, telling him to witness the power of a mage who can use every branch of magic. Han boasts that he's gone beyond human limits and will never lose again. He says he's nothing like his father. He'll use this power to turn everyone who looked down on him into tools. Cedric quietly admits they're in real trouble because beating Han won't be easy with all those extra arms. Then Valerie points out something she noticed while supporting from the back. After hearing her out, Sid agrees it's worth trying. They put the plan in motion, and Valerie slams her staff down to cast Hecaton Bolt. Han laughs at the attempt and refuses to sit still while they try to finish him. He charges straight at Valerie, but Drago throws himself in front of the hit again. Han screams at him to stay out of it, and Drago fires back that he has no plan to stand aside. Furious, Han increases the force of his attack and pushes Drago past his limit until he collapses. But Drago bought enough time for Valerie to finish the spell. Han realizes that too, so he stays ready. Because of that, he dodges Valerie's surprise strike. He laughs again. Sure, they never had a chance, but Cedric cuts in and reminds him what Valerie's magic does. That's when Han realizes the attack he dodged was only a fake copy. Before he can react, the real blast hits and burns him. Han drops to his knees, unable to understand how he lost to people he thought were beneath him. Valerie walks up and tells him his real weakness was being alone. She had explained to Sid that no matter how many arms Han has, he still only has one brain. So if they attacked in several ways at once, they'd split his focus and open a path for the real hit. And even then, Valerie's spell still isn't the end. The rest of the team gets ready to finish Han. That's when he speaks up in despair, saying he doesn't want to die as a tool like his father did. Valerie tells him there was probably a reason he became this way, but that still doesn't excuse treating others like tools. She says he should have spoken out about what was wrong instead of choosing this path. The moment Valerie finishes, Zappa lands the final strike, burning away the last of Han's strength that also severs his connection to Zap's power inside him, and the earring drops off. Zappa walks over and picks up the earring. Before Han blacks out, Zappa hears him bitterly admit he couldn't use spirit magic properly the way Setsuna can. That leaves Zappa stunned. MC really formed a bond with a spirit. Meanwhile, he has already entered the cave where he finally finds Seafine. He tries to talk to her calmly, but she rushes him like a wild beast. Seafine swings at him, yet he dodges with ease without even taking his hands out of his pockets, and she falls to the ground. At that point, Setsuna realizes she's far too weak to be the apostle. He also notices he can't feel any killing intent from her, so the protagonist tells Seafine he didn't come to hurt her. He only wants to save the people on the island. Hearing that, Seafine settles down a little and asks MC if he really means it. Setsuna gently pats her head and tells her everything will be okay. Tearing up, Seafine explains that monsters suddenly appeared on the island and started taking the villagers away. After that, the captives were taken somewhere else, and their bodies began turning into hideous creatures. Zafin only escaped because the monsters looked away for a moment. He can tell how crushed she is, so he tries to calm her down. He says her brother is waiting and worried about her, but Zafin reveals the awful truth. Her brother is dead. She says he died right in front of her while trying to help her escape. That leaves Setsuna stunned, but it also helps him understand what's really happening on the island. He tells Safin to stay hidden in the cave until he returns. Then the protagonist quickly stands and heads out, sure that his friends are in danger. Outside, Sid and the others are still recovering from their brutal fight with Han. Sid tells Cha-Cha to check on Drago, who passed out after pushing himself too far. The group starts helping each other when Jonal suddenly begins clapping and everyone freezes in confusion, wondering what's going on. Jonal starts rambling about how impressive they are for beating Han, even though each of them was far weaker alone. He says humans are amazing, and Valerie walks up to him thinking he's just lost in his own thoughts. But Sid sees the truth and yells for Valerie to get away from Jonel. Before she can react, Legion reveals himself through Jonel's body and stabs Valerie in the side. She cries out, and the rest rush over to see what happened. Sid keeps his cool and asks if he's the Legion he heard about. Legion confirms it. He says this island is his lab, where he creates monsters. Zappa is horrified by that, then demands to know what Legion meant about his missing sister. Legion says he was telling the truth. Safin is important to his experiment. Even after being turned into a monster, she kept her humanity, and losing her would be a real waste. Zappa snaps and hurls insults at Legion. Legion doesn't care. Instead, he shows that Junel's body is still suffering inside him. Even in that state, Junel is still worried about his sister. Legion calmly explains that his power, life fusion, lets him merge with and consume all kinds of life forms. While Zappa is losing it, Sid studies the situation. He realizes Legion's mana is too huge to even measure, far beyond the 6-star monster they fought earlier. As hard as it is to accept, Setsuna Wange knows this thing is on a whole different level. Then Legion says he loves humans because their potential has no clear limit. He points to their fight with Han as proof and says that's exactly why he wants to learn more about them. A moment later, he pulls out weapons from his collection. Iris and Daniel's staff. Cha-Cha is stunned to see her squadmates' weapons in Legion's hand, and Legion proudly says he took them to his lab to use as test subjects. He then suggests they stop resisting and offer themselves up for his experiments. Hot-headed as ever, Zappa fires a fireball straight at Legion. The blast burns away his skin, but Legion barely seems bothered. That only makes Zappa angrier, especially when Legion keeps smiling. He finally asks if Legion even feels pain. Legion says he does, but unlike humans, he doesn't let simple pain control him. So Zappa decides to keep blasting him with more fireballs. Then he notices Legion's skin starting to change. Legion laughs and says he now has dragon skin, which resists fire. His body adapted to Zappa's attacks and made the best defense on its own. The second Sid hears that. He knows how bad this is. Legion then decides it's his turn to attack. He charges straight at Sid, and Sid quickly throws up a shield to protect himself. It doesn't help. Legion smashes right through it. Sid barely avoids the hit and notices toxic pollen mixed into the attack, showing just how many monsters Legion has fused with. Legion mocks them, saying no one can prepare for every monster on the continent. Then he makes things even worse. A new attack knocks Sid to the ground, and Legion tells him that no matter how strong he and his squad seem, they still can't match him. Seeing Sid down and helpless, Cha-Cha runs to help, but Legion catches her before she reaches him. He starts crushing her in his grip, trying to squeeze the life out of her, but Zappa jumps in and drives him back with fire magic. During all this, Legion notices something important. Zappa is only using basic spells now, which tells Legion one thing. He's reached his limit. Zappa looks around and sees his teammates all down. That makes him decide to fight like this is his final stand. He raises his staff and tells Legion the real battle starts now. Zappa builds up a massive fireball with layered spells, but before he can launch it, Legion spots an opening, Zappa's left arm. Before Zappa can fire at Legion, that arm is cut clean off. Zappa screams in agony. Seeing how badly he's hurt, Legion tells him to give up before he loses even more. As Legion moves in to finish him, Zappa yells that Legion got him wrong. Even with only one arm, he still believes he can win. He unleashes a wild barrage of attacks that leaves Legion genuinely surprised. The strikes land, tearing Legion apart, especially his head. Zappa shouts in triumph, sure he's won, because nothing should live without a head. But that victory disappears when he sees Legion pulling himself back together like nothing happened. Before Zappa can process it, Legion is fully restored. Forced to face it, Zappa admits Legion may as well be immortal. While Zappa is still in shock, Legion fires a crushing attack right at him. Just before it lands, Drago appears and saves him. Drago shields Zappa with his own body, and Zappa yells at him not to push himself any further when he's already so weak. Drago just smiles and says he won't have to hold on much longer. Right then, as if he knew the timing, Susuna appears behind Legion and cuts him in half with one slash. Knowing his part is done, Drago passes out and tells MC the rest is up to him. He assures Drago and Zappa that he'll handle it from here. He then asks Zappa if he can protect the rest of the team. Before getting a reply, he spots Legion leaping through the trees. Tetsuna takes off after him at once, and Legion's first move is to throw out a sea monster tentacle. The protagonist slices it apart easily, but another huge attack comes at him right after. Still, MC cuts through that one too, and the next attack as well. After cutting down wave after wave of monsters, Setsuna starts wondering how many creatures Legion has fused with. Legion praises his skill, saying his close-range magic is flawless, but he's sure this isn't the magic the protagonist used to defeat Tsukiyomi and Jugen. That's when MC realizes Legion is also an apostle. Legion even introduces himself properly, saying they've finally met. Now that he knows Legion is an apostle, Setsuna understands this won't be easy to deal with. He rushes in and drives a heavy punch into Legion, slamming him to the ground. After that, Legion chooses to fight him directly. He dashes away from the protagonist's allies so he can see everything Setsuna can do. Legion tells him to stop holding back because he'll need him alive for the experiment. MC accepts right away and instantly calls on Blazer's power. His hair turns red and he rushes Legion with blazing speed. He lands a fire charge punch to Legion's head, and before Legion can respond, Satsuna hammers his body with a fast barrage of flaming blows. He ends the combo with one huge punch that sends Legion flying. Legion rises from the dust, which shocks him. He didn't expect him to still move after taking all that. Legion admits spirit magic is impressive since that attack already made him burn through many of the lives he was saving for his master's arrival. Still, he isn't worried. He's fused with over 10,000 lives already and says those creatures will eventually take the perfect form to kill Setsuna. Seeing how tough Legion is, the protagonist realizes he has to end this fast since spirit magic won't last forever. He closes the distance to Legion pretty fast, earning praise from him. But Legion raises the stakes and asks how MC plans to handle a flying enemy. Then he leaps into the air, leaving Setsuna struggling to reach him. From above, Legion easily fires a long-range attack, and his weakness in the air makes him an easy target. The protagonist slams into the ground, and Legion laughs at him. He mocks him for being strong but useless if he can't even reach his target, calling it the weakness of close-range magic. Then Legion keeps raining brutal attacks down on him. Once Satsuna sees he's being overwhelmed, he pulls back to rethink the fight. He makes it to a cliff and starts thinking of a way to hit Legion while he's still in the air, before Legion catches up. Then Zappa suddenly appears beside him, catching MC off guard. What shocks him even more is seeing that Zappa's arm is back. Zappa says Cha-Cha deserves the credit. When she woke up and saw how badly Zappa was hurt, she rushed over and started healing his arm. Cha-Cha tells him he got lucky since the arm was cut off cleanly. Zappa is amazed by how precise her healing magic is. It is his first time seeing her use advanced healing magic. Cha-Cha was able to finish the treatment because Sid gave her the rest of his mana. After Zappa's arm is restored, Sid tells everyone they have to stop Legion since he captured the villagers and some of their allies. Sid pushes them on, saying they're the only ones who can do this. After hearing about the captain's sacrifice, Setsuna tells Zappa they can't let Sid's effort be wasted. Zappa agrees, but first he has something to ask. He stuns him by asking how he's been handling Legion while using spirit magic. The protagonist freezes at that question, but once he realizes he's been exposed, he knows he has to answer honestly. Zappa reminds him that he's one of the royal mages, and it's his duty to stand for justice. Still, he'll overlook at this once if Setsuna defeats Legion with that spirit magic. MC is relieved since Zappa has always been the kind of person who sees things from more than one side. Zappa says he just thinks he is annoying, then asks why he never shows him the same respect as the rest of the squad. The protagonist smiles because there's no way he can tell Zappa they were close friends in his past life. A moment later, Zappa reaches into his pocket and pulls out a glowing green item. He gives it to Satsuna, sure it'll help. MC is stunned when he realizes it's the tool he needs to connect with the wind spirit. Zappa asks if he can use it. He closes his eyes and answers by calling out to Zeph in his mind, asking for his power. Zeph asks if he's ready to face his trial. Right away, Zappa can tell Setsuna feels different, and he groans at the thought that he's helping someone use spirit magic. Even so, he knows they have a bigger monster they need to deal with, so he promises to buy the protagonist time. With that, Zappa runs off to face Legion while MC sits down to take Zeph's trial. When he reaches the realm of wind, Setsuna sees that everything has changed. As usual, Blazer says he doesn't like Zeph, but he barely reacts since Blazer says that about almost everyone. Blazer drops the argument and tells the protagonist he'll understand once he meets Zeph himself. Then Zeph appears before them and sets his test, a maze of wind. He says the trial is simple, find a way out of the maze. Setsuna is surprised Zeph didn't first question whether he was worthy. Zeph explains that he enjoys watching the human world. He likes lending his magic to talented humans just to see what they do with it. Blazer cuts in and says Zeph should stop acting nice. He just enjoys watching humans get drunk on power and fall apart in the end. Once MC realizes Zeph doesn't care about anything but strength, he accepts the trial. He steps into the maze and quickly realizes there is a path through it. Closing his eyes, he calms himself and follows the flow of mana like wind. Zeph is impressed by his sharp senses and glad Setsuna already understands what the trial really is. He is thankful he isn't an ordinary mage because anyone without strong perception would wander forever in this maze. Then he comes across himself at a junction. The mana from the right feels soft and peaceful, while the other side feels wild and dangerous. Setsuna first decides the calmer path must be the way out, but just before he takes it, he stops. Something feels off. A spirit's trial shouldn't be this easy. He remembers Hong could only use half of a spirit's power, so the real answer has to be something else. Setsuna turns toward the path filled with stormy, threatening wind. He realizes Zappa really wants someone who can face a raging storm and overpower it. Zappa confirms it and tells him to break through the storm if he wants all of his power. Meanwhile, Zappa keeps fighting Legion, but Legion is getting annoyed because Zappa's attacks do nothing to him. Deciding Zappa is nearly spent, Legion rushes in at full speed. Zappa says otherwise and hits him with Skunk Fog, a spell that releases a horrible stink. It's especially nasty to monsters, and since Legion is fused with so many, he feels the full effect. Legion gets furious that Zappa is almost out of mana and still keeps coming. He charges at Zappa, forcing him to jump back. Zappa is cornered, and right as Legion moves in to finish him, Setsuna returns. He slams Legion hard enough for Legion to instantly notice that something about him has changed. His hair is green now, showing Zeph's power has joined him. Legion starts rambling about wanting the protagonist as a test subject, but MC cuts him off with a crushing punch that makes it clear the fight has turned around. Legion nearly spits out all his teeth when he realizes Setsuna can fly now, so reaching him is no longer a problem. Their battle ramps up fast, and Zappa is stunned seeing what spirit magic can really do. As they clash, he uses his speed to slip behind Legion, then blasts him down to the ground with a heavy spell. Legion is shocked. Things are turning against him, but he still stays calm. Wind spirit magic may be fast, yet it lacks the raw power of fire. Then Setsuna switches to fire magic, revealing that he and Blazer had already noticed lava below them. With one massive punch, the protagonist sends Legion straight into the lava, then barely avoids the eruption himself. Legion screams as the blazing magma swallows him. Setsuna grabs Zappa and jumps to a nearby cliff. They watch the magma cover Legion, and Zappa says there's no way he survived that. He praises MC's plan and says he's glad the time he bought actually mattered. Then they notice movement in the magma and realize the fight may not be over yet. To their shock, Legion rises from the lava in a rage and says they've truly made him angry. Setsuna's attack cost him half the creatures fused into his body, a huge blow to his plans. Furious, Legion says he'll use everything he has left to kill them. He climbs out of the magma looking even deadlier than before and promises neither of them will leave the island alive. He immediately throws out a deadly spell, forcing them to run. Zappa is shaken as he tries to escape, stunned that Legion still has so much mana left. Realizing he can't dodge forever, Zappa fires back with his own fire magic, but Legion mocks him and says falling into magma made him resistant to fire. Zappa is trapped with no path left to escape. Setsuna jumps in to face Legion himself. He slashes him, but the wounds heal right away. That tells him he can't win by simply cutting him down, so he creates a whirlwind and retreats. He takes Zappa with him and they hide in a safe spot. Zappa asks what his plan is. Since wind power alone doesn't seem enough for Legion, and Blazer's fire is useless now that Legion resists it, Setsuna tells Zappa he has an idea. At the center of Legion's body, there's a crystal-like core. He explains that an apostle's core shatters when they die, so it must be the source of their power and life. The protagonist asks Zappa to make even the smallest opening, and he promises to destroy the core and end this. Zappa says he gets it, but he's still worried about how Setsuna plans to pull the core out of Legion. MC says he's sure he can do it. It's a gamble, but if it works, he has a move that can finish Legion in one hit. Zappa smiles, sensing his confidence, and says he'll create that opening even if it costs him his life. Those words and the way Zappa lifts his hand instantly bring back a memory for him. In the past, he asked Zappa to help him make an opening against Vidrak, and Zappa answered with those same words. He couldn't save the world back then, but this time, Setsuna believes he can. Now that they agree, the plan begins. Legion is still furious when Zappa steps out and draws his focus. Legion gets ready to unleash everything on him, but Zappa suddenly yells that he wants to make a deal. As Legion pauses to hear him out, Zappa suddenly drops his staff and raises one hand. That alone shocks Legion, then Zappa stuns him even more by claiming he surrenders. He begs to be spared and says he'll help with the experiments. Legion doesn't buy it for a second. He knows Zappa is stalling because a man like him would never give up that easily. Zappa takes a breath, then bursts out laughing. He admits Legion saw through him, then mocks him, saying all that research and all those experiments were still a total failure. Legion is clearly thrown off by that. Zappa reminds him they already wiped out all his garbage monsters. On top of that, Safin is safe with them now. Then he calls Legion pathetic, cornered, desperate, and finished. With a grin, Zappa drives it home. Everything Legion worked for ended in failure. The words get under Legion's skin, but he can tell Zappa is trying to set something up. Then Zappa suddenly fires a lightning attack. Legion endures it by using his horns like lightning rods. After that, Zappa finally drops to his knees. Legion decides he's at his limit and asks if this whole act was just to buy time for Setsuna since he's nowhere in sight. Even with no sign of the protagonist, Zappa starts preparing one more hidden spell to stall him. But Legion shuts him down at once, saying the plan is worthless because he can already see the spell Zappa is secretly making for him. That catches Zappa off guard. Legion keeps sneering, saying humans are nothing but test subjects meant to be crushed. Right before he can finish Zappa off, a magic blast slams into him from the side. Came from Han, who can't stand hearing humans treated like nothing but experiments. Han shouts that he can put up with a lot but not being treated like a tool. Right after that, his strength gives out and he passes out again. Still, that small act is enough to save Zappa. Because of what Han did, Zappa gets the chance to fire off a huge lightning spell. It strikes Legion hard, and before he can counter, Setsuna appears. He praises Zappa, saying this is why he's known as the strongest mage in the western branch of the Royal Mage Corps. Legion looks up in surprise and sees MC above him, not knowing what comes next. Blazer, however, understands right away and doesn't want him to do it. The protagonist apologizes, saying he has no other choice, and starts preparing his final attack. Legion also gets ready to strike him down, but suddenly realizes he can't move. When he looks back, he's horrified to see Janelle's head emerging. Janelle is holding him in place through sheer will. With tears in his eyes, Janelle begs Setsuna to save his sister. MC tells Legion he may have taken Janelle's body, but never his spirit. Legion roars back that Janelle controls nothing, that he's only a test subject. He ignores that and focuses on ending Legion with one clean strike. Legion soon realizes the target is his core, but he still isn't afraid. He thinks neither fire nor wind can hurt him. Then Setsuna does something shocking. Even though Blazer objects, the protagonist uses both spirit powers at once to push the attack to its limit. He's combining the two elements to make the blow deadlier. Legion stays confident. Shura Setsuna can't control that much power, but MC forces his way through the strain. He successfully fuses both powers, and Legion is instantly terrified. Legion screams that no attack he uses will ever work. The protagonist answers that this single strike will free everyone Legion used and ruined. With fire and wind joined together, Setsuna rushes in, aiming straight for the core. Before Legion can react, MC reaches him and delivers a fatal slash through his head, cutting him in half, core included. The slash is so overwhelming that Zappa has to shield his eyes. As his life fades, Legion can only wonder how Cedric beat him when he had what he believed was the perfect fusion. He tells him that forcing beings together is not the same as making their wills obey him. That's why he failed. A moment later, Legion loses the rest of his life and crumbles to dust. With Legion dead, the souls he fused by force begin to regain their freedom. Before Janelle fades away, he thanks Cedric and asks him to take care of Safin. Zappa walks over and praises the protagonist's final attack, calling it truly incredible. Then he smiles and bumps fists with MC like an old friend. Cedric gives Zappa credit too, saying the plan only worked because he held out. Meanwhile, Blazer is still mad that he mixed his power with Zeph's, but Zeph thinks it's something worth celebrating. He's happy he joined with the protagonist and hopes to see even better ideas from him later. After Legion's defeat, every creature on the island starts losing its power, and Han is freed from Legion's influence too. Cedric carries the unconscious Han on his back and looks back in relief, saying the nightmare of Lotus Island is over. After the fight, the giant Gorfin's creatures that once led to the Royal Mage Corps' destruction are finally gone. MC and the others also rescue Safin and the rest of the Islanders Legion had locked up. He's grateful Sid and Cha-Cha's squad survived thanks to what he knew from the future. Once the captains recover, the mages finally leave the island while the Islanders smile with relief. A few days later, relief ships arrive at Lotus Island to help rebuild and protect the people there. Safin turns out all right, and she visits her brother's grave to thank him for saving her. After returning, Sedgwick Croft and the others receive letters of recommendation from the commander for what they did on Lotus Island. With training finished, it's finally time for him and the others to head back to the academy. During a walk, the protagonist and Valerie suddenly spot her brother bowing before Sid and Zappa. He apologizes for Valerie's reckless actions and says the blame is really his because he failed as a mage. Then he says he's finally ready to join the Mage Corps. He asks SIV to let Valerie come home, promising he'll take on the duty he's been avoiding. Zappa snaps back that Valerie is already an important part of the squad, so they still need her. He's annoyed that the guy ran from the academy, then came back acting like he could just take his sister's place. But instead of backing down, he keeps pleading, swearing he'll do everything he can to protect Valerie. Valerie tears up at the sight, then puts a hand on her brother's shoulder and thanks him. Still, she tells him she likes being in the Royal Mage Corps. After that, Valerie bows to Sid and Zappa, promising to work hard and make up for her brother's mistake. She then asks Sid to let both of them serve in the Corps together. Zappa is put in a tough spot, and with both siblings refusing to give up, Cedric jokes that he already lost the fight. Then Sid reveals he's been promoted to commander of the Western Branch. Since he planned to make Zappa captain of the squad, he tells him to accept Valerie's brother and fill the open spot. Zappa is stunned to learn he's the new captain. Then Sid gives the siblings the answer they wanted, saying the Corps will take both of them in. Setsuna is happy to hear it, knowing the Light family can rise again with both of them serving in the Mage Corps. Zappa then warns them he has no place for weaklings. If they're joining him, he'll train them hard, so they better be ready. Valerie's brother gets fired up by that and promises he'll do whatever Zappa asks. Right after that, Sed calls MC to his room for a quick talk. First, he updates him on how Han is doing. Han has lost both his ancient magic and his body morphing ability. He's recovering under watch, and once he's better, the Mage Corps will interrogate him. Sed adds that Han is guilty of many crimes, but the crest on his left hand is gone, so there's no proof he used spirit magic. Since that's a major offense, losing that evidence may help him avoid execution. Once he's done explaining Han's case, Sed turns the talk to Setsuna. He says he was strangely accurate about what would happen on Rhodes Island. Then Sed asks how he knows Legion and all the apostles. The question shocks the protagonist. But since he doesn't want to lie, he says he'll tell Sed everything from their enemy to the ultimate disaster they have to stop. Setsuna starts from the very beginning and explains everything to Sed. After hearing him out, Sed says the headmaster already warned everyone about the apostles during the emergency meeting. He explains that the apostles serve Vidrak and want to destroy the world. Since Sed has seen their power himself, he chooses to believe MC. Next, he brings up the silent dragon's calamity. He says the dragon in the holy city was killed and its blood poisoned a water vein, wiping out the whole city. Sed says he'll increase Mage Corps patrols and keep a close watch so the dragon stays safe from the apostles. Setsuna thanks him for helping. Then the protagonist moves to the last and worst reason humanity lost, the capital's sudden disappearance. The largest city in the country vanished overnight without a single trace. Still, MC says that won't happen for another 2 years, so there is still some time. Sed thinks the enemy may have been working in secret inside the capital, and he promises to send scouts to look into it. That really impresses him. It shows how quick Sed is to adapt, and he is grateful he survived. Then Sed asks how Setsuna knows so much about the enemy's plans, almost like he can see the future. With a small smile, the protagonist says the truth. He came from the future to save humanity from a doomed ending. Sed doesn't dwell on it for long. He simply trusts MC and knows he isn't lying. He thanks him for that trust, but Sed says there is no need to. The Royal Mage Corps exists to protect humanity and keep peace alive. Before Setsuna leaves, the two shake hands, confirming their trust in each other. A few hours later, the protagonist and his friends get ready to head out. Through tears, Tatcha tells Drago to come back after he graduates since he's part of the team now. At the same time, Zappa tells MC not to return to school, saying it will only slow him down. He pushes harder, telling Setsuna to drop out and join the Royal Mage Corps so the two of them can become the strongest team there. He says he'll think about it after he graduates. Then Valerie comes over to thank him and reveals that Valerie is not her real name. Apparently, Valerie is her brother's name, while her real name is Vanessa. After saying farewell to everyone, Setsuna and the others leave the Mage Corps and head back to the academy. Later, Leo hears that the protagonist defeated Legion, and the news shocks him. That makes Leo believe MC is the prodigy meant to bring him the greatest gift. It also seems Leo has his own secret plan, and now he has 2 corps on his side. Soon after, Setsuna returns to the academy, where Layla quickly runs up to greet him. She tells him the headmaster is back at the academy and wants to meet with them. He is glad to hear that since he also has things he wants to say to the headmaster. When he enters the office, he sees Lionel with the headmaster, and Lionel looks happy to have him back. Lionel asks the protagonist to tell them everything that happened during his training. Setsuna sits down, then fills them in on everything that happened at the Mage Corps. After hearing it all, the headmaster says he is glad MC warned the Mage Corps since that will help them a lot later. He adds that the apostles will soon start moving much more aggressively. The headmaster also says he knows Layla has formed a bond with Waternia. Lionel explains that he has been traveling with the headmaster, and from what they've seen, a full war may break out soon. Because of that, the headmaster tells Setsuna and Layla to prepare themselves. He says that in the past, he lost all his comrades because he couldn't protect them. This time, though, it feels almost unreal since no one has been lost yet. He says he is ready to die if that's what it takes to protect the peace of the world. To do that, the protagonist asks the headmaster for a favor. He shocks everyone by asking if he can make a pact with the time spirit. The headmaster is stunned that MC wants to bond with his spirit, and MC confirms that he does. He explains that using both fire and wind spirit magic showed him how powerful multiple spirits can be. Because of that, he believes gaining more spirits could help him defeat Vidrak. After hearing that, the headmaster summons the time spirit so it can speak with him. The spirit has a frightening presence and introduces himself as Chronoboros. He says he already knows what Setsuna wants, but asks if he is ready to face his trial. Without any hesitation, the protagonist says he is. Woturnia then offers a way for everyone to watch MC's trial. A moment later, he arrives in the time realm, where his challenge is to beat the impossible. That means an opponent will appear, someone he deep down believes he cannot defeat. Chronoboros says the only way to pass is to beat that opponent. The protagonist feels nervous about who it will be, but he has no plan to lose. Then his opponent appears, and to everyone's shock, it's Setsuna himself from before the regression. Everyone starts wondering what kind of mage MC was when he chose long-range magic. The trial begins right away, and Curran, he decides his only chance is to close the gap on his former self. But just before he reaches him, he gets hit by a blast of fire magic. He tries to defend against it, but the attack is too much. Layla is surprised since she has seen Setsuna block fire before. The headmaster explains that fire magic deals heat damage even on contact, which makes it especially dangerous. Worse still, his past self gives him no opening. He fires another long-range attack that chases Setsuna like a heat-seeking missile. The protagonist keeps dodging as he runs, planning to strike from a blind spot, but that choice backfires. Right as he gets close, his past self surrounds himself with a mana barrier. MC has no time to react and gets pierced through his body, losing the match. Everyone watching is stunned by how strong his past self was as a long-range mage. Even the headmaster admits that version of Setsuna is the strongest mage he has seen, so strong that even he couldn't beat him. After the loss, Layla asks Chronoboros if that means no pact, but the spirit says he is merciful. As long as he doesn't give up, he can challenge the trial as many times as he wants. Waternia tells Layla there is no sign the protagonist plans to quit, so the battle starts again, and this time, Setsuna blocks the fire attack and redirects it to lessen the damage. Even Lionel is impressed by what he sees, but past MC quickly shocks them by using a compound spell. The headmaster even breaks a sweat when he sees 6 attributes combined at once, showing incredible mana control. He admits he has never seen anyone fuse that many attributes into one deadly spell. He, though, isn't surprised. He's terrified because he remembers how insane that attack is. He tries to block the spell, but its raw force breaks through his defense and burns him down to the bone. Layla starts panicking, saying Setsuna before the regression is unbelievably strong. What scares her even more is that despite being that strong, the evil gods still beat him. The headmaster explains that Vidrak's magic decomposition beats every attribute except close combat magic. Since close combat magic doesn't need a chant, Lionel is disturbed by the gap between long-range and close combat magic, a wall that seems impossible to cross. Chronoboros then tells him time moves differently inside the trial. What they're seeing is basically the past, because Setsuna has been fighting himself again and again. Layla is shocked to learn he's challenged his old self many times without winning once, and she starts to worry even though she knows he never gives up. Lionel tells Chronoboros this may be one of the cruelest trials, because if the protagonist can't beat his past self, he may fall into despair. That keeps everyone on edge as they wonder whether MC can win in the end. After so long, even the headmaster starts to think beating his past self may be impossible. Setsuna grows frustrated too. After 1,000 battles, all the close combat magic he worked so hard to master has been useless. Still, that frustration only pushes him to try even harder. Then he uses a technique he hadn't shown before, leaving the others stunned. With a mana sword, he slices through everything around him, including every attack his opponent sends. At the same time, his right eye turns gold as he declares that during this trial, he will go beyond close combat magic. Layla has no idea what is happening, but Lionel and the headmaster immediately understand why his eye turned golden. That golden eye lets Setsuna see the flow of mana, which helps him move through the attacks from his past self. Since Layla still doesn't understand what she is seeing, Lionel explains that this power is called the War God's Eye. Long ago, a close combat mage known as the War God was said to see the flow of mana when he was at death's door. They explain this golden eye comes from sensing mana itself, a legendary power. Lionel never thought Setsuna could reach it so soon since people believed it took years of training and real combat to unlock. Close combat magic is special because it boosts the body by moving mana through it. He used that trait to pour mana into his optic nerves that lets him see the flow of mana. But pulling this off takes insane precision. It's basically a martial arts technique called Qigong. Even Chronoboros is impressed. Setsuna used this timeless trial to grow stronger. Lionel says most close combat mages focus on muscles and martial arts first. By the time they try to perfect mana control, their best years are already gone. The protagonist avoided that because he mastered mana control in his past life and brought his mind, technique, and body together. Lionel tells everyone, MC has become the ultimate close combat mage, and he proves it by weaving through his opponent's attacks. Close combat magic may not reach far, but inside its range, it can fully control mana and slice through spells to force a way to the enemy. Setsuna calls this the perfect form of close combat magic. With it, he finally breaks through to his former self. But just as he closes in, his past self fires the 6-attribute attack again. That has everyone on edge. Sure, Setsuna is about to lose one more time, but now he can read the mana flow and strikes the attack at its weakest point, shattering it. Everyone is stunned as he opens a path straight to his opponent. Once his past self sees the protagonist has reached him, he finally gives up. Smiling, Setsuna tells his former self he'll use this new power to beat the evil god. The people watching finally breathe again when they see MC has won. The headmaster is amazed that he beat his past self. The version seen is the strongest. Layla tears up with joy after seeing him clear the trial. Chronoboros then speaks to Setsuna and confirms he passed. When the protagonist returns to the real world, Layla points out that he now has 3 spirits with him. Layla adds that the war gods I should let MC truly battle the apostles. He agrees but reminds them the real target is Vidrak, who stands above the apostles. To beat him, he says he'll need contracts with even more spirits. The headmaster cuts in and says he knows the perfect place. It's the Valley of Spirits, the elves' hidden village and home of spirit magic. Layla is shocked because she had no idea such a place existed. The headmaster says that's because it's top secret and unreachable by normal methods. Still, he assures them he has a secret way in. Then someone knocks, and an attendant brings in an injured priest. The sight stuns everyone. The wounded man says he's from the Holy Church and carries a letter for Setsuna. Layla is surprised to hear Robert sent it, and her attention snaps to it at once. They open the letter and learn it's about the great Saintus, the highest-ranking priest in the church. Robert warns that the protagonist needs to know this before it's too late. Setsuna and Layla panic as they read on, and notice the letter is stained with blood, making them fear something happened to Robert while sending it. After delivering it, the attendant says he'll take the priest to the infirmary. Layla then brings up what's been bothering her. MC has never once talked about saving the great Saintus. Setsuna admits she's the one person he can't save, then explains why. In the flashback, the Saintus is praying when a priest named Gustav comes to speak with her. Annoyed, she asks why he interrupted, saying her duty is to pray until the Creator appears. Her endless tears show how deeply devoted she is. Hidden nearby, Robert is already watching because she suspected something was wrong. Gustav praises the Saintus and says there's someone he wants her to meet. A small rift opens in front of them, and Senatia steps out. Robert panics when Senatia introduces himself as the second apostle. The Saintus says she's heard of him and asks if his power came from the evil god he serves. He confirms it. His authority is Dimension Rend, a power that tears space itself and opens paths to other places and dimensions. Before he can go on, holy knights rush in and demand to know who he is. Roberta is shocked. They moved without her order, even though she told them to stay ready. Thinking Satania came to harm the Saintus, the knights charge him. He wipes them out with a single wave of his hand. Roberta is terrified as he rips through space and drags the knights into it. The Saintus is furious that Satanica killed the knights and that Gustav is working with the apostles. Gustav drops the act and reveals he is an apostle too, showing his real form. His authority is thousand-faced illusions, which lets him take any shape he wants. The Saintus tells them they're foolish for revealing the names of their powers in front of her, and she shows them why. She pulls out her tome and writes the names of their abilities inside. Once the names are written, she says their powers are now under her control, then tells Satania to try Dimension Rend on her. He agrees and says he'll test it by taking her arm. Satania reaches out and attacks, but the power does nothing to her. She reveals that the Tome of Sealed Truth is a miracle granted by the Creator God. Its scripture describes the world itself, and by rewriting those descriptions, she can change the world's laws. Just as she's about to act, Satania starts clapping, impressed by her power. Then he says she needs to meet his master. A much larger rift opens behind him, and Vidrak appears in the darkness beyond. The instant the Saintess sees Vidric, she trembles and loses herself before his presence. She believes Vidric is the creator god, which leaves Robert totally confused as she watches from hiding. The Saintess kneels and says he was the one who told them to protect the world. She asks why he's trying to destroy it, thinking he must be disappointed in it. But Vidric says she's wrong. He says humanity has grown well and beautifully decorated his garden, but now that's enough. He's ready to purify humans before they become pests. Vidric says he was the one who ordered the Saintess to keep the world pure, then reveals the truth. The Tome of Sealed Truth is an authority he granted her. That means the Saintess, Mary, and is actually the first apostle. Robert is stunned and can hardly believe what she's hearing. Mary is shocked at first, but she accepts it almost immediately. She decides the world should be destroyed and returned to its creator since he gave it in the first place. Marian offers herself to Vidric completely, saying he can do whatever he wants with her body and even her tears. Vidric accepts the offering and reaches out to fully corrupt Marianne and take over her whole system. The moment Roberta sees this, she panics and thinks only of warning Setsuna. She turns to run, but Satania senses someone else in the room and attacks her. Roberta barely avoids it, though her arm is cut. As another hit is about to land, the knights arrive to protect her. They tell Roberta to run while they buy time. That's how she escaped and managed to send the letter to Setsuna. After reading it, Layla can barely believe Mary and is really an apostle. Lionel is shaken too because now it seems they have to fight the very god who made their world. The headmaster says there's only one thing to do now. They need more power. To reach the Valley of Spirits, he's already brought someone who can help. Then a hidden door opens and Morgana walks in, leaving Setsuna stunned. He quickly regains himself and bows to greet her. As always, the elderly Morgana is just the decoy, while the real one who looks like a child stands behind her. He is surprised to see her body has healed, and Morgana jokes that it was nothing serious. Morgana says she only came because the headmaster begged her, but she'll guide the protagonist to the Village of Spirits. Glad to hear it, the protagonist thanks her. Then Layla jumps in and asks to come too. Before answering, Morgana glances at the headmaster to see if he agrees. A few days later, MC and Layla get ready to leave. The headmaster tells them he already arranged a leave of absence for both of them. After saying goodbye, they set out with Morgana. After a long trip, they finally arrive at a strange cloud-covered place with freezing air. Standing at the cliff, Morgana tells them they're here. Layla looks around confused. There's no village in sight. Morgana tells her to relax and pulls a strange lantern from her bag. As she lights it, she explains that after the Great Magic War, the elves moved their home. The lantern shines into the sky, opening a gap in the clouds. A dragon comes out. Setsuna and Layla are stunned by the dragon, but Morgana just says they haven't seen anything yet. They climb onto the dragon, and it takes them up into the sky. Then he nearly blacks out from shock at what appears ahead. An island is floating in the sky, the elves' home. Morgana tells him this is the Valley of Spirits. No human has set foot there since the Great War, so she smugly reminds Setsuna he should be thankful. Soon, they land on the island. Layla asks how it can stay afloat. Morgana proudly says it works because of one of her inventions. Suddenly, arrows rain down on them. Setsuna quickly uses God's Eye and catches them. After knocking the arrows away, he yells for the attackers to show themselves. A group of elven warriors steps out and demands to know why humans came to their land. Morgana steps in at once, saying the humans are her guests, and she's here to see Queen lose. As soon as they recognize Morgana, the warriors bow. They quickly ask her to forgive their disrespect. Once things settle down, Morgana tells Layla and Setsuna that Luz is an old friend and should at least hear them out. A little later, they reach the palace and meet Luz. Morgana greets her casually and tells the two not to worry about formalities. Luz immediately cuts in and says they absolutely should be formal. Luz groans, already sure Morgana only brings trouble, then tells her to explain anyway. After hearing everything, Luz understands why Cetruna wants contracts with many spirits. Morgana eagerly tells Luz to take the protagonist to the shrine of the Great Spirit so he can face the trial, but Luz shocks them by refusing outright. She says there's no way she believes Vidric is trying to destroy the world. Luz adds that she doesn't care if humans are wiped out as long as the elves stay out of it. Cetruna cuts in and warns that this threat isn't just a human problem. He points out that the apostles have always feared spirit magic users, so it's only a matter of time before they find the Valley of Spirits. Then MC removes the glove on his left hand and releases Blazer. The The sight of Blazer makes Luz tense up in her seat. He warns her that the apostles will use any method they need to get what they want. In short, they're enemies no one can ignore. But instead of taking his warning seriously, Luz gets angry that a human is speaking to her so freely. She says Citruno must be pathetic if he had such a hard time against the with a cold look. Luz tells him spirit power is too great for a human to handle. Annoyed, the protagonist fires back that an elf's selfishness was what started the Great Magic War. That only makes Luz rise from her seat in anger, demanding to know if he's trying to justify the elf's persecution. She grabs Citruno with her magic, but he breaks free easily, leaving her stunned. Seeing her surprise, MC says humans have grown much better at magic. It doesn't help. If anything, Luz gets even more furious. Off to the side, Morgana sighs in frustration, watching the argument spiral. Later, Citruno and Layla go back to Morgana's house. Morgana says Luz has always been stubborn. Layla thinks they should keep pressing, but he refuses. He doesn't want to make things worse. He explains that Marianne's downfall was supposed to happen 4 years later, but since he changed so much after returning, the future is shifting too. Hearing that, Morgana realizes none of them can predict what comes next. Citruno then asks how he can get Luz to take him to the shrine. Morgana says the only real way is to stay firm until Luz gives in. Most likely, she'll demand a test of strength, with the winner getting their way. Even so, the protagonist hesitates. If he wins by force, both sides may only hate each other more. While they keep talking, Layla gets up and steps outside for some air. Peternia asks where she's going, and Layla says that after seeing the Chronoboros trial, she finally understands Citruno has been fighting non-stop. He kept pushing on even after the world was destroyed. Even if this fight can be avoided, she wants him to have at least a little peace first. Then Layla notices a familiar fruit and starts picking it, saying her family used it at their inn. Now that she found some, she wants to bake sweets for Citruno. She's still at it when some islanders show up and demand to know why she's picking the fruit. The next day, MC goes back to the palace, worried because Layla never came back yesterday. When Lucy walks in, she immediately tells him to leave the island. Citruno refuses, saying the fate of humanity rests on him. Then he bows and respectfully asks for permission to take the Great Spirit's trial. At that point, Lucy realizes he won't leave, so she decides to give him one chance. Her condition is simple. They fight. If he wins, she'll guide him to the shrine. If he loses, he leaves at once. He doesn't like it, but Setsuna knows this is his only path forward. Lucia goes on saying humans and elves can never live together. She's only allowing this because of Morgana, then orders the protagonist to follow her. But as they leave the palace, MC spots Layla happily hanging out with the locals. Even Lucia is confused, and an elven chef excitedly explains what's going on as he and Layla ask the children whose sweets taste better. The kids choose the chef's treat. Layla isn't upset at all. She expected that much from an elf with over 300 years of experience, but the chef gives Layla praise too. Admiring how cleverly she brought out the fruit sweetness, Layla finally sees Setsuna and happily calls out to him. Still shocked, he asks what she's doing. Layla explains that the chef found her yesterday while she was trying to make sweets. Since then, the two of them have been locked in a friendly rivalry. That rivalry ended in a cooking contest. Layla walks up to Lucia and offers her a sweet. Right then, the kids call Layla back to eat with them. Morgana uses the moment to remind Lucia that elves and humans can get along. She says shutting humans out is no different from what humans have done to elves, and it will only create more hate. Her words finally reach Lucia, and Setsuna takes the chance to ask her to lend him her strength to save the world. Thanks to what Layla did, Lucia finally lowers her guard and shakes the protagonist's hand. She tells him he can call her Lucia, showing she's accepted him. Lucia promises to take him to the shrine, and Setsuna thanks her. Afterward, MC thanks Layla for the help and says bringing her along was the right choice. Layla starts blushing when she sees him smile. That alone makes her happy. Witternia tells Layla to confess, but she refuses, saying it would only burden him right now. She decides she'll tell him how she feels only after they defeat the evil god. Soon after, they arrive at the shrine of the Great Spirit. At the same time, the apostles start moving outside. Sagnachia tells the others they'll launch attacks at the same time, so Setsuna can't figure out what they're planning. He puts two apostles, Lulu and Cruel, in charge of killing the dragon at the temple. Meanwhile, the other apostles move on their own missions too. With this new plan, Sadenakia is sure the protagonist can't stop everything at once. Back at the shrine, Lucy explains that 3 great spirits are inside, light, thunder, and ice. She warns Setsuna that each one has its own trial, so he needs to choose carefully before making a contract. All of a sudden, Morgana gets a message in her head and alerts the others that her doll on the surface just sent a report. The apostles have started moving and are heading to different targets. That news catches MC off guard, and he says they may need to delay the trial. Morgana quickly shuts that down, warning that a full war with the apostles is starting. She reminds him the apostles are dangerous, and their god is even worse. Then Morgana says Setsuna is humanity's best hope. If he can't form these spirit contracts, he has no chance against Vidrock. He is frustrated, but he knows she's right. Elsewhere, Lulu and the others reach their target, where knights are waiting for them. Then the soldiers suddenly start coughing up blood. Without even moving, Lulu wipes them out. His power can kill anyone who meets his eyes. At the same time, Karel is getting something ready for his friends when a dimensional rift opens at the school and monsters pour in. Leading the raid are Dantalion, the 3rd apostle, and Gigantes, the 7th. Together, they unleash monsters across the academy, sending the students into a panic. One student trips while running and the monsters close in. He succumbs from death when the headmaster arrives with his dragon, which burns the monsters and saves him. The other teachers are there too, and with the staff ready to fight, the apostles won't have an easy time. Meanwhile, Satanikia is sure their operations are going smoothly. Once this part is done, he plans to attack the mage army. By wiping out humanity's fighters, he hopes to make the rest easy. Then Satanikia and his force reach the Elven Island. The Elven warriors confront them first and fire a volley of arrows to push them back, but Satanikia blocks the attack with ease and strikes back to wipe them out. Before he can, Morgana and the Queen step in. With a fierce warning, Lucia declares that the apostles will go no farther. The second Sanhaja notices Morgana and Layla there. He realizes Setsuna must be on the island too. To him, that makes this perfect. He can finish every objective at once, including killing the protagonist, their biggest problem. Layla panics when Sanhaja talks about destroying the capital. Morgana is alarmed too since he clearly knows their secret. Santecha taunts them and asks where Setsuna is, but Lucia answers that he's occupied right now. She adds that she's more than enough to fight him. With the battle about to explode, Layla asks Waternia for the power she needs to face them. The moment Marion sees Layla using spirit magic, she snaps and calls her a disgusting creature. Since Waternia can only back one person at a time, Morgana tells her to stay with Layla. A brutal clash begins between both sides, and Morgana fires a deadly attack with her magic tools that nearly slices Marianne in two. Morgana mocks her, saying she can't control a tool if she doesn't know its true name, and Marianne shouldn't be able to learn them because Morgana made those tools herself and is the only one who knows their names. But Marianne stuns her by finishing an analysis, then sneers that nothing can be hidden from a god's messenger. Using that analysis, she figures out the names of Morgana's weapons and instantly shatters them, forcing Morgana back. Even so, Morgana doesn't flinch. She still has plenty of tools left. Still, beneath that tough front, she's worried. Marianne's power feels overwhelming, and Morgana starts wondering if she can stop her until Susuna arrives. At the same time, Layla swears she'll risk her life if it helps. Lucia turns to face Satania, ready to show him the strength of the Elven Queen. She launches a long-range attack, but instead of hitting him directly, the attack sinks into the ground. Satania thinks she missed, but then he realizes too late. The vines grab him and lock him in place. Luzu rushes in, trying to stab him with her staff, but Satnusha breaks free with little trouble and counters at once. Luzu barely avoids the strike, but her leg is badly hurt. To keep fighting, she wraps the wound with her own vines, making Satnusha admit she's impressive, especially with that huge mana supply. Then he says something crucial, and it shakes Lucia completely. He figured out the crown on her head is what keeps the island floating. Morgana is rattled too because that's exactly what they wanted to hide. Satikia openly declares his goal, take the crown and control the whole island. Then he'll move it over the capital and drop it to wipe the city out. Lucia can hardly believe how twisted he is, but Saint Neisha only mocks her, asking how much longer she can fight with that injured leg. Lucia realizes she's losing the advantage. Worse, Morgana and Layla are tied up with Marianne, so no one can back her up. Just before she's overwhelmed, the Elven warriors rush in to shield her. But even with them, the group starts getting crushed, and they begin to think this is the end. Lucia can no longer stay on her feet and falls, just as Setnesia moves in to finish her. Before he can, Setsuna appears and pulls her out to safety, apologizing for being late. Setsuna, on the other hand, is glad MC came. He's their top target, but he shows no fear and tells him to test that resolve. An apostle tries to rush Setsuna from behind, but the protagonist drops him with a single punch. Setsuna is stunned to see one of his allies handled like a common grunt. He asks what happened because MC's mana control and accuracy have clearly improved in just a few days. He isn't dumb enough to answer. Setsuna says it doesn't matter stronger or not. Humanity's destruction is already underway. Setsuna fires back that he suffered before, and he refuses to go through that again. That's why he and the others have been getting ready too. He promises Setsuna that this plan will not succeed, but Setsuna challenges him to prove it. Setsuna charges straight at him, and Setsuna attacks to meet him. Then the protagonist uses the magic of the Spirit of Time, letting him dodge every attack Sitnacha had waiting for him. Sitnacha is shocked and thinks it's foresight. He makes an even deadlier space trap to catch MC, but MC's close-range magic is the real threat. He closes the distance in an instant, smashing the dimension in front of him. Sitnacha stares in disbelief at his broken attack, and Sitnacha tells him fists are enough to beat him. He also says he's not showing everything yet, especially with Marian watching. That only makes Sitnacha angrier since it sounds like pure disrespect. Enraged, he releases a beast he was holding, but he keeps weaving around it until he finds an opening and cuts it in half. Once Senheka realizes Senheka is closing in on him, he slips into one of his space portals, but the protagonist reads exactly where he'll come out. Sitnacha tries to ambush him, only to be caught off guard himself. Before he can react, Sitnacha kicks him flying. That leaves Sitnacha completely rattled. He has to admit the power MC just showed is on the same level as his master's. Because of that, Sitnacha changes targets and goes after Lucia. He rushes toward her trying to reach her in time, but Setsuna activates lightning magic to boost his speed. That lets him catch up fast. Though Sitnacha throws up a dimensional wall in panic, it doesn't help. He punches right through it. Now Sitnacha truly panics. He never thought a kid could surpass an apostle. Setsuna snaps back that he is not a kid. He says he's the mage who once lost, then crossed time itself to come back and bring Sitnacha down. Filled with rage and boosted by lightning, the protagonist slams a brutal punch into Sitnacha's head and drives him into the ground. With Sitnavia finally beaten, the girls cheer for MC's huge win. Lucia's amazed that Satona formed a contract with the Spirit of Lightning since no elf has made a pact with any of the 4 great spirits before. He gives a small smile before reminding them that Marianne is still a problem. Layla has noticed from the start that Mary and has been analyzing every one of Morgana's tools. Still, Mary and seems to be struggling to read the staff in Morgana's hand. That gives Layla hope now that the protagonist is here, they might actually break through. Then Mary and finishes her analysis. She names the item she was studying the gravity crown. So Luz's crown was the gravity crown all along. Before Luz can react, the crown is pulled off her head. Now the crown is in Mary Ann's hands. Morgana realizes Mary and had been toying with them while studying the crown. Marian mocks them and reveals that the crown was her real target from the start. She never cared about them at all. Then she corrupts the crown, planning to slam the island into the capital. Layla warns that Marian will die too if she does this, but Marian doesn't care. Her life, she says, has belonged to her master from the beginning. Then Marian crushes the crown in her hand, and that still isn't the end of it. Morgana suddenly notices her body glowing. She instantly understands Marian analyzed her too. Marian fires a brutal attack meant to burn Morgana alive. Layla cries out as Morgana seems to get roasted, but then the real Morgana appears. She tells Layla to leave Marianne to Satuna. They need to stop the island from falling. Following that plan, Layla helps Luz back up and they move out, leaving Marianne to MC. Marianne is pleased, since now she can fight without holding back. He takes his stance right away, knowing he has to beat Marianne before she can analyze him. The clash quickly turns intense as both powerhouses go at each other. At one point, Satuna slips behind her and aims a punch at her head to knock her out, but Marianne finishes analyzing him just in time and seals his lightning magic. She says she could do it because he used that power against Satanovia earlier. The protagonist is stunned that his power was just shut down by the broken book Marianne carries. With his lightning gone, Marianne decides to test him. Another hard fight breaks out, but Satuna avoids her wild attacks through sheer experience. Marianne keeps pressing the advantage until MC gets close and strikes with his flaming blade. He chains his attacks together to make them even stronger, but then he hits a wall when none of them can break through Marianne's defense. Marianne proudly says she left that opening on purpose. She admits switching magic types to hide their names was a smart move, but she's already analyzed the other three. To her, that means the fight is over. Setsuna shocks her by calmly saying he's the one who already won. Marianne can't believe he's still smiling like he has a chance. She tells him his power means nothing next to the tome she holds, and right in front of him, she analyzes another of his abilities, the Spirit of Time. Then her hand suddenly starts freezing, leaving her stunned. That's when she realizes Setsuna has more spirit magic than just lightning. He tells her the moment he got close, it was over. She had already lost the ability to use the scripture of truth. Marianne switches to her staff and fires a huge blast, trying to kill the protagonist in one shot. Smoke fills the area, and when it clears, she sees she only hit a fake made with refracted light. Marianne instantly understands what that means. Setsuna breaks the silence and reveals he didn't only master lightning, he mastered the other spirits too, including light and ice. He rushes Marianne, and before she can respond, MC drives a massive mana sword into her chest, crushing her rib cage. Marianne drops to her knees, and before dying, she asks why Setsuna keeps resisting when Vidrock is beyond human power, and all anyone can do is obey his will. He answers that he prays too, but only to stay alive. Because of that, he refuses to let anyone take his future from him. As she fades, Marianne smiles and tells him he can resist all he wants, but he'll die in the end. Right after that, Setsuna feels his lightning magic return. So destroying the scripture undid everything it had changed. Then the protagonist realizes the island is still falling, and they have to stop it. Meanwhile, Layla and Morgana reach the control point, but no one knows what to do. The elves are overwhelmed, thinking they've run out of options. But Luxie steps forward and rallies them, telling them not to give up. Humanity has survived worse before. Then Morgana calls on Waternia for help and puts her plan into motion. With Waternia's power, Morgana can move the sea and wrap the royal capital in water to soften the crash. The plan works, but it takes a huge toll on her, and she starts coughing up blood. Morgana realizes she's hit her limit from pushing Waternia's magic so far, especially after being worn out by the last battle. Even so, she refuses to stop, and Layla runs in to support her with healing magic for a little longer. Morgana keeps going because she believes she's the one who must pay for the sins of the Great War since her brother was the one who started it. A moment later, Morgana finally reaches her limit and collapses, but Layla steps in to take her place. She draws out Waternia's full power, moving the water into place just before impact. That softens the collision and saves everyone in the capital. The elves burst into cheers, and Lush praises Layla for her courage and quick thinking. Morgana, though, is simply glad humans and elves finally stood together again. To her, that makes surviving the Great War worth it. Elsewhere, Susuna is taking in the victory when a terrifying figure appears in the sky. Its pressure is so overwhelming that everyone nearby nearly collapses under it. It's Vidrak himself. At the same time, Lulu and Cruel are about to finish their task when they're attacked out of nowhere. Cruel turns and sees mages pouring from a teleport circle. Shocked, he asked where they came from, and the leader, Zappa, says their commander was one step ahead of them. At the same time, reinforcements reached the school and wrecked the Apostles' plan. As the fighting spreads, the headmaster reveals that he set up giant teleport circles around the world for quick travel. Thanks to that, they can finally face the Apostles on even ground. With the teachers and mages holding the line, the headmaster can only hope Setsuna handles the rest. Once Vidrak appears, he immediately mocks the humans before him, calling them insects in his garden. He's even surprised they're struggling so much just to push back the Apostles, which clearly annoys him. For his first move, Vidrak forms a giant black sun to wipe out everyone nearby. Just before it can strike, Setsuna rises to meet it. He fires a powerful spell straight at the black sun, and to everyone's shock, he destroys it. Then MC flies up to face Vidrak directly. He asks why Vidrak wants to destroy the world if he's the one who made it. Vidrak answers that this world is no different from the countless others he's created before. He says humanity grows far too slowly, yet in 1,000 years they'll become a real threat. So to him, wiping them out is the only mercy left. While Setsuna is still speaking with Vidrak, the elves rush over. They fire their weapons at Vidrak thinking they're helping. Before he can warn them to stay back, they've already attacked. Then the truth hits them when their attack does absolutely nothing to Vidrak. Annoyed, he starts gathering mana in his eyes, and Setsuna knows exactly what that means. He yells for everyone to get back. There's nothing they can do against Vidric because magic is useless before his ultimate power, mana decomposition. Once the mana finishes gathering in his eyes, Vidric uses the authority curse of killing to erase the protagonist. But Setsuna shuts his eyes and rushes him at lightning speed. Vidric is shocked that his spell had no effect on MC, and before he can process it, he drives a punch into his stomach, calling it his trump card for the final battle. The only way to beat mana decomposition is to hit Vidric up close before the mana finishes gathering. With incredible speed, Setsuna follows up with the 1-inch Trinity Fist and blasts Vidric into the distance. Then he tells Vidric he's wrong about humanity. Humans can defy fate and reach a new future if only Vidric would believe in them. But instead of listening, Vidric dismisses him as a bug making noise. Seeing Vidric won't change, Setsuna gives up on talking and accepts that he's an evil god. Then Gustav, also known as Balam and Satanaki, appear. Vidric orders them both to hand over their cores, the source of their power. Loyal as ever, Satanaki moves to offer his first, but Gustav suddenly tears it out from behind, leaving Setsuna stunned. Then Gustav's face shifts, revealing the real one beneath the mask, Leo. The apostles also came from the same otherworld as Vidric. Each one was given an authority of their own, but Leo stole Gustav's authority and used it to hide who he really was. Once Setsuna figures out Leo was plotting too, he yells at him. Leo reveals that he and the other apostles came from a world Vidric destroyed long ago. In return for giving Vidric their hearts, they received divine cores and their own authorities that made the apostles swear loyalty to Vidric. Leo, though, was the only one who never truly did. Then Leo rushes at Vidric to strike him. Vidric stays calm. Sure, Leo is too weak to even touch him. He releases a blast of power from his body and puts Leo in serious danger. Vidric explains that the divine cores were once parts of himself, but they were taken after a higher being swallowed them. Hearing that, Leo bursts out laughing and says he's been waiting for this exact moment. He rips open his shirt and reveals the shocking truth. For cores are embedded in his body, which is why he's so confident. Leo even thanks Setsuna for wrecking Vidric's plans, since that kept him from recovering a single divine core. Meanwhile, Leo has gathered 4 of them himself. Because of that, the gap between him and Vidric has become much smaller. Furious, Vidric fires another wave of magic at him. Leo tanks the whole thing and he tells Vidric that he may be absolute, but he's become old, stale, and boring. Vidric is clearly irritated, yet Leo keeps pushing him, saying nobody needs a dull god who only knows how to crush things. Right after that, Leo releases a huge burst of energy that overwhelms Vidric. Vidric can only stare in disbelief as Leo absorbs him and defeats him completely. When everything clears, Leo steps out of the smoke like the winner. The elves cheer because they think the evil god is finally gone, but Setsuna stays alert. Leo brags about winning, while the protagonist is uneasy that Vidric went down so easily. Leo answers that Vidric was strong but painfully boring. He says Vidric just destroys any world he stops liking, a childish need for control. To Leo, having fun matters more than avoiding boredom. Then he goes further, explaining how he'd make the world far more entertaining. Setsuna doesn't get what he means, so Leo decides to show him. He releases a crushing energy that seizes the elves and starts draining their lives. Even Luxie and Layla get caught in Leo's power. Leo casually says it would be even more fun to spread a deadly disease and watch humanity scream in terror. That makes Susuna snap, and he draws his mana blade. He attacks Leo, but Leo easily endures the intense flames. MC shouts, demanding to know what he's doing. Leo calmly says a god's power is his now, and he plans to enjoy destroying humanity. Disappointed, Susuna asks why he can't accept a peaceful world. Leo says peace is boring. Still, he offers to spare this world if he agrees to become his ally. The protagonist isn't buying it. He knows Leo would eventually kill everyone just to see him despair. Leo laughs and admits MC is right. After that, Leo transforms into his ultimate form by merging with the Vidric inside him, creating something even uglier than Vidric was. The pressure pouring from Leo makes Setsuna realize he's now beyond Vidric's original power, thanks to 4 divine cores and a god's strength. Even so, he gets ready for a brutal fight. He's not letting Leo off the hook. Enjoying his new strength, Leo starts testing what he can do. He uses Tsukiyomi's authority, the power to raise the dead. Every corpse nearby rises at once, but Setsuna cuts them down without much trouble. Leo is impressed that the protagonist is beyond normal foes, so he raises the difficulty. He tries using the truth scripture, but decides it's too annoying to deal with right now and saves it for later. Next, he switches to Satania's power, but Setsuna still gets through it with the God's Eye. He avoids the rifts while slicing through the zombies too. As MC deals with Leo's non-stop tricks, Layla and Lucia are still pinned down by Leo's crushing aura. Since his God's Eye is causing problems, Leo answers with one of his own. He activates the cursed Eye of Death, but Setsuna avoids it with lightning speed. Then the protagonist suddenly splits into several copies, shocking Leo. Leo tries to figure out which one is real, but he chooses the wrong target. By the time he realizes he chased an illusion, Setsuna is already in close. MC fires off the deadly 1-inch fist at Leo, but Leo blocks it like it's nothing. He answers with a punch of his own, saying he's done testing powers. Now he just wants an old-school fist fight with him, and the blow sends Setsuna backward. The protagonist is stunned that one punch shook him so badly, and he realizes Leo is mixing the Divine Core's power with his own. That's when MC confirms Leo has surpassed Vidrock. Meanwhile, the people watching from below can only see two streaks of light clashing in the sky. Setsuna and Leo keep trading heavy blows. And from the huge amount of mana spilling out, Luxie tells the others and Layla they simply can't interfere. Layla refuses to accept that she can do nothing and starts desperately thinking of a way to help. As the battle goes on, Leo admits Setsuna is still incredibly skilled, but he wants more since he knows he has contracts beyond the spirits he's shown so far. The protagonist charges at him and tells him to shut up, but Leo wins the exchange and blasts him away. That makes MC consider combining 4 elements. Even though it's dangerous, he knows a mistake means death, and even if it works, the boost won't last long. Still, with how the fight is going, he knows he can't win unless he combines more elements. In the middle of the battle, Setsuna suddenly gains enough power to smash Leo into the ground because he's finally combined the strength of all 6 spirits inside him that lets him form a powerful mana blade, the Hexagrandia. He swings straight for Leo's head, but Leo dodges at the last second, only losing a few limbs. When Leo sees how strong that power is, he laughs like a madman and says he loves it. Setsuna isn't here to play. He only has 60 seconds with this power up, and he has to bring Leo down before time runs out. Realizing he has revealed his trump card, Leo decides to answer with his own. He unleashes a massive surge of energy and regrows his missing limbs. Then Leo creates 3 black suns at once and throws them at Setsuna. Using the God's Eye, the protagonist weaves through them and cuts them apart. Then he rushes straight at Leo, and Leo instantly understands that if this attack lands, it's going to hurt badly. He shoots up into the sky, but MC follows with the power of wind. Leo mocks him, impressed by his effort, but reminding him that he can't keep this up for long. Setsuna pushes the power into overdrive even though it'll burn through his time even faster. He doesn't care as long as it lets him beat Leo. With the clock running down, he charges again, trying to cut Leo down before his trump card fades. Below, everyone prays for the protagonist to win. Otherwise, they're all finished. Eventually, Setsuna catches up to Leo, but moving that fast ruins his aim. To make things worse, Leo summons a demon army and gives MC even more to handle. He is forced to fight through the beasts before he can reach Leo again. But while that's happening, Leo prepares something even worse. As Setsuna breaks through the beasts, Leo tries to hit him with the Cursed Eye. The protagonist is ready for it, and reflects the attack back, damaging Leo's body and giving MC a perfect opening. Realizing he's targeted, Leo pulls a dirty trick. He changes his face into Layla's, hoping Setsuna will hesitate, but he ignores it and attacks anyway. He lands a solid blow to Leo's head and sends him crashing down. Even with all that power, the protagonist still can't cut cleanly through him. Leo managed to stop the strike before it reached his chest. He yanks the sword free and kicks MC away, mocking him for not hesitating even after seeing Layla's face. Then Leo brings out his own trump card, a spell called Magic Devouring World. He summons a giant sword that grows bigger the more mana it takes in. By now, Setsuna has only 10 seconds left, and Leo forces him completely onto the defensive. With just 4 seconds remaining, he risks everything to reach Leo and land one last blow that might finish him. The plan works exactly as Setsuna imagined, and he reaches Leo at the very last moment. His strike lands, and smoke explodes across the battlefield. The battle drains every last bit of the protagonist's mana. But when the smoke fades, MC is stunned to see Leo still on his feet. After all that, he can't believe Leo is still standing. Leo praises his strength, saying few could fight a god's power like that. For a moment, he even thought Setsuna's last hit had beaten him. But now that his energy and mana are gone, Leo mocks him and tells him to scream louder. He blasts the protagonist with more energy. Yet even now, the protagonist refuses to quit. He charges in with nothing but his fist and slams it into Leo's head. This time, Leo isn't worried at all and easily catches his arm. Then he answers with a punch to Setsuna's chest, sending him flying. Even so, Leo admires how MC keeps going with no mana and almost no strength left. He answers that he got this far because giving up was never an option. As long as he can still make a fist, he says he won't stop. Seeing that resolve, Leo decides to finish him himself. He forms a huge energy blast and throws it straight at Setsuna. It lands and erupts in a massive explosion. When the blast clears, the protagonist is nowhere to be seen. Leo smiles, sure that he has finally won. Now he decides it's time to wipe out everyone and the planet too. What Leo doesn't know is that Setsuna survived because Layla pulled him away at the very last second. With no one left to challenge him, Leo starts choosing what to destroy first. He considers heading to the academy to settle things with the headmaster. Just then, the mages attack him, and he turns his focus to the royal capital instead. At the cave Layla brought him to, she can tell Setsuna's injuries are terrible. Once he regains a little strength, MC thanks her for saving him. Then he tells Layla to leave, since she's also out of mana and stamina. Layla just smiles and says the same is true for him. She opens his hand and places something in it, saying it's for him. It's the brooch that Setsuna helped Layla win back from the upperclassmen earlier in the story. Before rescuing him, Layla had everyone pour healing magic into the brooch since it can store mana. She tells him to use it and heal. He hesitates because she's hurt too, but Layla reminds him he's been risking his life from the very beginning. So now she's willing to risk hers too because Setsuna is the only one who can beat Leo. To reassure him, Woturnia appears and explains that Layla avoided a fatal injury thanks to her power. Woturnia adds that watching the protagonist fight without caring for his own life moved her. MC suddenly realizes he may have passed Woturnia's test. She confirms it might be possible for him to form a contract with her, but warns that it could cost him his life. He's already at his limit with 6 spirits inside him. Setsuna says he doesn't care if it gives him a chance to defeat Leo. Woturnia then asks Layla if she's willing to lend him her power. Layla smiles and says yes. Still, she makes the protagonist promise that no matter what, he'll come back alive. He's fought long enough, she says, and deserves to live in a peaceful world. Setsuna smiles and tells her that if he had never met Layla, he would have kept fighting alone. He's truly glad they met in the second loop. That's why he says he's going to protect this world. After that, MC heads out with Woturnia riding on his back. Leo is just about to begin his destruction when Setsuna appears again. Leo is shocked that he's alive and back. In a rage, he attacks him, but the strike does nothing, leaving Leo stunned. Then he notices something has changed about the protagonist. He has united all 7 elements. Right before Leo's eyes, Setsuna lets the spirit's power awaken inside him. A blinding light bursts out and even Leo has to shield his eyes. When the glow settles, it becomes a brilliant rainbow. Everyone is stunned by what they're seeing except Chronoboros, who already saw this form in the future. This is the being meant to save all worlds. The Rainbow Spirit King Bifrost. Tetsuna's hair shifts through many colors and his body shines. Blazer warns him that his body is falling apart because it can't handle the spirit's mana. Even so, Blazer tells him not to die. He still has to return to Layla after the promise he made to her. Setsuna smiles at that, and then his face turns completely serious. In a flash, MC rushes Leo and lands a crushing blow that makes Leo scream. He keeps pressing him, striking again and again while Leo can't fight back. A moment later, the protagonist tries to slam Leo to the ground, but Leo avoids it and jumps into the air. He charges back at Setsuna, and the 2 trade punches, but MC's hit is far stronger. It shatters Leo's left arm and draws out a painful scream. Setsuna follows up with a brutal punch to Leo's midsection, launching him far away. Bruised and broken, Leo still manages to crawl out of the rubble. He cries out in horror, unable to accept that his power now surpasses a god. The protagonist walks up and tells him this fight is over. Leo refuses, saying he'll battle to the end just to keep M.